Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 1601 Bright Star. The Bright Republic learned a very painful truth after waging several costly battles against the Sandman fleets that adopted the swarm configuration. The Starfighter Corps was not a silver bullet. Against the wrong configurations, the many weaknesses of starfighters became very pronounced. Without costly exotics to fortify their armor systems, their mundane armor plating was barely better than that of a commercial shuttle. Their designers cut so many corners in their design that their armor plating was only really good enough to resist space dust, micrometeorites, and the occasional space junk floating in deep space. They fared poorly against high-volume firepower. Not only that, but their starfighter pilots were hardly as professional and disciplined as actual soldiers. By far, most starfighter pilots were young and poorly educated citizens of the Bright Republic or the fallen border states. Before the Sand War, they might have been students or laborers. None of them envisioned a career in the military. As norms, there was no glory in serving in an auxiliary regiment. Though a number of professional soldiers and officers from the auxiliary regiment had been transferred to the Starfighter Corps to make up a somewhat competent cadre, that was hardly enough. Against an overwhelming Sandman opponent, there was little an officer could do to prevent their ill-trained subordinates from panicking. Several instances of routing had already occurred, leading to severe losses among the mechs and starfighters that held their ground. Even though the cowards had all been caught and executed within a matter of days, the problem was still in place. Until the Starfighter Corps managed to train their pilots to a higher standard, instances like this might occur at any time. Fortunately, the proliferation of desolate soldiers managed to stem the bleeding in many cases. A lot of battles could have ended off worse if not for their miraculous glows. Their ability to stabilize the morale of starfighter pilots and encourage them to do their duty in a moderate range was very helpful in preventing many potential collapses. These interventions already saved the lives of mech and starfighter pilots. Though not infallible, the desolate soldiers were still effective enough to warrant an even greater level of interest from the government. The brass realized that the Starfighter Corps wasn't nearly as dependable as they thought. In their enthusiasm to deploy as much cannon fodder as possible to consume the firepower of the Sandman fleets, they failed to account for the consequences. Starfighter pilots weren't dependable at all. Due to the immense demand for cannon fodder, over 100,000 starfighters were being produced throughout the entire state. All of those machines were only useful when paired with actual human pilots. Faced with an acute need for lots of starfighter pilots, the Bright Republic and every other state that employed these spacecraft were rushing through their training. 3 weeks of hasty training was not enough to transform a civilian into a soldier. At most, they could only present a facade of discipline and dedication during fair weather circumstances. Whenever a battle turned difficult, their many deficiencies became acute liabilities, threatening to collapse an entire formation and inciting panic among the better-trained mech pilots. The very welcome glows from the desolate soldiers helped a lot, preventing most wavering starfighter pilots from abandoning their duty. As this valuable solution became more and more evident, VS and the LMC earned more and more acclaim. Their desolate soldiers were increasingly being regarded as a necessity. No defensive force at the front and rear was complete without at least a handful of desolate soldiers. With the advantage given by their glows, the Ministry of Defense estimated that the Bright Republic would have lost at least 8 minor star systems and 3 major star systems at this time. However, aside from the loss of a few emptied star systems, the Bright Republic fared incredibly well considering the opposition they faced. No one rested easily, however. The Sandman invasion was far from over. There were many more Sandman fleets on their way to raise the territories of the Bright Republic, each of them more clever and tricky than before. The average intelligence and experience level of the Sandman admirals increased by a worrisome rate. They grouped up more and more and shared their insights with each other, causing them to adopt very strange and unusual configurations. Though many people looked down on the Sandmen as a stupid bot-like race, the truth was that they followed a different trajectory of development. By far, most of the Sandman admirals that commanded the fleets had been elevated to their positions rather recently. The leader caste of the Sandman Empire sacrificed a lot to produce so many Sandman admirals, so it shouldn't be much of a surprise that they started off as amateurs. Yet even if they started at the lowest level, the Sandman admirals actually possessed a frightening ability to learn from their experiences and mistakes. One such example assaulted a fortified star system. 3 enormous monoliths that exceeded the size of CFA battleships advanced indomitably towards one of the 3 populated planets in the star system. While the monolith configuration was not as scary as the swarm configuration, they still proved thorny to fight, especially when their Sandman admirals stopped conserving energy. Ordinarily shaped in humongous spheres of sand and other animated matter, they advanced like battering rams. Though slower than other Sandman configurations, the spherical monoliths chained their Sandman in a way that made their outer layer incredibly resilient. What was more, their interior wasn't entirely solid. Instead, the Sandman admirals adopted a very hollow wireframe that limited the damage of explosive and concussive weaponry. Though disparagingly called balloons by some combatants, this huge but largely hollow configuration was incredibly resilient to damage. What was more, they possessed a variety of means to hit back. Every Sandman admiral developed their own favored means to attack. While some stuck to firing their heavy laser strikes, others adopted more versatile solutions. The 3 monoliths that simultaneously invaded this star system showcased the creativity of the Sandman admirals when they had time to develop. One monolith took cues from the high volume of fire it encountered in a previous battle and unleashed a storm of lasers from its surface. Just like a swarm configuration, the swarm of lasers unleashed by this humongous monolith damaged over 100 starfighters with a single salvo. What was worse was that this monolith quickly began to fire continuously. Even though the swarm monolith consumed an enormous amount of energy, the casualties it inflicted upon its opponents were just as frightening. In the command center of a fleet carrier, Mech Colonel Larkinson observed this alarming development with hardly any change in emotion. His solid demeanor did much to maintain the morale of his subordinates. The entire 1st Havensworth Division remained absolutely stable despite the flood of lasers striking their mechs. "Link up these elements," Ark commanded, manipulating the projection of the battle space with his hand. "Break up these mercenary and planetary guard units, and spread out their desolate soldiers among the starfighter units as planned. Every starfighter squadron should be basking in the glow of at least one soldier mech." The defenders responded smoothly to his orders. As an expert pilot and a mech colonel, Larkinson possessed an immense amount of authority and respect among the defenders of this star system. Even the starfighter pilots didn't dare to disobey this famed war hero. Nonetheless, the losses mounted fairly quickly. While the starfighters performed their job as cannon fodder, many of them barely got their shots off before a bunch of lasers melted through their thin and feeble armor plating and struck the delicate internals. "Alert! Monolith Beta is showing signs of activity." The second Sandman monolith began to show some unusual changes on the surface. A hole opened up in the side facing the Brighters and began to emit some very alarming energy signatures. After a few more seconds of charging, the monolith launched a substantial projectile that rapidly traversed the battlefield. Before anyone could make sense of the launch, the insanely fast projectile splattered against the exterior of a military combat carrier. The hazy dream has been struck by an unknown projectile. Initial signs of damage are minimal. Her armor has held. Ark grew suspicious and studied one of the projections depicting the hazy dream. He spread out the projection, magnifying it so that he could study the details. The sand splattered over the exterior of the hazy dream seemed no different than the splashing of mud, but Ark soon noticed something very disconcerting. The mud splatter was still alive. The hazy dream has reported signs of intrusion. An unknown quantity of sandmen has entered the ship through its open hangar bay ports. The news coming from the hazy dream grew alarmingly more frantic as the bad news started to pour in. As long as just a modest quantity of sandmen managed to sneak into the interior of a ship, they could wreak untold havoc inside. Just as Monolith Beta prepared to launch another mudball towards another ship, the third monolith began to show signs of activity as well. Monolith Gamma is accumulating an enormous amount of energy. A powerful attack is incoming. Ark could no longer stay unmoved. He turned to his deputy. Take over in my absence. My presence is required in the field. The lieutenant colonel standing by his side acknowledged the order. Good hunting, Colonel Larkinson. After activating a command, a hole opened up in the deck. Ark fearlessly jumped inside in order to reach his destination as fast as possible. The third monolith began to shake and glow as it accumulated a prodigious amount of heat and energy. For an instant, most combatants who noticed the buildup of heat and energy began to have an impression that a CF-8 battleship was about to fire her main cannon at the defenders. A ripple of fear spread out among the mech and starfighter pilots. Not even the experienced and hardened veterans of the 1st Havensworth Division could remain unmoved. Not even the glows of the desolate soldiers could prevent them from wavering. In fact, if the mechs weren't in place, at least a quarter of the starfighters would have already fled in fear. The only upside about this development was that the third monolith required a lot of time to prepare its attack. Though everyone could tell that it would probably be immensely powerful, the lengthy delay gave everyone the illusion that they could save themselves out of this predicament. Direct all available fire towards Monolith Gamma. Do not let it finish charging up its attack. Thousands of mechs and starfighters changed their targets from the first and second monolith despite their threats. Though the first two monoliths were already threatening by themselves, the third one appeared to be planning to unleash almost all of its energy in a single, overwhelming attack. Monolith Gamma began to adjust its shape as its energy levels neared its peak. A lengthy rod appeared in front as if to direct a powerful energy attack towards the human forces standing in its way. Just as some of the energy began to transfer to this humongous rod, a single mech deployed from the fleet carrier situated in the center. The mech threaded through the ships and mechs enveloping the fleet and rapidly accelerated towards the front. It's the Bright Star. Colonel Larkinson has taken to the field. An incredibly powerful flight system strained the Bright Star to its limits. External boosters installed a few days ago began to activate as well, accelerating the magnificent-looking hybrid mech beyond its usual parameters. In addition, a very powerful resonance field began to excite the Bright Star and the surrounding space. A glowing field began to form around the Bright Star, causing its acceleration to triple. The upgraded inertial dampeners of the expert mech's cockpit did their best to preserve the life of the mech pilot, but Ark knew that he couldn't persist in this insane acceleration for long. The Bright Star deployed with an ornate lance this time. It braced the weapon straight and closed the distance to the third monolith with an astounding level of speed. As electric crackles began to surround the third monolith's rod, the Bright Star glowed as bright as a comet. As everyone held their breaths, Monolith Gamma finished its accumulation just as the Bright Star crashed into the rod. An incredibly bright explosion momentarily blinded every sensor. Seconds later, the sensors readjusted, showing a half-destroyed monolith. The rod failed to fire. The monolith's abortive attempt to unleash its firepower resulted in an immense backlash. "Where is the bright star?" A quiver of fear shook the hearts of every human on the battlefield. "Look over there! Venerable Larkinson's son is alive!" The bright star had managed to punch straight to the center of the damaged monolith, and only just exited before the Sandman Admiral could trap it inside. Though its energy field had weakened and its lance was gone, the expert mech was intact. Thousands of roars flooded the communication channels. Chapter 1602 Lattice Configuration. The battles being waged in the larger, more prosperous star systems took a toll on the Bright Republic. The Mech Corps only managed to control its rate of attrition through the protection of the Starfighter Corps. Hundreds, if not thousands, of starfighter pilots died in a battle against large, abnormal Sandman fleets. There was no time to mourn the dead. Every effort had to be put into reinforcing the front, salvaging the wreckage floating in the battle site, and preparing for the next battle that might come in less than half of a day. The high frequency of Sandman incursions forced the defending forces to implement a rotation. For example, the arduous battle that the 1st Havensworth Division just won against the 3 Sandman monoliths depleted the strength of their accompanying outfits and starfighter regiments severely. If the mech forces under Arch Larkinson's command had to fight again, they would certainly suffer severe losses. The lack of sufficient cannon fodder meant that the Sandmen might inflict heavy losses against the military mechs and mech pilots of the 1st Havensworth Division. Such an outcome had to be prevented at all costs. The Mech Corps formed the core of the Bright Republic's defensive strategy. Having seen what happened to other states, the Bright Republic clearly saw how the collapse of the military led to a collapse of the state. This was because no one else possessed the courage, discipline, and sacrifice to stand strong against a relentless foe like the Sandmen. The more losses suffered by the professional military, the more the defense of a state rested in the hands of mercenaries and conscripts. No matter how much of the latter to a state could muster up, there was simply no substitute to genuine soldiers. Mercenaries value their life above duty. Conscripts don't even know what duty means. For these reasons and more, each mech pilot of the Mech Corps had to be treasured like high-grade exotics. The better the Bright Republic preserved their lives, the greater the chance of lasting through this crisis. All the surviving states had to do was outlast the Sandman offensive. As long as they endured the worst, they could launch a devastating counterattack against the depleted alien forces and take over the territories that had been overrun. Such a rich reward would do wonders in transforming the trajectory of the Bright Republic and other forces. Secret negotiations and tacit deals were already being made behind the scenes. None of the states wanted their victory to be cheapened if they managed to survive the Sandman onslaught. Of course, all of that was not very relevant at the moment. Right now, every star system along the Bright Republic's borders had to endure frequent Sandman attacks. The fortified star systems only accounted for a small proportion of border systems under assault. Their richer energy and resource endowments made them much more attractive to the invading Sandmen, but that did not mean that the aliens let off the smaller and less developed star systems. The Sandmen generally ignored systems that contained brown or red dwarf stars. These weak, low-energy stars were the equivalent of nutrient packs to the Sandmen. If there wasn't any choice, the Sandman fleets would never choose to invade these star systems. That still left a lot of other star systems with higher energy levels, such as those with giants or binary star pairings. Knowing that the Sandman fleets generally favored these star systems over others, the Ministry of Defense conducted an extensive study and modeled the likely distribution pattern of the invasion force. They then used the results to decide how many mechs and other forces needed to be stationed at a star system to resist most intrusion. So far, the model earned a lot of acclaim. Though a couple of accidents had occurred, most of the time the defending forces proved sufficient to deal with the Sandman fleets wandering into the border systems. However, MINDEF's model only made projections based on past and present circumstances. It could not predict the various ways the Sandman admirals evolved based on their prior experiences. In one small star system, around 200 mechs and doubled the number of starfighters deployed from their carriers. The small craft flew out into deep space and formed up in a formation centered around a company of mechs from the 4th Luminant Angels of the 5th Havensworth Division. The Luminant Angels were famed for their specialization in energy weapons and focus on mobility. Their space-borne laser riflemen mechs excelled in medium-range harassment and mobility warfare, though their endurance left much to be desired. Due to the eruption of the Sand War, the Luminant Angels had been forced to put down their elegant laser rifles. Their mech designers and mech technicians worked around the clock to convert their mechs around handling kinetic rifles. While the modifications weren't necessary, the mechs of the Luminant Angels came with an excess of energy reserves and a lack of ammo carrying capacity. Overhauling their designs was a necessity in order to give the mechs a lot of punch against the Sandmen. Now that their mechs had undergone this transformation, they became bulkier, heavier, and much less refined. This did not fit with the tradition of the Luminant Angels, but they couldn't afford to procure new, purpose-built mechs designed from the ground up to handle kinetic weapons. Everyone had to make do with less. Even the mech regiments of the Mech Corps. "Commander Larkinson, I'd like you to spread your avatars to each separate detachment as planned," a gruff male voice ordered through the command channel. Sitting in the cockpit of a golden mech, the avatar commander narrowed his eyes behind his visor. "My avatars work best when grouped up together. We discussed this earlier. The Planetary Guard detachment possesses a sufficient amount of desolate soldiers to cover the same needs." "A battle is imminent, kid. Orders are orders." Melker grimaced deeper. "Understood, sir." He did as instructed and spread out his squad of avatar mechs throughout the formation of mechs and starfighters. Their glows shot a dose of determination in the hearts of the pilots, just as Captain Zork of the Luminant Angels intended. As for Melker, he kept his desolate soldier close to the Angels. Though the avatars enjoyed a high status at the LMC, Captain Zork put them in the same category as other private sector outfits. It didn't help that the avatars only brought their desolate soldiers and Aurora Titans to the front. While the desolate soldiers earned a lot of regard for their glows, their combat performance was not very exceptional. They were no different from other budget mech models in terms of specs. As for the Aurora Titans, Captain Zork left them on standby in their mech carriers. He had never ordered the Aurora Titans to be deployed. Even now, when they were facing a very threatening Sandman configuration, the stubborn mech captain never considered making use of the incredible defensive power of the super-medium Space Knights. "Stupid!" Melker softly cursed, though he made sure to mute his transmitter. As a Luminant Angel, Captain Zork preferred mobility tactics over anything else. Even if it wasn't particularly effective against the Sandmen, it was all this inflexible mech officer knew. Though Melker lacked the rich combat experience of Captain Zork, he had not wasted his time at the Avatar base. He allocated a small portion of the generous budget of the avatars into a lot of self-study. By enrolling in some of the best virtual courses that money could buy, he acquired a considerable repertoire of knowledge to command an elite force like the avatars. Splitting up the avatars was a complete waste of the training of their mech pilots. Each and every avatar was already a proficient mech pilot, but that was not what made the avatars special. Just like a military mech regiment, Melker focused on teamwork, coordination and formation combat. The avatars truly fought at their best if they fought as a collective. Yet Captain Zork was in command. That was the rule. Melkur did not necessarily disagree with this arrangement. He knew that even if he was confident that he could command this combined force, he lacked the reputation and authority of a genuine mech officer of the Mech Corps. Every mech force assigned to defend a star system had to incorporate at least one military unit. If the defense was left to a loose collection of mercenaries and other scum, then the chance of routing was significantly higher. Therefore, despite his disagreements with Captain Zork, Melkur appreciated the presence of the Luminant Angels. Mercenaries won't hesitate to ignore my orders, but it's a different story if Captain Zork issues the same orders. Authority, reputation, honor, prestige. Melkur lacked in each of those departments. Aside from the avatars of myth and living sentinels, no one would entrust their lives to Melkur. In fact, the only reason why he could command the avatars and the sentinels was because Ves lent his own authority and reputation to him. What could be given could easily be taken away. Melkur did not want to be left naked if Ves became disappointed in his performance. I have to make my own accomplishments, he reminded himself. There are many older Larkinsons who are eagerly waiting for me to fall. The pressure on him increased as Ves and the LMC became more successful. The Larkinsons who used to ignore Ves now treated him like a treasure. Many old dogs in the family regretted their disdain towards the avatars. I built the avatars with my own 2 hands. No one is going to take them away from me. Not even my old mentors and instructors in the family. This was also one of the reasons why Melkur insisted on participating in battles. To earn genuine respect and secure his lofty position within V's organization, he had to be baptized in blood and fire. Once the defensive force entered into combat range, Captain Zork issued his final orders before giving the fateful command. Reverse course and fire! The Mechs and starfighters no longer flew forward, but reversed their flight direction while firing their weapons. They also scattered and spread out, making it more difficult for mass laser fire to land a hit. Each outfit happened to be accompanied by at least one desolate soldier from the avatars of myth. The individual avatar mechs appeared completely unexceptional when left by themselves, but it was enough for them to keep up and fire their weapons on command. Careful! The Sandmen are about to unleash hell! Every mech and starfighter evaded as best their flight systems allowed. While the Sandmen were very accurate when it came to their targeting, their predictions could still be fooled to an extent. If the defenders only faced a standard Sandman fleet, then this was sufficient to minimize casualties. Unfortunately, the Sandman fleets that arrived in this star system combined into a very large and hollow lattice pattern. Appearing as a humongous wireframe cube with plenty of internal lattices, it was incredibly difficult to destroy in a short amount of time. The lattice configuration combined the advantages of both the swarm and monolith configuration. Not only did it benefit from its size, but the small and skinny lattices made it very hard to land a solid blow. 60% of the shots fired by the Mechs and starfighters went through the lattice configuration without hitting anything solid. The counterattack of the lattice configuration came quickly. After a brief charging period, each lattice began to fire laser beams at the defenders. Most of the starfighters which had been positioned in the front of the formation sustained severe hits. The weak starfighters didn't possess enough mobility to reliably foil the targeting capabilities of the Sandmen. Keep firing! Our starfighters can't keep this up for long, Captain Zork admonished. Commander Melkur gritted his teeth. Captain Zork opted to keep the forces under his command at a distance from the Sandman lattice. This was the wrong decision to make. The accuracy of ballistic and kinetic rifles at this distance was too awful compared to the accuracy of the laser beams fired by the Sandmen. If he was in command, he would have ordered his mechs and starfighters to close the distance in order to make it easier to damage the lattices. Sadly, this was no time to challenge the command of Captain Zork. Melker could only pray that not many avatars would perish as a result of adopting the wrong tactics. If I want to earn respect, I have to make sure I manage to stay alive. Chapter 1603 Larkinson Exobiology Institute. And that's why we almost lost this battle. Melker spoke over the comm. Ves drummed his fingers against the surface of his desk. I see. This Captain Zork fellow sounds like he's only competent enough to command a single mech company. Now that the Mech Corps had put him in charge of a defensive force of hundreds of mechs and starfighters, he's clearly out of his depth. At least he's not around anymore to lead us into another disaster. Melker's projection shrugged, not caring if he spoke ill of the dead. Right now, the survivors here are divided and demoralized. The lieutenant that took over as acting commander is mainly a fighter. He's an excellent marksman but a poor tactician. What's in store, then? The higher-ups only told us that a replacement is on their way, but I really doubt that whoever they send is better than Captain Zork. Everyone knows the Mech Corps is stretching their manpower thin. There are simply too many star systems to cover. An evacuated star system that we've been assigned to is so worthless that our priority is at the bottom. Do you need me to pull some strings? Your offer is appreciated, but it's best you don't interfere, the Avatar commander calmly replied. At this stage, the status of the Mech Corps is incomparable. The military won't allow a commanding officer of a private outfit to take charge. You're a Larkinson. Melker chuckled. Our family's reputation isn't enough to override the concerns of the Mech Corps. Protocol has to be followed. Don't worry about me. I have the situation handled. Once the Sand War develops further, I believe there may be opportunities for the avatars to excel. Good luck then, Melker. Stay alive. Don't slack off back at home. Your mechs have made a huge impact at the front. I have a lot of expectations for your next designs. The comm call ended. Ves leaned back in his chair and digested what he learned. Though he could access various sources to learn about the circumstances at the front, it was a lot more personal when someone like Melker vented his frustrations. Not everything is going according to plan, Ves concluded after summing up the insights he gained in recent days. The lack of competent commanding officers is leading to much more severe losses than the Mech Corps initially anticipated. It wasn't as if the Bright Republic lacked commanders of this caliber. The problem was that the Mech Corps only had so much of them. The remainder consisted of commanders of various private sector outfits. It was not very wise to put them in command. Not only did they favor their own forces, they also possessed erratic command styles. While that might not be a problem when they commanded their own men, once they started bossing around strangers, a lot of animosity might ensue that would ruin the camaraderie between allies. The problem was so bad, in fact, that the Mech Corps recently requested retired mech officers to return and relieve the pressure. The Cloud Estate emptied out considerably as a result. Ves missed the old dogs who decided to answer the call of duty. I hope they're happy, Ves muttered. Perhaps to them, dying in the course of fighting the good fight is better than languishing quietly in my estate. Having spent a considerable amount of time among his aunts and uncles, Ves knew that they were all Larkinsons to the bone. Their advanced age may have made them unsuitable to pilot mechs, but as long as they had command experience, it wouldn't be too much of a problem to direct a battle from a command center. His next appointment arrived a moment later. Dr. Lupo Guernica strolled into his office without cleaning up the stains on his fingers. If not the exobiologist's newly purchased self-cleaning lab coat, his clothes would have looked just as soiled. Take a seat, Lupo. Ves gestured. All right. How is the Institute doing? It's doing great, Lupo gushed. The budget you've set is generous enough for me to procure most of the machines that I need to perform my research. While the ongoing crisis is making it harder than I like to acquire precision lab equipment, I'm fortunate that they're still in stock in Bentheim. I can begin performing advanced experiments immediately. Ves gently knocked his fist against his desk. I did not establish the Larkinson Exobiology Institute to fund your pet projects. You didn't? Lupo answered in confusion. While your area of specialization sounds interesting, I'm a mech designer, not a business magnate. I have no desire to diversify my business holdings. Then. Oh, I'm not saying that you aren't allowed to pursue your interests as long as you keep me in the loop. It's just that the focus of the LEI is not on developing better nutrition solutions. Instead, it's meant to assist me in designing mechs by studying the properties of powerful and interesting exobeasts. Forming an exobeast reserve on Cloudy Curtain is the main priority. How much progress have you made so far? I see. Ves sighed. I hope this is the last time I remind you of your assignments. You work for me. The next time you forget something, I'll reduce your budget by 10%. No! Lupo stood up. You can't do that, Mr. Larkinson. Biotech research is incredibly expensive. Then do your job and take your responsibilities seriously. The LEI is not your personal property. To a research-mad scientist like Dr. Lupo, Ves did not have to employ any complicated tricks to bring him to heel. Merely threatening to withhold money was enough to make the exobiologist honest. Once Ves put Dr. Lupo on his toes, he brought up the real reason why he called the fellow to his office. You can leave most of the work involved with setting up an exobeast reserve to your new subordinates. What I really want from you is something different. Ves activated a jammer before retrieving something very special from a pocket sewn into one of his Sintra Umbra garments. The small transparent cube glowed in soft white, allowing Dr. Lupo to see the bioimplant frozen inside. This is a stasis cage, he uttered in shock. And this implant? What kind of implant requires such luxurious treatment? What you're looking at is a Tito Biosystems Archimedes Rabal 1002Z cranial codex bioimplant that I happened to salvage from the frontier. Tito Biosystems. That's a huge name in the galactic biotech community. How in the galaxy did you manage to obtain one of their products? It's a long story. Ves chuckled. Don't ask too many questions. What matters is what you can do with it. Are you able to inspect the integrity of this bioimplant? I don't recognize this model or implant type. I've only dabbled in implants in a general sense. I'm far from a specialist in this field. Lupo answered honestly, still perplexed that Ves held a piece of high technology. You're still a biotech expert, right? Due to the sensitivity of this object, I can't trust too many people with knowledge of its existence in my hands. I want you to keep what I told you to yourself and verify whether this implant is still safe to install in my cranium. Dr. Lupo frowned deeply at the stasis cube. Just because I'm well-versed in bioscience doesn't mean I'm adept in every specialty. Implant studies are far from my area of interest. I can be very generous as long as you achieve some results. Ves smirked. I will double your personal budget every time you complete a major assignment. Well, at least for the first 4 times or so. I can't keep this up forever. Really? I promise. Ves grinned. While I set high expectations for you, as long as you do what I ask, I'll increase your annual budget so you can pursue your pet projects in your free time to your heart's content. Does that sound like a good deal to you, Doctor? Dr. Lupo thumped his palm against his chest. You can rely on me. Archimedes' rebel? I'll unlock its secrets within a day. Don't make any boasts you can't back up. This is a very advanced if somewhat outdated implant. Treat it with care and don't make any changes without my express permission. Seeing as Ves valued it very much, Lupo adopted a serious expression. I'll do as you say. Ves watched on as Dr. Lupo picked up the stasis case and placed it into a small protective container he carried in his lab coat. Though Ves really did not feel entirely sure about placing the Archimedes rebel in Lupo's care, he couldn't afford to sit on it any longer. If he wanted to make some progress, he just had to go out on a limb and put his trust in someone. At the very least, Ves had a good feeling about Dr. Lupo. Ves had observed the exobiologist carefully, and saw no sign that the man was compromised in any way. There is something else I want you to do. Ves addressed the next topic. He retrieved a sack from his pocket and passed it on to Dr. Lupo. Can you identify the spice within? Lupo opened up the sack and studied the dark spice contained within. What a pungent smell! Is this Gerald spice? It smells different from what I'm used to. This must be the authentic formula. Ves smiled. You're correct. I've got a lot more Gerald spice stored in my vault. You see, they're somewhat special to me. Aside from making spicy Nick's dogs delicious, Gerald spice is also useful for blocking special tracking methods based on metaphysical scent. Pardon? Gerald spice has an extraordinary quality to them that is very valuable to me. Imitation products may taste the same, but they lack this special quality. What I want you to do is study this spice and see if you can isolate this extraordinary component. It would be ideal if you can find a way to produce what you've identified. As far as I know, the only source of authentic Gerald spice is the Nixian gap, and that is far from ideal. Interesting. Dr. Lupo smiled and boldly sampled the spice. What a unique flavor profile. No wonder spicy Nick's dogs have become a cult classic. I've been missing out. Ves coughed. Studying the Archimedes rebel and setting up the Exhibice preserve come first. Don't spend too much time on the Gerald spice before you're done with your main responsibilities. Understood? Lupo looked as if he couldn't restrain himself. With great difficulty, he closed the sack and placed it in his pocket. His mouth still rolled and quivered as if he was savoring the taste of Gerald spice. I will make sure not to forget about my other responsibilities, Mr. Larkinson. That's not all I want you to do. Ves spoke and retrieved a data chip from his desk drawer before sliding it across the desk. Take this data chip. It contains all of the scans and physiological data of my physique, in particular my biological augmentations. I'm aware that you have an abnormal physique, Lupo said. While I am reasonably versed with the human body, your augmented physique is quite perplexing. I know. Every exobiologist told me that they don't have a clue how the so-called Jutland organ works. I don't expect you to figure out its functioning immediately. I just want you to tackle this issue step by step. You are putting a lot on my plate. Even if you've promised to double my budget each time I've completed an assignment, I'm afraid it will take many years for me to satisfy all of your demands. Ves did not look worried. I have one more thing for you. Take this and have a bite. He threw a candy at Lupo, who merely observed and sniffed it for a moment before popping into his mouth. Sweet. It doesn't taste like any candy I am familiar with. Wait a minute. This sensation. Lupo's eyes slowly lit up as his mind experienced a profound transformation. Do you have more of these candies? Ves grinned and opened his palm, revealing 4 more identical candies. Chapter 1604 Toady. Dr. Lupo became incredibly intrigued by the intelligence candies that Ves handed out. I have to bring these candies to my lab right this instant. Ves shook his head. No. Eat them up. You're not leaving this office until you've consumed them all. That is an immense waste. These candies are too exceptional. In the end, Ves had to call Nita over to restrain the exobiologist and force the candies into his mouth one by one. Lupo looked incredibly resentful afterwards. How could those precious candies be wasted without giving him the opportunity to study their properties? Do you have more of these candies? He pushed. Ves did not mind the lack of respect. In fact, he preferred it if his subordinates were blunt. Lupo wasn't being disrespectful on purpose. He just expressed his dissatisfaction at missing an opportunity related to his specialty. As a mech designer, Ves understood Dr. Lupo's frustration. That did not mean that he was willing to give the doctor another candy for him to play around. Attribute candies were some of the most important advantages he possessed. Ves was not interested in figuring out their makeup or reverse engineering their method of production. With how hard it was to keep secrets, Ves was very sure that once Dr. Lupo began to study the candies, someone would eventually find out. Perhaps the empty would pay a visit to him the very next day. To minimize the risks, Ves could only deny Lupo's request. The exobiologist already had a busy schedule. Even with his abruptly boosted intelligence, he still needed to do a lot of research and investigation in order to complete his assignments. You don't look so good now, Doctor. I suggest you take some time off and think on how you can fulfill your responsibilities. You're right, Lupo wearily replied. Please excuse me. My head is pounding. Unlike with Keddies, the candies hadn't strained Lupo's head too much. Perhaps it was because Lupo was a pure intellectual with a better developed mind. He required fewer candies to boost his intelligence attribute to 2.0. Ves called over a guard to escort Lupo back to his accommodation at the newly erected site of the Larkinson Exobiology Institute. As he was watching his eccentric new subordinate go, Ves contemplated whether he was making the right decisions. He knew that he was taking some very substantial risks. First, entrusting Dr. Lupo with the Archimedes verbal was very delicate. Even if he already ordered Crinden to keep a close eye on Lupo, a spy was not an exobiologist. Lupo could easily tamper with the implant and leave no one observing Lupo's actions the wiser. The only ones who might be able to restrain Lupo was another biotech expert, but that just perpetuated the same problem over multiple people. At this stage, putting his trust on a single exobiologist in his employ was his limit. There was no way Ves would accept extending his trust to yet another specialist. The downside of piling up so much work on a single person was that there was no way Lupo could address so many priorities. This was why Ves took a second gamble and fed this fellow with enough intelligence candies to boost it all the way up to a score of 2.0. Ves knew the risks of doing so. Someone as knowledgeable as Lupo would definitely be aware of the effects of the candies. He could only hope that Lupo could keep the secret to himself. As long as Crinden detected anything amiss, Lupo would not be able to stay alive for long. I expect good results from you, Doctor. Ves smiled in anticipation. Anyone whose intelligence had been elevated to this height would definitely be able to improve quickly. Lupo would definitely become much more useful to him after a few years of focused study. The only concern aside from leaks was the possibility that Lupo might quit and work for someone else. He was TA's slave or refugee, so Ves did not have any way of preventing his defection. After the incident with Carlos, Ves had become much more reticent about handing out attribute candies. If not for the necessity to implant the Archimedes rebel in his head, Ves would have stuck to his earlier decision to withhold them from his subordinates. I hope Lupo is smart enough to realize the implications of my actions, Ves muttered. Revealing the attribute candies and feeding them to Lupo so he could experience their effects for himself was a show of strength. Someone who had access to such remarkable goods was not a normal person. Working for Ves would allow Lupo to gradually come in touch with the goodies that Ves held back from everyone. As long as Lupo completed his assignments and proved his worth, Ves did not mind rewarding his pet exobiologist with another treat. Researchers are so easy to manipulate, he grinned. Part of the reason why he was confident in keeping his new biotech expert in line was because hardly anyone was as generous as him. To a junior exobiologist like Dr. Lupo, they could forget about receiving a few billion bright credits to play around with every year. Even though Ves wasted a lot of money that he could have spent on expanding his mech forces or acquiring new ships, he did not regret this investment. A brilliant exobiologist could not be obtained so easily. Even if Ves could poach a senior exobiologist, it was very hard to be assured of the loyalty of those with past connections to other organizations. This was also why so many powers emphasized nurturing loyal subordinates early on. Hiring them young and indoctrinating them straight away minimized the chances of defection. Working for me is a lot better than working for someone else. If Lupo worked for someone else, then they had to work under the direction of a senior exobiologist. He would have to work as a coolie for a few years before he earned enough trust to perform more advanced research. Even then, it was doubtful whether Lupo would be allowed to pursue his own research interests. Ves shook his head and stopped considering whether he had made the right decisions. Just like Dr. Lupo, he was swamped with responsibilities. Send in the next appointment. Raymond Billingsley Larkinson entered the office with a confident gait. Though he looked a little older since Ves last saw him at his birthday party, the elder looked a lot more respectful than before. My thanks for inviting me to your office, Raymond said with a mild smile. I hope I can take charge of the LMC quickly. The company urgently requires the direction of a real leader. Are you trying to say that I'm an incompetent leader? No. That is not what I meant. I merely wanted to convey that I should lessen your burden by taking over from where Mr. Altern has left off. As a mech designer, you should not waste your time on these trivial matters. Ves and Raymond began to converse with each other. Unlike last time, Raymond made a sincere attempt to rein in his attitude towards Ves. Despite his advanced age, the status of Ves in the Larkinson family was incomparable. Raymond clearly knew how important it was to earn the trust and appreciation of the real man in charge of the LMC. If Ves could fire the previous chief operating officer on a whim, he could easily do the same with the successor. Though Raymond came across as a toady, that wasn't a bad thing to Ves. As long as this toady knew who was in charge, it was fine if the man wanted to take advantage of his new position. How do you envision the LMC 10 years from now? Ves asked. Limitless. Even I'm not that optimistic. I think the LMC under your charge has a very bright future, Raymond elaborated with a worshipful expression towards Ves. You are a miracle of a mech designer. I can sense that you have propagated your bloodline's love for mechs in your products. This advantage is so great that I'm confident that we can take the mech markets by storm. Ves chuckled at Raymond's optimism. That sounds good, but the LMC is not the only game in town. The more exceptional we are, the greater the risk of suppression. There are already a bunch of mech designers from Ansel who are deeply displeased with my success. Other competitors are also doing everything they can to guard their market share. Your concerns are very valid, but it is too late. Every state involved in the Sand War has seen how helpful the desolate soldiers have been in stabilizing the front and rear. Within the third line of defense, our Bright Republic and the Ilvain Protectorate have achieved the most success in defending their territories. I don't think it has escaped any observers that these two states also happen to be our most successful markets. VS nodded in agreement. That's true. The Sand War has been an amazing opportunity for the LMC. The role of the desolate soldier is so indispensable that our critics don't have any opportunity to complain. Yet what about later? 10 years is a long time. The focus on thinking beyond the immediate future forced Raymond to make a lot of predictions on the spot. While VS could already tell that Raymond was well versed in the mech industry and the present circumstances of the LMC, that wasn't enough. VS needed someone who shared his dreams and aspirations. If Raymond was too small-minded, then he would not be able to hold his position for long. I think the LMC will become a powerful entity that transcends the borders of the Bright Republic or any other state for that matter, Raymond eventually voiced. If your relationship with Miss Woden progresses further, then the LMC might even be able to get a foothold in the hegemony's lucrative mech market. Of course, it's not certain yet if that will be the case. If the hegemony loses against the coalition, then the LMC won't be able to stay in existence. The LMC's position is not secure at all, VS plainly stated. Some factors are within our control, such as the mech I decide to design. Other factors are out of my control, such as the outcome of the Sand War and the Komodo War. There may come a point where we have to abandon what we've built and flee from this star sector. Are you willing to accept these possible outcomes? What VS said put a lot of pressure on Raymond. Though he grew up as a norm within the Larkinson family, he still inherited some of the Larkinsons' love towards the Bright Republic. To be honest, I don't want to be driven out from the state I grew up in, the older man replied. My grandson is an expert candidate in the Mech Corps. My other offspring are also successful. I do not wish to see my entire family and everything they've accomplished go to dust because of unwelcome entanglements. I'm sorry, but I can't guarantee that you and your family will be able to avoid persecution. This is the game that people on this level play. The Larkinson Trust Fund you managed earlier is just peanuts compared to a rising mech company like the LMC. Do you have what it takes to run a mech company that has the potential to exceed the Bright Republic? Raymond had to make some very important choices. Family or ambition? Tradition or progress? Safety or risk? I think the Larkinsons have already changed due to you, Raymond eventually answered. The Larkinson family has remained stagnant for too long. While we are not used to change, that does not mean I reject it. The LMC has done a lot of good. Many Larkinsons have benefited from the wealth you have brought to the family. I cannot imagine turning back the clock. I think it's time that we stop serving the people, and instead look towards serving ourselves. VS slowly began to grin. I think you'll do well in my employ as long as you hold this attitude. Welcome to the LMC. Chapter 1605 Tribulation. The arrival of Raymond Billingsley Larkinson improved the mood at the LMC. Whatever VS thought about the elder, he prepared well. Not only did Raymond right the ship, he also set a new course that entailed a greater emphasis on expanding the LMC's foreign presence. He also allocated more resources to promoting the prideful soldier model, which severely lagged behind the desolate soldier in awareness and sales. With all of the publicity surrounding the desolate soldier, we don't have to lift a finger to promote them anymore, Raymond reported to VS a few days after assuming his role as CO. Our resources should instead be spent on the prideful soldier. There are a lot of outfits that are in the market for a cheaper and more aggressive alternative of the base model. From what VS had heard from Raymond so far, the old Larkinson was fully up to date with the internal and external circumstances of the LMC. After keeping a close eye on the new CO for a few days, Ves felt relieved that his new hire was not about to run the LMC to ground. While the LMC fared better than ever before, the same could not be said for the Bright Republic and the other states in the third line of defense. So far, the Bright Republic achieved plenty of positive results. However, the defenders only had to fail a single time to leave an entire star system exposed. Several minor border systems had already fallen, giving the Sandmen more opportunities to penetrate past the border and invade the relatively less defended interior. As for the major border systems, the pressure on the defenders mounted at a worrying rate. The Sandmen fleets that invaded the systems increasingly pooled their strengths together while adopting very tricky configurations. In addition, they sometimes split up and attempted to approach the inner system from multiple directions. This forced the reserves stationed at the fortified systems to deploy and fight without sufficient reprieve. While the disciplined mech pilots of the Mech Corps easily coped with the pressure, the same could not be said for starfighter pilots. Their mental and physical resilience was not up to par to trained warriors and soldiers. When they were forced to fight 3 or more separate waves of Sandmen within the span of a few days, the cracks already started to show. The Bright Republic simply asked too much of a military branch that was only a few months old. Now that the halo has worn off, everyone has become aware of the true purpose of the Starfighter Corps, sir, Commander Magdalena Larkinson remarked. It is nothing more than a disposable shield for the Mech Corps. The Starfighter Corps enjoys a fraction of the budget, but is already on its way to field at least double the number of mechs in the Mech Corps. Ves shrugged. It's hard to put them to any other use if the government isn't willing to budge from its strategy of churning out cheap starfighters and cheap starfighter pilots. The Sentinel commander nodded gravely. It takes at least 8 years to train a basic mech pilot, sir. More years are needed if you want to train an advanced mech pilot. To train a starfighter pilot that is on the same level of competence will require at least 5 or more years. It's not worth it, especially since they are norms who are incapable of interfacing with their spacecraft. A mech will always outfight a starfighter if everything else is equal. It's not just the starfighter pilots that pose a problem. On the production side, our state's industrial capacity is completely geared towards producing mechs. While it's possible to retool our factories towards producing cheap and simple starfighters, it's another story if they surpass a certain level of complexity. Both of them knew that the Bright Republic had no other choice but to treat the Starfighter Corps as a sacrifice to ensure its survival. In terms of cost, Ves estimated that the prevailing starfighter models he had seen so far cost less than 2 million credits apiece. This was because they incorporated hardly any exotics at all. While the supply of exotics was always scarce, the same could not be said for more mundane materials such as titanium and uranium. Within the bountiful amount of star systems, planets, and asteroid belts, prospectors could easily stumble upon deposits of these materials and mine them in rapid tempo. Even the most prevalent low-grade exotics were much harder to find than mundane metals. In fact, Ves expected the price of starfighters to drop over time as savvy industrialists optimized the supply chain further. It was absolutely no problem for the Bright Republic to produce hundreds of thousands of starfighters even if they printed money like no tomorrow. In fact, the frantic production of starfighters likely accounted for most of the inflation wrecking the economy. The question is, will the Bright Republic be able to keep up? Will we be able to keep up? Both of them looked at each other with uncertainty. The situation was already precarious, and this was just the starting phase of the Bright Republic's tribulations. If something went wrong, their home state might not be able to hold anymore. Ves used to think that the Bright Republic was overreacting a little when they engaged in desperate stunts such as granting amnesty to the BLM and fulfilling nearly all of its wishes. Now that thousands or more starfighter pilots sacrifice their lives in battle every day, he fully understood why the state compromised so many of its existing principles and traditions. He wasn't even upset anymore about the commission to design a custom mech for Vincent Ricklin. This was no time to let his private grudges get in the way of any initiative that could help his home state cope with the Sandmen. Not only was the BLM a force to be reckoned with, its vast influence in the Bentheim region could also be leveraged in many useful ways. Securing this alliance was a pivotal accomplishment of Senator Tovar and his negotiators. As Ves and Magdalena discussed the war situation further, the topic inevitably turned towards their circumstances. "How will Cloudy Curtain fare against a possible Sandman incursion?" he asked. "Not great," Magdalena answered glumly. "Though we have hundreds of living sentinels stationed on this planet, not all of them are up to standard or adept at space-borne combat. Don't expect us to perform as well as the Avatars or the Mech Corps in combat. I've been drilling my people more frequently now in order to make them get used to the pressure of fighting back-to-back battles, but we simply don't have enough depth to sustain a prolonged campaign." The living sentinels mainly existed to guard LMC assets. Fighting off pirates, troublemakers, and an occasional incursion was doable, but it would be too much to ask them to endure the same pressure at the front. "Beef up the sentinels," VS ordered. "Even if most of the living sentinels opted out of volunteering to fight at the front, the Sandmen won't be stuck there forever. If the front lines are ever breached, then Bentheim and Cloudy Curtain will certainly come under assault. This is our home. I won't accept abandoning everything I've built here to the aliens. It will be difficult to increase the strength of the living sentinels any further, sir. Every mech pilot that is available has already been snapped up. Those who remain free have already fled the state. The only way we can elevate our fighting strength is if we have better mechs than the desolate soldiers. Although I understand why you've designed them to be cheap and easy to produce, their lack of resilience has led to elevated losses against abnormal Sandman fleet configurations." He knew what she was referring to. Having studied the footage and after-action reports of many battles in the front, VS was aware that armor wasn't completely useless in the Sand War. Whenever the Sandmen employed a swarm configuration or any other configuration that encouraged mass laser fire, the better armored mechs always fared better. Unfortunately, VS did not have a good response at this time. "I'm sorry, Commander, I don't have a better alternative on hand. While the militant soldier that I'm working on is much better armored and equipped to face the Sandmen, it's a model that's exclusive to the Mech Corps. With all of the proprietary hardware and standards incorporated in its design." As a veteran of the Mech Corps, Magdalena needed no further elaboration. "Am I allowed to procure better mech models sold by other mech companies?" VS casually waved his hand. "I've never prohibited the Avatars and Sentinels from purchasing external models. While I have great faith in my products, I'm well aware that my mech catalog is far from complete. If you need to fulfill a role in your mech roster, just base your decisions on what is best for the living Sentinels." "Thank you, sir," Magdalena answered with a hint of relief. "I think we'll have to draw more money from the LMC to invest in a few mech companies of mid-range or premium mechs. Feel free to invest as much as you need to strengthen our combat strength. Money is one thing we aren't short of, and it's rapidly growing more worthless anyway. I'd rather be sitting on a pile of mechs than several 100 billion bright credits." They spent some time discussing how to expand the LMC's strength. Aside from buying mechs, the Sentinel commander also wanted to beef up the fixed defenses of the LMC. A lot had to be done before VS was happy. "At least we don't have to shoulder the responsibility of defending Cloudy Curtain alone. The government will definitely station a garrison force here soon. We're so close to Bentheim that it would be a disaster if the Sandmen overrun our star system." Even so, VS would never place his life in the hands of others. The periodic setbacks and defeats at the front already showed that the Bright Republic was not infallible. Worse yet, the situation was worse in many other states. The Reunald Republic, for example, had already lost a significant chunk of territory, while the Vesia kingdom was hard-pressed to hold the line. The Vesians aren't doing so well. Magdalena bitterly smirked. The Mech Legion may be stronger than the Mech Corps, but they've been a bit slower than us in deploying starfighters. Their divided nature and lack of central direction has come back to haunt them. By the time the royal house gained enough authority to command the state, the Sandmen are already hitting the Vesians hard. It doesn't help that the spatial geography is much more unfavorable for the Vesians, Ves remarked. On a star map, the Bright Republic resembled an apple while the Vesians resembled a mango. If the narrow side of the mango faced the direction of the Sandman invasion, then the Vesians could easily defend this narrow front. Sadly for the Vesians, their state was oriented on the side, which meant that the Sandmen crashed against the entire length of this extended front. The Mech Legion and its auxiliary forces had to stretch themselves thin to cover a huge territory. Breakthroughs already occurred in some places, and the Vesians had to expend a lot of effort to plug the gaps. In fact, Ves even read in the news that the rebels in the state had all received similar deals to the Bentheim Liberation Movement. Organizations such as the Vesian Liberation Front received full amnesty and many other concessions in return for lending their strength. The value of strength trumped anything else. In any case, the Vesian rebels who agitated against the nobles had no problems burying the hatchet this time. This was because they fought on behalf of the commoners, all of whom were under grave threat. Between getting oppressed by nobles and massacred by Sandmen, the rebels did not hesitate to choose the lesser of two evils. Recalling the Vesian rebels made Ves think on how a certain mech designer in their camp was doing. I haven't been in touch with Iris Jupiter for so long. I wonder how she's doing? Chapter 1606 Real Design Team. Recent hires and additions to staff reduced the workload on Ves. The most critical change occurred when the Tovar mech designers finally arrived at Cloudy Curtain. Ves and Gloriana welcomed them in a grand fashion, making sure to put on a show by dressing up and bringing out as many mechs of the Avatars and Glory Battalion as possible. Just the presence of elite second-class mechs was enough to suppress any arrogance from the young mech designers of the Tovar family. Miles Tovar, at your service, the man leading his family members said. I'm an apprentice and a DCTI alumni. Welcome to the LMC. Ves smiled and shook his hand. We will be sure to treat you well, Gloriana promised with a reserved smile. The other Tovars introduced themselves as well. Each of them studied at good schools, though none of them were lucky enough to attend a second-rate institution. All of them were fairly young, with Miles being the oldest one at 35. The Tovar family wouldn't waste this opportunity by sending older mech designers to Ves. Not only had they already expended much of their potential, they also wouldn't be able to live as long. It was best for the Tovars to send out their younger mech designers in the hopes that Ves could unleash their potential. Though Miles was the most outstanding among the new arrivals, the other 4 Tovars weren't too bad. Ves quizzed them along the way to the underground and developed some initial impressions. Gilbert and Sherry Tovar were the only novices among the 5. Despite their lack of experience, they were also the youngest of the group, having graduated just 1 or 2 years ago. Vela and Pactold Tovar happened to be apprentices with a decent amount of design experience, mainly by assisting in various design projects. They were also a bit older but not too much. The only Tovar mech designer that Ves bothered to engage beyond a perfunctory talk was the eldest. Unlike his younger cousins, Miles was the only one who possessed spiritual potential. In addition, Miles used to run his own mech company, which made him the only independent mech designer of the 5. How well did your mech company do? Ves curiously asked. Not as well as yours. Miles honestly admitted. The pressure exerted by Ves and Gloriana was so much that he couldn't put on airs at all. If not for the aid and resources of the Tovar family, my company wouldn't have been able to grow. Why did the Tovars assign you to us then? My business is really not worth sustaining. Once the Sand War erupted, all of my mech models stopped selling. Even the aerial rifleman mech I've designed hasn't attracted any attention. I see. A mech company in such straits still had some options available. It could accept a contract to produce mechs on behalf of another company. It could accept government commissions to produce starfighters or other war material. My role in my company is redundant after we switch to producing other hardware. The only way I can get out of this rut is if I design a mech that is good enough to compete against the prevailing mechs in the mechs. For an apprentice, that was incredibly hard. Did your family consult you when they pulled you out of your company and assigned you to work under me? Ves asked. Miles smiled bitterly in response. Having struggled for almost a decade on my own, I'm far from reaching your level. As a mech designer, I have to accept the facts. There is little for me to gain by persisting on my own. So when my family asked me if I am willing to work under you, I accepted the offer within a heartbeat. I believe that I can achieve much more under your guidance. You are putting a lot of faith in our ability to guide your progression, Gloriana remarked. The two of you are stars in our generation. It's obvious to everyone that your futures are bright. When your fortunes rise, ours will rise as well. Ves nodded in response. That's the deal I've made with Senator Tovar. While we can't promise we'll be available all the time, we will make sure to act as your mentors. Once they reached the lab and workshop floor, Ves introduced the 5 new additions to the design team to Kedis. Both of them regarded each other with wariness and confusion. Don't underestimate Kedis. She's my first student. Ves proudly patted her in the back. Whenever Gloriana and I aren't around, she's in charge. Do you have a problem with that? Perhaps they didn't necessarily agree. After all, they were part of the proud Tovar family that possessed a storied heritage in the Bright Republic. It was one thing to bend their heads to esteemed journeymen such as Ves and Gloriana, but why should they let this woman boss them around? Fortunately, Kedis knew exactly what she should do. She moved forward, displaying hints of her strong, athletic physique. If you think you're better than me, you're welcome to challenge me. She grinned and cracked her knuckles as if spoiling for a fight. Miles gulped. We will defer to your teacher's arrangements. We are not familiar with how you work. Good. Ves clapped his hand. Let's begin the day by initiating you into our design team. Since we're currently engaged in some very important projects, we'll have to get you up to speed while we work. Different from the Larkinson seeds, the people sent by the Tovar family consisted of actual mech designers. Due to their privileged backgrounds, each of them were bright and knowledgeable. At the very least, Ves was very pleased by their substantial foundation. Schools such as the DCTI never neglected this aspect. The reasons why these Tovar mech designers failed to excel in their careers was because the competition was too cutthroat and numerous. A good foundation was not enough to excel in the market. It didn't even matter if they had access to easy money from the Tovar family. The mech company that Miles had founded would have been shuttered long ago if his family wasn't so generous. Like a zombie, his mech company perpetually existed in a state of undeath. Money alone couldn't buy success. Though Ves clearly knew that the Tovars could have sent better mech designers to him, he was very pleased with what he received. These mediocre Tovar mech designers lacked the arrogance that he expected of their ilk. Having experienced the harshness of the mech industry, which cared little about their backgrounds, they had long been humbled. Lack of confidence did not make for good independent mech designers, but it was a different story now. VS only required them to perform basic design tasks and tedious calculations. The humbler his subordinates, the more obedient they became. After the initial week, Miles and the other Tovars adjusted to their new roles as assistant mech designers. With their considerable foundations, VS did not have to tutor them too much to get them up to speed on how to perform a specific task. Productivity, which initially plummeted due to the need to bring the Tovars up to speed, now exceeded the previous levels. With more mech designers working on the same design projects, VS and Gloriana tackled a lot more issues at the same time. They performed the most critical design work themselves while farming out the lesser work to their design team. Previously, only Kedis was available to assist. As much as VS favored her recent progress, she was just a single mech designer. Adding 5 more mech designers to the mix made a qualitative difference. The design team, which mainly existed in name for such a long time, now took on a real identity. Though VS wasn't entirely adept at setting up and managing a design team from scratch, Gloriana possessed a lot more experience in working with a design team. With her assistance, she made sure to develop the most perfect framework of rules and protocols for their design team. The clear set of rules and guidelines gave the Tovars some much-needed direction. So long as they knew what was expected of them, they executed their responsibilities without any complaint. The lab had become a lot more boisterous now that a lot of people started working here. The Tovar mech designers, along with the Larkinson seeds that frequently visited here, made VS harken back to the time he'd been assigned to a design team of the flagrant vandals. He briefly wondered how they were doing and whether Professor Velton was still alive. "I haven't heard any news about the death of a senior in the Bright Republic, so she's probably fine for now," VS muttered. He knew that she wasn't long for this reality, though. The loss of her youngest protégé hit her hard. It would be difficult for her to raise a successor in the few years that she had left. "I'll make sure I'll attend her funeral." A few more weeks passed by. The militant soldier and the peaceful soldier both reached the final phases. Once they entered the prototype testing phase of both projects, VS and Gloriana were no longer as preoccupied. They earned some much-needed reprieve. As the sand war raged on elsewhere, the two lovers cuddled up to each other in the gardens of the Cloud Estate. "Our work is far from over, VS. We still have another design project in store." VS tried to hold back his grimace. "I'm aware. Vincent Ricklin is scheduled to arrive in a week or so. He will be our next client. Are you still upset at this commission?" "Let's just say I have mixed feelings about it," he sighed. "I don't have the best impression of this prick. The stunts he performed with the second mech I've fabricated in my career was almost enough to kill me or drive me out of business. He's also a terrorist who readily consorts with other lowlives. It's tough for me to restrain my animosity towards Vincent for these reasons." Gloriana leaned her head against his shoulders. "I can tell from your tone that you're not as upset anymore." "Don't misunderstand me. I'm still upset. It's just that the crisis taking place in this star sector has forced me to broaden my horizons. It's difficult for me to care about my petty grievances in the face of potential annihilation. The survival of the Bright Republic is a lot more important than my feelings." "That's good, VS. You're putting duty over selfishness." "You're not entirely correct. I'm still following my own interests," he responded. "Helping the Bright Republic advances my own goals. I'll work with any devil or scumbag if it means I get ahead." Their cats soon wandered over and climbed up on their laps. As they petted and cuddled with their pets, they enjoyed a wholesome moment with each other as the cloudy skies started to darken. The recent departure of a fair amount of Larkinsons made the Cloud Estate a bit less cozy. Nonetheless, plenty of Larkinsons still remained, particularly the younger ones. As they watched the children run around and play with each other, Ves and Gloriana couldn't help but smile and enjoy this peaceful moment. It's a shame that war will disrupt everyone's lives, Ves sighed. Humanity has never been at peace, Gloriana sagely responded. If we aren't warring against ourselves, we're fighting against the countless alien races we've antagonized. The Sandmen are the least of them, and already a lot of states have succumbed against their aggression. Many people who lived in quiet states held the illusion that they lived in a time of peace. Yet the Age of Mechs was not as different from the Age of Conquest as everyone expected. Under the facade of peace, the embers of war still stirred. Ves had a feeling that the Sand War was just a harbinger of what was to come. Chapter 1607 Limited Scope. While the situation at the front continually deteriorated, the LMC constantly got better. Sales of the Desolate Soldier and Holy Soldier were as high as ever. Under Raymond Billingsley Larkinson's lead, the prideful soldier caught on very quickly and started selling like hot cakes. The three predominant gangs of Bentheim bought them by the thousands while the lesser gangs tried their best to keep up. If a gang did not possess a prideful soldier, then they weren't keeping up with the current trend. With the soldier product line receiving so much acclaim, it had become a must-have for every possible outfit. Gangs and underground organizations from other regions were just starting to learn about the prideful soldier as well. Since the prideful soldier hadn't spread out as much, these customers only ordered a couple of copies at first to test the water. Once they tested out the mechs themselves, Raymond believed that sales would soon explode. With the addition of your upcoming 2 variants, we have 4 different versions of the soldier line in our current mech catalog, Raymond reported to Ves in the office. Sales of our earlier models hasn't abated yet. As more and more mech buyers become aware of the importance of having their glows on the battlefield, demand has continued to rise beyond our means. Ves looked up sharply at those words. What do you mean by that, Raymond? We don't have enough production capacity. Let alone our in-house manufacturing, we haven't been able to contract enough third-party manufacturers to scale up our production capacity. It's becoming an increasingly more severe problem. I'm very concerned what will happen once you release your latest 2 models. I don't think you have to be concerned about choosing whether to sacrifice the production of one model over another, Ves reassured the elder. The Mech Corps will produce their own militant soldiers while the Planetary Guard doubtlessly have their own solutions. The Ministry of Defense only requested me to design some mechs. They didn't say anything about producing them ourselves. Ah. If that is true, then many of my concerns are gone. It's just that the production of the Desolate Soldiers and the Prideful Soldiers has already reached a limit. Demand is rising, particularly in distressed states such as the Reanald Republic, but production capacity has become incredibly scarce. Everyone is in a rush to produce more mechs, starfighters, turrets, defensive platforms, ship components, and anything else that can help resist the Sandmen. Ves furrowed his brows. This problem had been nagging at him for a while now. Will it help if we increase the remuneration in the contracts? Raymond shook his head. It's not purely about the money anymore, young Ves. The government has suborned many mech companies through various means. Whether directly or indirectly, the state decides what to produce. For now, many officials are satisfied with the current production levels of the soldier mechs in their states. It only takes a dozen or so desolate soldiers to cover hundreds of mechs with their encouraging glows. In other words, the prevailing doctrine is to use my soldier mechs in a supporting capacity. Their combat power is not as important as their glows. The higher-ups weren't fools. They wanted to keep the desolate soldiers alive as long as possible to make maximum use of their glows as force multipliers. In such a scenario, the Mech Corps and many outfits were inclined to treat the desolate soldiers in the opposite fashion of starfighters. While starfighters expressly existed to attract Sandman attacks, the desolate soldiers had to be preserved as much as possible. In cases where the desolate soldiers were only available in small numbers, the mechs were prized to a ridiculous degree. The increased demand and limited production weren't helping much either. While every customer managed to get at least 1 or 2 copies, it was far more difficult to fill out an entire mech company with the same mech model. All in all, Ves became increasingly more disappointed that his mechs weren't being utilized in unison. He always believed that his products worked best when they combined their auras together. Aside from sporadic cases in the Bright Republic, the only state which followed his intentions was the Elvain Protectorate. Despite the many deficiencies of the Cronin dynasty, they had done an admirable job in holding the line by putting their unflinching faith in the holy soldiers. Of course, it also helped a lot that the Elvain Protectorate just happened to have a much narrower front to worry about. Just like the Vesia Kingdom, the Elvain Protectorate was shaped like an oval. The main difference was that it was oriented upright in the direction of the Sandman invasion, so the Elvainans dealt with fewer Sandman invaders than the other states. A lot of people cursed the Elvainans for their luck. Who knew that the orientation of their territories mattered so much? The Vesians cursed the loudest of them all, regretting so much that their predecessors expanded the state in the wrong direction. While Ves and Raymond discussed the problem for over half an hour, either of them came up with a good solution to this problem. Some problems can't be solved no matter how much effort we put into addressing them, Raymond said in a resigned tone. Ves shrugged and relaxed. I'm not feeling too sorry about missing any further opportunities. The LMC is already doing extremely well for a mech company led by a journeyman. It would be too disruptive if our company captures any more market share. As long as we don't step too much on the toes of others, they will be less inclined to oppose our business interests. While Raymond had proven to be a competent executive in the LMC, he still carried some of the faults of the Larkinsons. His horizons used to be a lot more narrow than before. The Larkinson Trust Fund he managed for so many years mainly amounted to babysitting a bunch of businesses and real estate on Rittersburg. Such meager business activities did not expose Raymond to the higher levels of power. Ves still needed to remind Raymond to consider the political context of the LMC. I don't see why we need to pay too much attention to our position in the mech market. Raymond frowned in disagreement. It's clear to everyone that our products are the most needed mechs in the Sand War. No matter how many we produce, we can always find a willing buyer. Think of the profits we can make. What use is earning more bright credits when it's dropping in value by at least 20% a month? We're already spending money like drinking water. Also, just because the Tovar family is sheltering us doesn't mean that we can act with impunity. There are 4 more founding families in the Bright Republic that will do everything they can to hinder us as long as we cross a certain line. Our soldier mechs may be indispensable, but the LMC is not that important. Routine talks with people like Leland and other voices slowly increased his awareness of the tenuous balance of power within the Bright Republic. While the founding families didn't rule the Republic with iron fists, they still wielded a considerable amount of influence. After he reminded Raymond to consider the reactions of other influences, Ves dismissed the Larkinson elder. Another old Larkinson soon entered the office to talk about another initiative. Clinton Larkinson strode forward in a slow, controlled gait. Though he looked like any other old Larkinson, Clinton was a veteran of 2 arduous wars. All of those experiences left a lot of scars. At the end of the war that took place just before Ves was born, Clinton had become a crippled and disabled mech pilot. Even with the generous medical treatment provided by the Mech Corps, Clinton still suffered from various issues. It was because of Clinton's many experiences that Ves found it suitable to appoint him as the director of the Ves Larkinson Foundation of Wounded Veterans. After all, how could he not put a wounded veteran in charge of a charity meant to heal wounded veterans? So far, VS had given Clinton a couple of weeks to assume his position and turn the Foundation from an excuse to kidnap an expert pilot into an authentic non-profit organization. "I have a problem, kid," Clinton began. "I'm not a kid." "Fine. I'll call you VS then. You're still a kid in my eyes." VS sighed and motioned his hand to the old veteran. "Get to the point. What problem do you want to address today?" "Scope." "Scope?" "You heard what I said. Ever since I began to run this foundation of yours, I'm beginning to doubt your purpose for this organization." "How so?" "Because its scope is far too modest," Clinton roared. "So far, we're only treating or funding the treatment of 10 injured veterans while our budget easily allows us to treat hundreds if not thousands of distressed refugees." Though VS did not like being roared at by his subordinate, it would be excessive to assert his authority to an honored war veteran. He was used to the old dogs of the Larkinson family acting however they liked. That was just who they are. Once they retired from the military, it was as if all of their respect for authority and decorum had melted away. Besides, Clinton brought up a legitimate complaint. "I don't want my foundation to bite more than it can chew. It has only existed for less than a month. While I'm sure that it can comfortably handle the treatment of 10 or so beneficiaries, it will be very hard to manage the treatment of 100 people. Do you even have enough staff on hand to keep track of their treatments?" "I'm still in the process of beefing up our staff. At this point, I'm confident the Foundation is capable of handling at least 50 beneficiaries. Give me half a year, and it's not impossible to assist 1,000 beneficiaries at a time." VS almost had a heart attack when he heard this huge figure. "The Foundation is not a hospital. We can take over the burden from the state. It's reckless if we expand too fast. People will inevitably die in our care. People are already dying in droves due to lack of care. Have you seen how long the waiting lists are? Too many bodies are being carted out from the farming settlements on this planet." VS let out a deep breath. "I understand your desire to remedy this injustice, but we aren't the only saviors here. I'm more than willing to do my part, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. The Foundation must grow and expand along the pace that I have set. Is that clear?" Clinton looked a bit unwilling. He cared too much about the wounded veterans and refugees that were holed up in the farming settlement without access to the help they needed. Yet what did their suffering matter to VS? He only wanted the Foundation to appear legitimate because he wanted to keep Devia Stark and any other possible treasures in his possession. Beyond this goal, VS didn't expect anything else from the Foundation. With all of the reputation, honor, and prestige he accumulated so far, he did not value the reputation he could earn from becoming known as a generous philanthropist. In fact, he considered the Foundation to be a potential risk factor to his reputation. As long as people began to die under the auspices of his charity, a scandal could break out at any time. The only way to minimize this risk was to treat as few beneficiaries as possible. If VS could get away with treating just 10 wounded veterans at a time, then he would gladly continue with this farce. Unfortunately, the director that he selected to lead the Foundation turned out to be a lot more sincere in his duties than anticipated. VS looked at Clinton's stubborn face with a glum expression. It appeared that he wouldn't be able to get away with short-changing the Foundation. Chapter 1608 Ansel's Counterattack. A major took place before the release of the Militant Soldier and Peaceful Soldier models. When VS received the notification at the design lab, he halted his lecture and tuned into the broadcast. Gloriana, Kedys, the Tovar Mech designers, and Larkinson seeds all stayed and watched as well. 5 illustrious mech designers appeared in projection form. Miles Tovar immediately gasped. Those are Ansel seniors. Every mech designer from the Bright Republic immediately recognized the seniors. Ves immediately grew serious as he realized the purpose of the press conference. They've developed their secret weapon long enough. Are you scared? Gloriana leaned close and whispered. Ves shook his head and smirked. I'm never afraid of competition. In fact, I'd be depressed if there isn't any challenge in conquering the mech market. Perhaps other mech designers might not share the same sentiment, but Ves was very clear of the correct approach. Only those who weren't confident enough in their own skill and ability wanted to reduce the competition. In contrast, the giants of the mech design profession never shied away from competition. Even when they were young, they had the confidence to compete against mech designers who were hundreds of years older than them at the time. When Ves turned around and observed the expressions of his design team, he could already tell who developed an ambitious mindset. As expected, the Tovar mech designers and Larkinson seeds all gazed at the 5 senior mech designers with worship and reverence. The hierarchy of the mech design community was very clear. Wealth and background mattered less than personal accomplishments and pure ability. Those who managed to rise to senior were all great minds who designed great mechs. As the top-level design strength of the Bright Republic, these Ansel seniors all enjoyed storied histories in their lengthy careers. All of them had already designed mechs when Ves wasn't even born yet. Of the entire design team, only Kedis and Gloriana kept their composure. Their confidence and ambition elevated them to another level. Though they still respected seniors, they believed they could surpass them one day. Ves nodded in satisfaction at their responses. Even if they failed to live up to their ambitions, at the very least they pushed their potential as far as they could go. He could ask for nothing more. As the seniors worked their way through the introduction, Ves turned to Miles. Kedis and Gloriana here aren't native to the Bright Republic. Please introduce these esteemed seniors to them so they know their specialties. Miles nodded. All 5 seniors are tenured professors of the Ansel University of Mech Design, the premier mech design university in Bentheim. In the center is Professor Caden MacDonald, a specialist in space-borne propulsion systems. Professor MacDonald was over 150 years old and an established senior in the local and regional mech community. He also happened to be a member of the Bentheim Mech Court. Professor Mimi Su is the youngest senior of the 5 and specializes in rapid-fire ballistic weapon systems. The accomplishments of Professor Su were pretty impressive at just 80 years old. She not only designed good mechs, but also excelled in designing practical ballistic rifles to maximize the firepower of her products. Professor Nimmer Taphouse is a specialist in ablative armor systems. His mechs are always popular because his customers have greater assurance in surviving battles. Though not the cheapest, many local mech designers licensed Professor Taphouse's self-developed armor systems. Not only did they offer all-round protection, their formulas all drew on materials and exotics that were easily sourced in the Bright Republic. Professor Petrus Summit is the most obscure senior among the 5. He specializes in neuro-responsiveness. It's said his products are some of the smoothest and natural mechs you can pilot. His specialty immediately made it clear that he was one of the few mech designers who received MTA approval to develop neural interfaces. Mech athletes and mech duelists loved his products. In a small, competitive arena environment, the responsiveness of a mech mattered a lot to mech pilots who depended on their skill rather than the quality of their mechs to win a match. Lastly, Professor Ivy Miller is a specialist in cockpit design. Her cockpits are some of the most reliable lifesavers on the battlefields. On her own, Professor Miller might not be able to design great mechs. Yet Ves did not belittle her for her narrow specialty at all because he knew she was an incredibly popular collaboration partner. Any mech that involved her always became more popular because they combined the specialties of others with the safety afforded by Professor Miller's cockpits. Ves already made a preliminary judgment about the mech the seniors collaborated on based on their specialty combination. "It sounds like these Ansel seniors are serious in competing against our soldier line," Gloriana remarked after she digested the introduction. "The mech design they are about to introduce will not only feature great performance, but also offer great advantages to mech pilots." In other words, the Ansel seniors clearly intended to dethrone the desolate soldier by offering something different. It was impossible for Ansel to design a mech that shared the same advantages as the products designed by Ves. Instead, they pooled their own advantages together to design a mech that offered different benefits. This was the right way to compete against his products. There wasn't any way that other mech designers could replicate the glow of his mech so long as Ves maintained his monopoly on spiritual components. The press conference quickly moved on to the main event. The curtains drew back on the stage, revealing 3 different imposing mechs. Ves and his design team leaned in and studied their characteristics. "What fearsome mechs!" Ves quietly gasped. The quality of the 3 mechs impressed him a lot. The degree of optimization was so high that even Gloriana looked impressed. The Ansel seniors hadn't spent their time in vain. A spotlight shone over the mech in the center, causing its reflective coating to shine resplendently. "Let me introduce to you the Dawnbreaker," Professor McDonald proudly announced. This was the base model that the seniors designed from scratch. "The Dawnbreaker is the culmination of our collective efforts. It is a mid-range, space-borne rifleman mech design that is designed from the ground up to serve as the backbone of our resistance. Each and every aspect is completely dedicated towards fighting the myriad configurations of Sandmen. We have incorporated all of the lessons our state has learned into making our product the best all-round solution against even the trickiest Sandman opponents." The professor went on to describe the technical specifications of the Dawnbreaker design. A projection appeared that listed the full specs. Ves gasped yet again at how well its individual parameters scored. "Thanks to Professor Taphouse, we have equipped our Dawnbreaker design with a newly developed ablative armor system that works extremely well against the energy weapons employed by the Sandmen. By employing a combination of compressed ablative armor plating and thick internal structure that pushes the cockpit further to the rear, the mech pilot stands a good chance to survive a direct, head-on heavy laser strike according to our tests and simulations." Ves sat up straight when he heard that. While the advanced Sandman configuration dominated the news, regular Sandman fleets led by inexperienced Sandman admirals still accounted for the vast majority of intrusions. It didn't sound like the Dawnbreaker could remain functional after getting hit by a heavy laser strike. It didn't need to be. If a reasonably priced mech was able to preserve the life of a mech pilot in the event of a head-on heavy laser strike, then this product would doubtlessly be popular. McDonald continued on by highlighting the cockpit. "The life of a precious mech pilot is further guaranteed with Professor Miller's exclusive cockpit for the Dawnbreaker line. Not only does it excel in absorbing and bleeding any heat or energy damage, it is also remarkably swift in flying back to safety." The appeal of this was obvious to many potential mech buyers. Due to the recent war against divisions, the Bright Republic didn't have enough mech pilots. The more their lives could be preserved, the better off their state would be after several months of arduous fighting. None of the states resisting the Sandmen could afford to run out of mech pilots, especially those serving in the military. Many examples already proved that without a solid backbone of military mech pilots, a defensive force was prone to losing heart and running away. Not even the glows of the desolate soldiers could restrain them from saving their own skins. "While the Dawnbreaker offers a lot of protection, it is not short on mobility either," McDonald continued. "I have lent my own expertise in this project, working around the clock to develop the most optimal flight system for the Dawnbreaker's frame. The flight system was fairly good. It offered a good balance of acceleration and efficiency. It was just fast enough to keep up with the pace of most battles against the Sandmen without offering anything more. Any excess acceleration and power would drastically decrease the efficiency of the flight system. Professor Su has graciously designed a ballistic rifle that deals more damage against Sandman opponents while occupying less space. The secret behind this extraordinary result is the new ballistic shell she designed in partnership with several different research institutions on Bentheim. The shell sacrifices penetration power, which is mainly useful against mechs, for much greater shock and concussion damage, which is far more useful against the Sandmen. As someone who recently acquired ballistic weapon optimization from the system, Ves fully realized the brilliance of the new ballistic rifle and accompanying shells. For the good of the Bright Republic, the Ansel University of Mech Design will also make the Sandbreaker ballistic weapon system available for standalone licensing. We sincerely hope that every rifleman mech converts to Professor Su's excellent rifle and ordnance so that we can fully maximize our firepower against the Sandmen. This was the weapon system that everyone had been waiting for. Ves regretted that he hadn't been able to come up with his own version of this concept. If not for his lack of time and his preoccupation with designing variants, he could have offered something similar. Of course, Ves knew very well that it would have been a waste of time. Professor Su was a full-fledged senior who based her whole design philosophy around ballistic weapons. Even if Ves acquired enough knowledge to design a good ballistic rifle, he lacked the esoteric toolbox that Professor Su developed to give her ballistic rifle systems an edge. Finally, we cannot leave out Professor Summit's contribution to the neural interface of our Dawnbreaker design. We know that a split-second decision can make a huge difference on the battlefield. Rest assured that our Dawnbreaker is far more responsive and intuitive to pilot than any of our previous mechs. Ves smirked at that. He knew more than most that there were limits on what mech designers could do with neural interfaces. Responsiveness was just one of many factors that affected the strength that mech pilots could exert. It was mainly prized by higher-skilled mech pilots. The Desolate Soldier targeted a different audience from the Dawnbreaker. The latter was clearly aimed at mech pilots who already specialized in piloting rifleman mechs. This was different from the Desolate Soldier, which Ves designed from the start to be cheap, accessible, and easy to pilot. Many of his customers who previously specialized in piloting land-bound mechs or melee mechs had already successfully transitioned to fighting against the Sandmen in space with a rifle. Yet no matter how well the Desolate Soldier appealed to lower-skilled mech pilots, the true professionals desired something more. The Dawnbreaker designed by Ansel just happened to fill the gaping void that Ves had neglected. What a well-positioned mech! Ves sighed yet again. The Dawnbreaker offered considerable advantages in offense, defense, and mobility. While it was at least twice as expensive as the Desolate Soldier, it was quite cost-effective. Ansel priced the Dawnbreaker at a range that was well within the tolerance of the mech market. Chapter 1609 Competitive Spyri. Professor McDonald of the Ansel University of Mech Design confidently highlighted some of the key innovations and solutions of their Dawnbreaker design. The Ansel seniors weren't afraid of copycats. At their heights, few could beat them in their own specialties. Ves knew for certain that, in his current state, he had no hope of designing a mech that outperformed the Dawnbreaker in all of its aspects. He could never design a better flight system than Professor McDonald. He could never design a better ballistic weapon system than Professor Su. He could never design a better armor system than Professor Taphouse. He could never design a better neural interface than Professor Summit. He could never design a better cockpit than Professor Miller. As a mech design that combined the specialties of 5 renowned seniors, the Dawnbreaker offered an extremely compelling set of advantages that not even masters could replicate by themselves. The abstruse effects of all of the design philosophies applied to this mid-range mech design must have stuffed it full. In fact, Ves bet that interference and loss of efficiency probably reduced the strength of each senior's individual specialty to a degree. It didn't matter. The whole was greater than the sum of its parts. The Dawnbreaker possessed just enough advantages in many different aspects that the total package was exceptionally well positioned to function as the protagonist of the Sand War. As for the Desolate Soldier, its mediocre performance and its supportive functions relegated it to the role of a supporting character. Ves grimaced once he realized the devious strategy behind the Dawnbreaker. "Looks like we're in trouble, Ves." Gloriana grinned as if she completely didn't mind this development. "While our soldier mechs are still secure in their own roles, the Dawnbreaker threatens to upstage our work and suck up all of the publicity we've enjoyed so far. It's not something we can counteract in the short term." He had the confidence to beat any design that attempted to challenge his soldier line directly. Yet this oblique thrust the Ansel seniors had come up with was much harder to deal with to Ves. Neither of their products competed against each other directly. Just as Ves focused on standing out in the market by relying on his strengths, the Ansel mech designers each focused on adding their own advantages to their collaborative mech design. "It's fine," Ves eventually sighed. "While it's true that we can't compete directly against the Dawnbreaker, we don't have to compete against their strong points in the first place. What truly matters is to design a mech that best meets the demand of the market. These Ansel seniors are wise enough to focus on the value proposition of their work." "What do you mean by that?" Kedis asked in confusion. "If we ever want to challenge the Dawnbreaker design, we shouldn't look to beat it in the parameters that it is strong in, such as its weapon system, its armor system, its propulsion system, and so on." Gloriana lectured to Kedis and the rest of the design team. "Competing against specialists in the area of their strengths is never a good idea. The only result of our efforts will be a pale and uninspired imitation that doesn't reflect our design philosophies at all." Ves nodded in agreement. "Just the Sandbreaker ballistic weapon system is something that we can't surpass on our own. From the introduction so far, this is an amazing solution that clearly surpasses the ballistic rifle that we've designed for the Desolate Soldier. Right now, I'm seriously considering whether I should procure a license." That caused the Tovar mech designers to look at Ves in surprise. Their family never had a good relationship with the AUMD. Instead, the Tovars favored the DCTI and other institutions that were far more aligned to the central government. "Does it sound strange to you that I'm willing to procure a license for the Sandbreaker weapon system?" Ves declared after he saw the reaction he evoked. "You shouldn't be. As a professional, you should recognize your own strengths and shortcomings. While I can design a decent ballistic rifle if needed, I'm not as passionate about it as Professor Mimi Su. She deserves genuine acclaim for developing what is arguably the most effective ballistic shell against the Sandmen." Gloriana concurred. "Don't let your feelings color your judgment. Professional mech designers must have the awareness to channel their competitive nature in the right direction. How would you go about competing against the Dawnbreaker, Ves?" "I would probably decide to design a mid-range mech that is close to matching the performance of the Dawnbreaker. My new work doesn't have to surpass the Dawnbreaker in performance, but it absolutely must offer a higher value proposition. In order to do that, despite my many advantages, I'll have to work hard to impart my mech designs with an exceptional glow." "You hear that, little ones? That's the proper way to compete against a fellow mech designer." "What if you license the Dawnbreaker and add a glow to it?" Miles proposed. "As long as your variant retains the same strengths as the base model while benefiting from your characteristic specialty, won't it be a superior product?" Ves and Gloriana glanced at each other and shook their heads. "You used to be an independent mech designer, right? Have you ever thought about progressing by upstaging your competitors by borrowing their own mech designs? An awkward silence ensued. While it's a valid response, it's not a proper one. Ves sagely spoke. Variants are derivatives of other people's works. They don't fully reflect your own efforts. If you can only compete in the market by borrowing from the success of other mech designers, where does that leave you? In a decade or two, your rivals who diligently designed their own mechs have progressed much further while you've stagnated because you haven't accumulated any practice and experience in designing mechs from scratch. All of the junior mech designers got caught up in the high-mindedness of his argument. Miles looked particularly inspired. Trying to upstage a rival by developing a variant of their own work is a dead end. Do you think you understand them better than their own designer? If I license the Dawnbreaker, I don't think I'll understand at least 20% of what is going on in the design. I don't have the knowledge base and specializations to decipher all of their properties, let alone tweak them in a way that suits my purposes better. Besides, regardless who designs a better mech, the original mech designer will never lose. A portion of the money that the LMC can earn from selling a possible variant of the Dawnbreaker will flow in the pockets of those Ansel mech designers. Hopefully, this was sufficient to suppress any improper suggestions. As long as his rivals played by the rules, Ves did not feel inclined to bring out his dirty bag of tricks. It was a different story if Ansel crossed the line. The press conference isn't over yet. Pay attention. Once Professor McDonald finished presenting the Dawnbreaker design, the spotlight finally fell to the mech standing beside the mech in the center. The Dawnbreaker is our principal commercial mech design, but certainly not our only one. We have concurrently developed 2 variants of this fine mech to suit different needs. The mech placed to the left looked less impressive than the base model. Ves could immediately tell that its armor system simply wasn't as good. The Dustbreaker design is our budget solution to those who require a more affordable solution. While it lacks the compressed armor system of its base model, the Dustbreaker is still a significantly more resilient mech than comparable machines in the market. That was an indirect thrust against the desolate soldier. Ves could already judge that while the Dustbreaker was a budget mech, it was still a few million credits more expensive than his own work. Was it any surprise that its armor was tougher than the armor of a cheaper mech? Unfortunately, the price difference was small enough that most customers would probably group them in the same category. That was to say, if a mech buyer didn't care about a glow, they would vastly prefer to buy a Dustbreaker. Don't be fooled by the affordable price tag of our Dustbreaker mechs, the Centenarian Senior continued. In almost every other aspect, it is identical to the Dawnbreaker. Only a minimal amount of cost adjustments have been made to ensure that a mech pilot that is used to piloting a Dawnbreaker will immediately feel at home in the cockpit of a Dustbreaker. To smaller outfits that can only afford to buy a limited number of Dawnbreakers, a Dustbreaker makes for an excellent spare to keep in reserve. That sounded like a fairly brilliant arrangement to Ves. Even if an outfit didn't have enough space in their carriers to bring any spares, they could still transfer their best mech pilots to a lesser but highly similar machine if they lost their primary mechs. The spotlight faded from the left mech and intensified on the right mech. This one was clearly an upgraded version of the base model. Not only that, Ves and the design team immediately widened their eyes as they recognized some faint similarities to the militant soldier. This variant is our tribute to the Bright Republic's mech corps. The Nova Breaker is our premium solution to the needs of our military. Not only does it perform better than its base model in every aspect, its armor system is vastly more resilient against the rapid-fire lasers that the Sandmen are increasingly favoring. The Nova Breaker, coated in pearlescent cobalt coating, clearly looked the most magnificent of all. The Ansel mech designers clearly hadn't neglected to compete against Ves in terms of visual flair. His blood couldn't help but boil when he saw this mech design. The reaction from mech pilots, particularly those in the military, must probably be even stronger. This was a mech that was worthy enough to serve as the steeds of true soldiers. Gloriana clicked her tongue at the sight of this impressive military mech design. This Nova Breaker has come at a very bad time for us. It's a direct competitor of our militant soldier design. Not only that, but they hadn't published the militant soldier yet. Even though they were just a week away from completing the tests and putting the finishing touches on the variant, the fact was that the Nova Breaker was one step ahead. The quality of the Nova Breaker design and the reputation of the Ansel seniors was enough to ensure that it would enjoy a great amount of momentum in the mech corps. Many mech regiments which were still on the fence on what kind of mainstay they should adopt in the Sand War. Ves had intentions to convert at least some of them to his militant soldier. Yet just as he was about to reveal the culmination of his efforts, the Ansel geezers stole the thunder that was meant for him by announcing their Nova Breaker first. The first mover advantage they managed to capture was extremely strong. Ves was sure that a lot of mech officers who learned about the fantastic Nova Breaker model would immediately start discussing whether they should procure it for their own mech regiments. If the militant soldier wasn't released during their deliberations, then Ves missed a significant opportunity to increase his influence in the mech corps. As Professor McDonald wrapped up his presentation, Ves sighed and slumped in his chair. What a great counterattack! Are you mad? Gloriana softly asked. Ha! Ves grinned as his eyes burned with competitive spirit. I'm not. If Ansel thinks they've managed to press me down, then they're sorely mistaken. The Sand War won't end so soon. We still have plenty of time left to design other mechs. Besides, the desolate soldier still enjoys an unassailable position in the mech markets. Mem. I think it's kind of silly that Ansel is targeting you in the first place. Don't you think it's absurd that the only way they can compete against a pair of journeymen is to combine the efforts of 5 established seniors? Ha! That means they're scared. The LMC was not going to rest on its laurels. The soldier product line was just the start of a new era in its history. Ves had many more ideas in store to elevate his mech company to the forefront of the mech market. Chapter 1610 Fade to Darkness. Just as Ves expected and Ansel anticipated, the bombastic release of the Dawnbreaker and its variants sucked up all of the attention for the remainder of the week. While Ves and his design team were still in the process of finalizing the designs of the Militant Soldier and Peaceful Soldier, the entire Ansel alumni network spared no effort to promote and publicize their new standard bearers. The power and influence of the Ansel alumni network turned out to be quite dreadful. Not only did many Ansel mech designers leverage their close connections to the media, they also pooled a considerable amount of production capacity to output as many breaker mechs as possible during this initial period of exposure. It seemed that one of the reasons why the LMC could no longer expand its production capacity was because Ansel already secured agreements with many third-party manufacturers. With the formal release of the Breaker product line, those production facilities immediately went to work. Thousands of Dawnbreakers and Dustbreakers quickly entered the market. The highly anticipated Sandbreaker weapon system also made a huge splash in the mech community. The mech soon earned a lot of praise from authoritative mech reviewers. It was hard not to fall in love with these high-performing mechs. Not only did they offer excellent performance at their price points, they also incorporated most of the lessons of the Sand War into their designs. Almost every mech design released earlier in the Sand War mainly assumed that the Sandmen would predominantly attack the Bright Republic in their basic fleet configuration. While this assumption wasn't entirely wrong, the latest developments at the front showed that there was still a role for more expensive and resilient mechs. Now that starfighters took on the role of cannon fodder, the lives of professional mech pilots had to be preserved as best as possible. The Starfighter Corps wasn't able to resist the Sandman by itself. Starfighter pilots lacked the fortitude to endure arduous battles, while their flimsy spacecraft shattered too easily against more formidable Sandman fleets. For these reasons, the true strength of the Bright Republic always rested on its mechs. Though Ves had earned a lot of acclaim for his soldier product line, so far he hadn't strayed from designing a cheap, affordable, and disposable mech. Even the militant soldier, which was at least twice as expensive as its base model, was still a relatively affordable mid-range mech design. A significant gap in performance existed between the militant soldier and the Nova Breaker designs. Although there was a significant cost difference as well, the Mech Corps generally did not pay attention to the price. It would have been a slightly different story if Ves had not rejected one of the suggestions of the Ministry of Defense. The worthy soldier would have been able to upstage the Nova Breaker, Ves was sure. As a military variant geared towards elites, he was confident that it could surpass the Nova Breaker in might due to its excellent materials. Even if Ves wasn't as good as the seniors in their specialties, relying on more expensive exotics was the most direct way to surpass an excellent design. Unfortunately, Ves refused to invest his time in the worthy soldier. If he could turn back the clock, he still would have made the same decision. "I don't have enough time," he whispered. Once he published the militant soldier and peaceful soldier designs, he had no further intentions to expand the soldier product line. With one base model, for commercial variants, and one custom mech in the form of the resentful soldier, Ves was incredibly tired of working on the same concepts for the last couple of months. Deep within his heart, his burning passion urged him to discover new ideas and innovate new solutions. This was the heart of a true mech designer. While Ves was very proud of what he achieved with his soldier product line, he was not the sort of mech designer who enjoyed retreading his old successes. Halting too long after a single success was no different from stagnating. If Ves wanted to keep his passion alive, he needed to get back in the saddle and pursue new challenges. His overarching goal wasn't to earn a lot of money or earn a lot of acclaim from designing a single successful mech design. No, he set his sights much higher. If he wanted to make any progress towards fulfilling his ambitions, then he had to resist as many comforts as possible. While Ves greeted the release of the Breaker product line with confident acceptance, the LMC adopted an entirely different reaction. Everyone in the LMC knew that the good times might not last much longer. Even though their soldier product line was still indispensable in the battlefield, it couldn't fulfill every role. At the very least, Ves had no good answer to the demand of an excellent mid-range space-borne rifleman mech. During a morning meeting between Ves, Raymond, Gavin, and Calcy, the four discussed the impact of the Breaker line to the LMC. "The Ansel mech designers and their new works are in the limelight right now," Gavin reported. "It's incredibly difficult to insert any mention of the desolate soldier or prideful soldier in the local media." "This only applies to the Bright Republic, right?" Ves proposed. "Correct. Ansel is always highly oriented towards the Bright Republic. Both the Dawnbreaker and the Duskbreaker are clearly designed to conform to brighter tradition. However, that doesn't mean that Ansel doesn't have any foreign presence. Various players in states like the Renault Republic have already signaled their intentions to order batches running in the thousands." Just because Ansel was kind of stuck up didn't mean that it only had eyes for the Bright Republic. Senior mech designers generally enjoyed a considerable amount of success in other markets. Many mech buyers didn't actually pay too much attention to the origin or background of the mech designers. They simply wanted to obtain a mech that best fulfilled their needs. Who cared if the designer of their chosen mech came from the Bright Republic or the Renault Republic? They only wanted the best. While VS oriented the LMC towards foreign markets much sooner than normal, pretty much every senior already expanded their reach long ago. Their rank and reputation alone was enough to allow them access into any open market that did not reject foreign competition. That reminded VS of something. What is the response from the Ilvain Protectorate? Calcy answered with a smirk. Their initial impressions are lukewarm. While Ansel purposefully shipped a batch of Dawnbreakers and Dustbreakers to the Protectorate, most Ilvanans have flatly pushed them aside. According to the Ilvananes, compared to our holy soldiers, the Ansel Mechs are completely faithless. The four of them laughed. It's understandable that Ansel failed to break into the Ilvanan mech market, Raymond remarked. While I haven't visited the state in person, I've read the internal reports to know that they have very strange tastes. Ansel has not made any effort to conform their products to the local circumstances. Right now, the Holy Soldier enjoyed an invincible position in the Ilvain Protectorate. Though the Dawnbreaker fulfilled a role that the cheaper and more inferior Holy Soldier couldn't match, not a single Ilvanan mech pilot preferred to pilot a mech without faith. From what I understand, the Ilvanans are already piloting mid-range mechs designed by their own seniors. The Ilvanans need to have a very good reason to resort to a foreign mech, Gavin added. In fact, I've heard that there is another reason the Ilvanans have rejected the Dawnbreaker and Dustbreaker models. Oh? VS raised his eyebrow. It's in their names. Of all the possible ways the Ansel mech designers could name their products, making a reference to the motion of stars is one of the worst possible ways to appeal to the Ilvanans. Realization struck through VS. He couldn't help but erupt into laughter. Ha 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 ha! Dawnbreaker! Duskbreaker! Novabreaker! They're all related to stars. This turned out to be an incredibly unfortunate coincidence. Of course, VS guessed that Ansel probably didn't care about the Protectorate mech market in the first place. It was fine for them to ignore strange mech markets that pose unusual demands. Gavin stopped smiling when he said the next words. Unfortunately, the same reason why the Ilvain Protectorate has rejected the Breaker line is also the reason why the Star Faith Collective has embraced the new models. Pre-orders are already through the roof if my sources are accurate. While they haven't adopted the Dawnbreaker and Dustbreaker as extensively as the Ilvain Protectorate has adopted the Holy Soldier, it's still a very lucrative opportunity. VS nodded in understanding. While the Dustbreaker was pretty affordable, the same could not be said for the Dawnbreaker. If Ansel wanted to upstage VS, then they needed to make their sales figure as impressive as possible. How is the Nova Breaker catching on in the mech core? He asked. There has been a lot of discussion about the Nova Breaker at every level of the mech core, Raymond answered. I won't lie to you. A lot of mech pilots are looking forward to piloting the Nova Breaker. Just its ability to safeguard the life of a mech pilot in event of getting hit by a heavy laser strike is enough to turn it into a highly desirable model. As a Larkinson elder, Raymond was frequently in touch with his grandson Tusa and the older generations of Larkinsons serving in the mech corps. This turned out to be an excellent boon for VS, who lacked direct connections to the armed forces. Boss, can your militant soldier do the same? VS shook his head. No. Can't you just change it to make it so that it matches the Nova Breaker in this quality? Don't you think I've considered this option as well? I've rejected it because it does not conform to my vision of the militant soldier. It is principally a military version of the desolate soldier that shares the exact same glow as the base model. That way, the mech corps doesn't have to rely on third-party outfits to benefit from my glows. That sounds stupid. VS could only smile in response. It's not worth it to delay the militant soldier project by at least a month. I have to throw away a lot of work and develop a way of matching the efforts of Professor Taphouse and Professor Miller without letting the total cost of my mech run out of control. Raymond concurred with VS. While it's a shame, I think that VS has made the right decision. The Desolate Soldier, Holy Soldier, and Prideful Soldier have sold extremely well. They are the LMC's pride and joy. I think we can afford to suffer a couple of misses. In any case, I don't think the Militant Soldier will only exist in the archives. There is always a demand for our glows. Don't forget about the Peaceful Soldier, Calcy added in a hopeful tone. The Planetary Guard has long been hankering for a land-bound version that is suitable to be employed in a law enforcement capacity. With all the attention we're placing on the competition between the Militant Soldier and the Novabreaker, I think that some of you have forgotten that Ansel hasn't come up with an answer to this variant. That was true. Thank you for the reminder, Calcy. According to the reports I've read, the Planetary Guard organizations are salivating for the Peaceful Soldier model. I'm not about to disappoint them. I'm pretty proud of what Gloriana and I managed to accomplish within a limited amount of time. As the discussion went on, it became clear to all of the participants that the Soldier product line was not about to fall into darkness anytime soon. However, the magnificence of the Dawnbreaker and its variants was undeniable. In the long term, Ansel could ride the wave of momentum and gain even greater stature in the regional mech community. If the LMC kept its head down and failed to attract any attention in the coming months, then the company and its products would slowly fade away from everyone's awareness. While this was not a fatal consequence, VS did not wish to see his desolate soldiers turn into background pieces. Chapter 16:11 The Other War. In a bedroom transformed into a luxurious refuge, Gloriana calmly sat in front of a mirror projection as a couple of beauty bots treated her hair and applied makeup. She needed to be in her best appearance at all times. She could never allow VS to see her in a less than perfect state. As Gloriana calmly waited for the bots to complete their work, Melody reported the latest situation from home. The advantage that our hegemony has gained in the Komodo War is spent. While Operation K has given us a considerable advantage in initiative and morale, it also shocked the coalition into forming a unified response. We didn't expect the partners of the coalition to set aside their grudges and unite as extensively as appears to be the case. Can you give me an example, Melody? Perhaps the most far-reaching example is the Gage dynasty's extensive willingness to support the beleaguered Carnegie Group and Vermeer Group. Despite Gage's remoteness from the front, it has not shied away from supporting the two groups with financial aid and military aid. More and more mech divisions of their sundered phalanx are reinforcing the front lines every day. The unwelcome news caused Gloriana to grow unsettled. That's outside of the predictions I've read. Aren't the Friday men supposed to be squabbling boys who will continue to argue with each other even if their state is falling apart around them? Isn't Gage the most unliked and uncharitable partner of the coalition? The distribution of territory of the Friday coalition resembled a round pie. The slices occupied by Carnegie and Vermeer pressed squarely against the border with the hexadric hegemony. Due to this unfavorable arrangement, the two groups always endured stifled development. Many investors and citizens were reluctant to commit too much in their territories because their assets and their lives would immediately be at risk in the event of a cataclysmic war between the two giants of the star sector. In contrast, the Gage dynasty happened to be placed on the opposite side of coalition space. If the Hexers ever advanced into enemy territory, Gage would be the last one to knock down. For this reason, the Gage dynasty always enjoyed the highest development. Its favorable position caused it to grow into the strongest partner. The rulers of the Gage dynasty may be selfish, but they aren't stupid. Melody sighed. Apparently, the coalition partners have already formed some secret deals that our spies haven't managed to uncover. While we haven't been able to figure out the details, some of the results are already evident. Their militaries are showing increasingly more signs of meshing into one unified organization that answers to an overarching central command. That sounds as if they are copying us. Aren't they supposed to be distrusting towards each other? We've underestimated the Friday men. They made a good show of exaggerating their internal divisions. Our biases towards the coalition reinforced our assumptions that the Friday men would continue to be distrustful towards each other even as they are fighting us off. It turns out they managed to fool all of our spies and analysts. This was a grave error on the part of the Hexers. Gloriana's face turned ugly as she realized the importance of Melody's remarks. Before Gloriana set foot out of the hegemony and became exposed to a different culture, she always held a dismissive attitude to boys. She easily understood how most of the Hexers she knew back home had a tendency to look down on the coalition. Though the Friday men did not explicitly discriminate by gender, the coalition was mainly led by men, perhaps as a response against the ideology of their biggest rival. How will the war proceed now that the Friday men appear to be coming together? Melody looked uncertain. I'm not versed in military matters, so I can't say. At the very least, we won't be able to sweep coalition space within a few years anymore. The Komodo War will likely devolve into a prolonged slugfest between two giants. The front lines will turn into meat grinders which constantly consume more mechs. The side which is not able to persist will falter first. One of the goals of Operation K was to convey the hegemony an immediate advantage in the outbreak of the Komodo War. The Hexers hoped that the devastating results of the operation would put the coalition on the back foot. Along with the expected internal discord among the partners, the hegemony expected to convert their initial advantage into a considerable amount of momentum that magnified their early gains. The more advantages the hegemony gained at the start, the greater the likelihood of maintaining the upper hand throughout the course of the war. Unfortunately, the coalition recovered faster and coordinated more extensively than expected. The rapid reinforcements from the Gage dynasty and other partners stabilized the front lines, stalling the hegemony to the point where it lost its momentum. Attrition warfare. Gloriana curled her lips into a frown. How barbaric! Having witnessed the brutality of the Sand War in the Bright Republic, Gloriana quickly understood how bloody the conflict could get if it reached this stage. Without a killer weapon, sudden betrayal, or other change in circumstances, the winner of the Komodo War would probably be weakened to an incredible degree. Has Mother sent any instructions? Madame Constance has not sent any new instructions as of late. The war demands all of her attention. While the scimitar system is unlikely to be at risk, there is a lot of unrest at home due to the sacrifices the citizens need to make to support our war effort. This was the war that decided the ultimate victor in the Komodo Star sector. The Hexers could not afford to hold back if they wanted to come out as the victor. The living standards of every Hexer decreased as the state entered into a war footing. Many luxuries and conveniences became scarce as the production of consumer goods made way for the production of armaments. The situation will grow worse over time. Now that the war has entered a different trajectory, our circumstances here will change as well. For now, the Friday men aren't inclined to meddle with us on account of the Sand War. However, the status quo won't hold forever. Gloriana looked at her mirror projection with determination as she inspected the work of her beauty bots. As always, the expensive bots had done fine work. It appears my previous merits won't be sufficient to sustain my leave, she concluded. That is so. Madame Constance will insist on your return before the situation here becomes too dire. The Glory Battalion already received instructions to escort you home within 3 years. I can take care of myself, Gloriana burst out. I'm a journeyman. Just like Ves, I'm more than capable enough to depend on myself. Your mother worries for you, Gloriana. Your brothers and sisters are also concerned. Well, we aren't here just to sightsee and room with Ves. How is our other mission coming along? Not very well. Our investigation is still ongoing. I will update you if there are any new developments. Gloriana idly nodded. She wasn't very optimistic that they could complete the additional mission. Unfortunately, if she didn't accept this responsibility, the hegemony wouldn't have let her go at this sensitive time. An idea suddenly sparked within her mind. You know, maybe there is another way we can contribute to the war effort. Do tell. Seeing as how the soldier mechs are pivotal in stabilizing the fighting forces of the states involved in the Sand War, what if we designed a mech that can give our side an edge at the front? Melody frowned. The hegemony has always been very strict in which mech models are allowed to be deployed at the front. You're not qualified to submit a design to the panel of masters, let alone VS. The hexadric hegemony had always been a centralized state. Though the individual dynasties ruled their own individual territories, the state maintained a strong power. The centralization of power extended to the military of the hegemony. The Hex army placed a heavy emphasis on standardization and uniformity. By utilizing the same mechs, doctrines, and standards, the Hex army benefited enormously from interchangeability and economies of scale. In order to prevent the Hex army from gaining too many vulnerabilities, each military mech model had to be vetted extensively by a panel of masters. This was an extremely strict demand that prevented most mech designers from contributing their own designs. Only well-established seniors and masters had a realistic chance of gaining approval for their work. This impassable hurdle formed an enormous hindrance to Gloriana. You've witnessed the power of these glows in person. Don't you agree that it can be a major help to us in the front lines? You're not wrong, Melody reluctantly admitted. I am beginning to see why you are infatuated with Mr. Larkinson. Even if he is a boy, his specialization is very unique. It's unfortunate that he isn't a fellow hexer. Another idea suddenly came to mind to Gloriana. The Hex army isn't the only force that is fighting on behalf of our state. There are many irregular units assisting our main forces. While the lack of diversity and versatility was a major shortcoming of the Hex army, it was not the only entity participating in the war. Various dynasties volunteered a portion of their household troops to the war effort. Strong Hexer mercenary corps also contributed to the war by accepting government contracts. It won't work. Melody shook her head. Usually, these secondary forces are prohibited from deploying in the hot zones of the war. The Hex army does not tolerate any unexpected elements from their side. Even if you manage to convince an outfit to field a second-class mech model with a glow, it won't be able to showcase its value because its copies will only be employed to garrison occupied star systems or defend valuable infrastructure in the rear. Gloriana did not look deterred. I have the Glory Battalion, right? The Glory Battalion is not your personal plaything, miss. Melody placed her hands on her hips in reproach. I will not allow you to risk your own protection in a foolish quest to meddle in the war. You're too young, Gloriana. It is up to your mother and the older generation to shoulder the burden. I don't believe that, Melody. I know that VS and I can achieve great things. The soldier mechs that we've designed have already shifted the course of the entire Sand War. Think of how much we can affect the Komodo War if we can prove that our products can give our sisters an edge. No one back home will pilot a mech designed by a foreign boy. Melody ruthlessly crushed her dream. The hegemony generally favored mechs designed by women. While males weren't prohibited from becoming mech designers, they generally subordinated themselves to female mech designers. I think there is still a way to get my foot in the door. Gloriana came up with several ideas. One option would be to partner up with a more established mech designer from the hegemony. She had no hopes of convincing a senior or a master to collaborate on a potential project, but she might be able to appeal to her fellow journeymen. Another option was to establish her own force and equip them with her new mechs. The problem there was that she lacked the funds and manpower to do so. Second-class mechs were extremely expensive, and the second-class mech pilots of the hegemony were already employed by the Hex Army or other established organizations. Is there no way at all? Suddenly, she thought of the avatars and battle criers under the control of her boyfriend. Weren't they completely under his control? Her eyes lit up as she thought of how professional they seemed. Ves even made plans to elevate their warriors into second-class mech pilots. This is an excellent opportunity. Chapter 16:12 High-minded. Ves had no clue what his girlfriend was plotting behind his back. He mainly concerned himself with finalizing the militant soldier and peaceful soldier designs. However, the release of the Breaker product line resulted in an enormous shock in the mech market. Ves had to divert some time to address the changes taking place in his organizations. Why do you want us to spend 15 billion credits on advertising and public relations? Ves frowned as he read through a data pad at his office. Even if this sum is inflated, this is still a ludicrous sum of money. Our marketing department has submitted a plan to hinder the rise of the Dawnbreaker and Dustbreaker, Gavin reported. Due to Ansel's extensive influence, we won't achieve much results if we publish a couple of critical ads on those mech models. We have to resort to a full-fledged media offensive to shift public opinion. I personally tasked the marketing department to flesh out a strategy to hinder our rivals, Raymond Billingsley Larkinson added. The Dawnbreaker is already guaranteed to sell by virtue of its quality, so we can't affect its growth too much. It's the Dustbreaker that is our true concern. While it's only around 10% more expensive than our Desolate Soldier, the two mechs are occupying the same position in the market. We can't allow the Dustbreaker to. Ves did not look pleased. It's a waste of money. I would much prefer to spend this money on something useful, like building more production facilities or expanding the living Sentinels. We can't let Ansel popularize their new mechs without hitting back, boss. Don't you remember how those Ansel guys tried to badmouth our Desolate Soldiers when it initially came out? Even before that, they constantly tarnished the LMC by painting our mechs as brainwashing machines. If not for securing early support from the Planetary Guard, we wouldn't have been able to overcome the opposition against our mechs. All of them recalled how extensively the backlash against the LMC used to be during the time when Ves toured the Star Sector. His absence at home gave his critics the opportunity to fund a protest movement against his mechs. More and more people started to believe that the Black Beak, Crystal Lord and Aurora Titan brainwashed their mech pilots into becoming loyal fans of the LMC. Fortunately, the widespread adoption of the Desolate Soldier by many powerful organizations and outfits negated this trend. Just as Ves predicted, as long as the Desolate Soldier became indispensable, the ruling powers would not allow anyone to stigmatize his products. However, the Desolate Soldier was old news now. While people accepted its existence, they no longer paid too much attention to it unless they directly came under the influence of its glow. The Dawnbreaker, Dustbreaker, and Novabreaker were all novel creations, and the hungry news portals instantly pounced on them to provide new content to their subscribers. Hearing the resentment from Gavin and Raymond, Ves frowned at them both. Are you out of your mind? You don't agree, boss? Think about what we're doing. Instead of investing resources into developing our company and increasing our security, you want us to waste money on smacking the competition. What's wrong with that? Didn't Ansel already do that to us? We could at least return the favor. Ves wanted to palm his face. We survived their attacks and grew stronger from it. My products were always vulnerable to the points they've raised. This was a problem that we had to address sooner than later, so I'm glad we already got it over with. The acceptance we've obtained from the public and the rulers at the top will serve as our shield in any future endeavors. You're still letting off Ansel lightly for what they've done, Gavin grumbled. Raymond sided with him as well. I don't see the point in sticking to your high-minded ideals, Ves. I know enough about doing business that it's vital for the LMC to portray strength. By doing nothing or appearing to do nothing, we will appear weak. Our company's standing in the mech industry will suffer a hit as a result. Less third-party manufacturers will agree to fabricate mechs for us. Some companies might cease to ship our products or offer favorable terms. I don't care about these petty losses, Ves stated. Our brand will remain strong regardless if we play this game or not. Ansel's position in the mech market is so strong that I don't think that a couple of billion credits will affect the sales of their latest products. Besides, there is one more reason why I'm disinclined to engage in this pointless venture. Do tell, Ves. I want the Dawnbreaker and its variants to succeed. That took Raymond and Gavin aback. Even Nita, who stood quietly on guard, reacted with some shock. Are you still the boss we know, or did someone replace you with a clone? Ves smiled at them. I'm not joking. I mean what I say. The Dawnbreaker is a genuinely good mid-range rifleman mech. I've studied the public documents about the new design extensively, and I fully believe in its value. Its ability to guarantee the life of a mech pilot in event of getting hit by a heavy laser strike is something that no mech at its price range can match. Both Raymond and Gavin shared an uncertain look. Had Ves gone mad? Why was he praising the competition all of a sudden? Of course, this obvious gesture didn't escape Ves. Seeing as his two subordinates didn't get it, he growled in frustration. You're treating this like some zero-sum game. It's not. Think of our circumstances right now. If we were at peacetime, then I would have considered your suggestion more, but this time it's different. While I don't like those stuck-up Ansel mech designers, they are not our opponents. Our real enemy is the Sandman race. Whenever we make an important decision, we should consider whether it benefits the LMC and helps the war effort. In my eyes, casting shade on the Dawnbreaker accomplishes either. Ves raised a finger. Our weaker media presence means that we'll just waste a lot of money while gaining little in return. This does not benefit our company. He raised another finger. The current situation at the front demands a mech that is more resilient and more powerful than the Desolate Soldier. The Dawnbreaker perfectly meets this demand and has an added bonus of preserving the lives of skilled mech pilots. Hindering the adoption of such a good mech does not help the war effort. A realization swept through the minds of Raymond and Gavin. The former looked especially hard hit. This is my mistake, Raymond admitted. I was too caught up in thinking what is best for the LMC that I have forgotten to take the greater picture into account. Such a mistake was understandable. Raymond had only recently become the COO of the LMC. Even if he made a lot of preparations, he still had to immerse himself in his new responsibilities. The Desolate Soldier, Dawnbreaker, and their variants are all competing mech models. That does not mean that the gains of one side is a loss to the other side, Ves explained. In truth, we are all on the same side. A little bit of tension due to rivalry and factionalism is inevitable, but don't let it go too far. Right now, I think the Dawnbreaker is a necessary mech to strengthen the Bright Republic. That only counts for the Dawnbreaker, right? Gavin interjected. The Dustbreaker is the knockoff version of the Dawnbreaker. It doesn't have the compressed armor system of the base model. As a budget mech model, the Dustbreaker competes directly against our Desolate Soldiers and therefore poses a direct threat to our bottom line. Shouldn't we at least do something to prevent this variant from taking away our lunch? Ves smiled. That's a much more reasonable argument. If you came up to me with this in the start, then I wouldn't have to remind you two to take the overall war situation into account. So, will you agree to a plan to suppress the Dustbreaker? Nope, Ves replied. Let Ansel sell as many Dustbreakers as they want. I have no intentions to put any obstacles in their way. Let the market and the customers decide which one they prefer. Both of them have different strengths. It's better if outfits have more choice. Let me be clear. I'm not necessarily being generous or charitable towards Ansel. I'm just confident in my desolate soldiers. While it's true that the Dustbreaker offers superior performance in almost every aspect, it's a mech without a heart. I think that many mech pilots who have tried both mechs will prefer my product in the end. Neither Raymond nor Gavin believed in that assertion. However, VS was the boss, so they had no choice but to accept his will. Under his instruction, the LMC did not allocate any money towards hindering the market's enthusiastic adoption of the Dawnbreaker and Dustbreaker. Sales of both commercial models went through the roof. In the meantime, some mech regiments already decided to procure or produce the first Nova Breakers. The mech regiments stationed in the most hard-pressed fortified star systems became the first converts to this promising new military mech model. Due to frequent combat, these units suffered continuous casualties and lost a decent amount of very expensive mechs. The Nova Breaker offered solutions to both problems. It was priced as a premium mech which was very affordable in the eyes of the military, and also excelled in protecting mech pilots. In addition, the Nova Breaker's custom neural interface which heightened the responsiveness of the mech showed its full potential in the hands of well-trained military mech pilots. All of these qualities were highly prized by the hard-hit mech regiments. The Nova Breaker turned out to be such a hit that when the LMC finally published the Militant Soldier, it hardly caused a ripple in the mech corps. "Well, I'm sure that the military will remember my work," VS muttered as he observed the lukewarm reaction from the military. Fortunately, VS and the LMC could at least console themselves with the much more successful launch of the Peaceful Soldier. VS, Gloriana and the design team worked hard to design a viable land-bound iteration of the Desolate Soldier. While it was a shame that the Peaceful Soldier was exclusive to the Planetary Guard, the mech at least turned out to be a smashing hit in those organizations. A lot of orders had already poured in, which conveniently compensated for the moderate drop in sales of the Desolate Soldier. The LMC quickly recovered from the setback induced by the competition. "There is no way that Ansel can design any mech that can compete against my Peaceful Soldier," VS confidently stated to Gavin. "The main quality the Planetary Guard is after is its glow. By now, law enforcement is very clear about its effects and how to make the most of it. No mech designed by others can top the Peaceful Soldier's value proposition." Unfortunately, one more incident took place that tested his principles. Commander Magdalena Larkinson visited his office one day to submit a proposal. "After an extensive cost-benefit analysis, we think it's best for my living sentinels to field the Dawnbreakers. I think you are probably clear of the advantages of this mech model, so I won't bother explaining the reasons why we should adopt it. I just want to know whether you are okay with it. From what I've heard, you don't exactly enjoy the best relationship with its designers." VS did not expect Magdalena to propose such a difficult question to him. It was one thing to tolerate the Dawnbreaker as worthy competition, it was another thing to allow his own forces to adopt it as their mainstay mechs. How could VS feel proud about himself if his subordinates openly piloted the mechs designed by his rivals? For a moment, VS glowered at Magdalena. He resented her for putting him on the spot today. Couldn't she have opted for a different choice? Chapter 16:13 Procurement Choices. "The Dawnbreaker is by far the most suitable mech for our needs," Commander Magdalena elaborated when VS fell into thought. "I'm aware that you're not entirely open to the idea, but it is not my intention to make things difficult. It is just that from an objective perspective, the Desolate Soldier is not enough to ensure the living sentinels can protect the Larkinsons and the LMC from danger once the Sandmen reach this star system." The Sentinel commander even handed VS a data pad. It contained an extensive analysis on which mechs the living sentinels should procure in order to strengthen its combat ability against all kinds of threats. While the Dawnbreaker performed exceptionally well against the Sandmen, it was not as good against human forces. For this reason, Magdalena only asked to equip a single mech company with the mechs designed by his competitors. Even so, this was 40 mechs too much for Ves. He really wanted to avoid this decision, but the analysis performed by the living sentinels was very sound. They compared the prevalent mech models on the market that met their needs. Out of the 100 or so mid-range rifleman mechs, the Dawnbreaker clearly stood out at the top. While the mechs designed by other seniors and journeymen were no slouches, most of them were older designs that had been adapted to fight other mechs. They lacked the innovations and optimizations that made the Dawnbreaker into an incredibly powerful solution against the aliens. In some studies, the effectiveness of the Dawnbreaker against the Sandmen was a whopping 30% higher than comparable mechs that cost the same. Such a huge difference was too much for the established competition to overcome. Sales of older models plummeted as the Dawnbreaker greedily absorbed their market share. For this reason, Ves did not find much in the analysis performed by the Sentinels. Even a 9-year-old kid could come up with a way to justify the purchase of Dawnbreakers due to the incredible value they provided. If Ves put his selfishness and his ego aside, then he had no choice but to admit the living Sentinels benefited most from adopting his competitor's product right now. Of course, Ves could also decline the offer and design his own mid-range mech, but was that even useful? He didn't think so. The Dawnbreaker already occupied this role so well that there was little demand for something comparable. The Desolate Soldier already fulfilled a necessary function on the battlefields with its glow. Adding a second glow from a more expensive mech did not bring much added value. The private sector could already choose between the Prideful Soldier and the Desolate Soldier. The Ilvain Protectorate already bought so many holy soldiers that they were starting to run short of available mech pilots. The Mech Corps recently gained the option of fielding their own mechs with glows in the form of the Militant Soldier. The Planetary Guard organizations all welcomed the peaceful with open arms. William Urbish was already making a splash at the front with his Resentful Soldier. One mech design and so many variants already occupied a small but significant proportion of the mech market. However, all of this came about due to a combination of moving quickly and offering something indispensable to the war. Now that both of these advantages had been spent, any mech design he came up in the future would have to justify its existence. The competition had already caught up in publishing anti-Sandman mechs designs. If Ves wanted to swing the pendulum of the Sand War, then he needed to come up with a product that fulfilled a different role. That was for later, though. Ves turned his attention back to Commander Magdalena and made his choice. "I have already given you permission to decide your own procurement," he said. "I'm thankful that you've run this decision by me, but I respect your judgment. Your arguments are sound, and the addition of the Dawnbreaker will certainly increase the chances that the LMC will be able to survive this crisis. I have no valid reason to object to your proposal." Magdalena relaxed her shoulders a bit. "Thank you, sir. To be honest, many of my Sentinels are looking forward to piloting the Dawnbringer. It's not that they hate the Desolate Soldier, but it is not a mech that matches well with highly skilled mech pilots. We are still fielding plenty of Desolate Soldiers, but they are mainly reserved for our lesser skilled mech pilots who originally specialized in land-bound mechs or ranged mechs. Sentinels who are already proficient in space-borne ranged mechs will feel much more at home in a mech that offers more higher-end capabilities." Perhaps he should feel humiliated. Perhaps he should feel inadequate. After all, which mech designer could remain unaffected if their own subordinates favored a competitor's product over their own? Yet Ves did not particularly care that much now that he issued his verdict. He knew in his heart that he made the best possible choice for the LMC and living Sentinels. Protecting their lives and defeating the Sandmen came first. Satisfying his vanity came second. His justifications offered him enough relief to lift the weight on his heart. He did not consider his choice as an admission of defeat. Instead, he simply considered it as a consequence of being short on time. A mech designer could spend enough time on designing so many mechs. Ves and Magdalena discussed some of the details about the procurement. We should also purchase a few hundred stand-alone sandbreaker rifles and accompanying ordnance, sir. The Sentinel commander proposed next. No offense to the rifle you've paired with the Desolate Soldier, but the sandbreaker is plainly superior when employed against the Sandmen. It's also fairly affordable. Many outfits and even the Mech Corps have already started to adopt this new weapon system. Now that Ves had gotten over the first dilemma, he did not feel any shame in accepting this second proposal. Acceptable. I'm aware of the effectiveness of the Sandbreaker in the Sand War, and I do not want to deprive your Sentinels with this admittedly fantastic solution. I think it is probably the third most important innovation in the war after the introduction of starfighters and my soldier product line. Again, Ves could decline Magdalena's request and develop his own dedicated ballistic rifle design, but what would that accomplish? It was nigh impossible for Ves to top the efforts of a senior who specialized in ballistic weapons. He would just waste a lot of time and energy to design an inferior product that attempted to fulfill a role that was already occupied by an existing product. For this reason, Ves did not have any qualms about outfitting all of his mechs with the invention of his rivals. He would much rather preserve his life and his assets when the living Sentinels beat the crap out of any Sandman fleets that targeted the Cloudy Curtain system. I have a third suggestion. Ves groaned. It doesn't end. The older woman chuckled in a light-hearted manner. The most important decisions are often difficult. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bring them up to you in the first place. You're right. He sighed. Let's hear it then. Commander Melker shares many of the same ideas as us. The avatars of myth don't want to be left out. In general, the avatars are much more talented than the Sentinels. They deserve to be equipped with the best that you can afford. What does Melker want, exactly? The same as us. He wants you to phase out the Desolate Soldiers in favor of Dawnbreakers. He also wants to adopt the Sandbreaker as the default weapons system of the avatars deployed in the front. Ves did not immediately answer. Instead, he recalled his own priorities with regards to the avatars before issuing his judgment. I will allow the latter, but not the former. Just as he predicted, Commander Magdalena did not take that answer well. Why? You agreed to upgrade the Sentinels. I don't see why you want to deprive the avatars of better mechs. Ves calmly crossed his arms and leaned back in his office chair. It's because the avatars need to prove themselves. I don't expect much from the Sentinels, but it's a different case when it comes to my elites. Do you know how much money I'm swimming in right now? If I really want to, I can equip my avatars with mechs that cost 500 million credits per copy. Do you know why I declined to open my wallet in this case? The Sentinel commander wasn't stupid. You're testing the avatars. You're using the Sand War as a crucible to forge your avatars into battle-tested warriors. Correct. Before my avatars are worthy to pilot superior mechs that they can use to crush any inferior mech, they need to prove that they can defeat their opponents with skill and determination. Isn't that asking too much, though, sir? While your Desolate Soldiers are fine mechs, they are a bit too fragile to keep up with the evolving battlefield. The Sandmen are learning and improving. The situation at the front is incomparable to what it was like a few months ago. Since our enemies are constantly improving, we should at least keep up with their pace. That's a valid argument, Commander, but for now the casualties suffered by the avatars is well within my tolerance. Ves started to grin. In fact, I'm pretty impressed by how well the avatars manage to persist in these increasingly unfavorable circumstances. I think that they can excavate a lot more potential if they continue to meet their challenges with my desolate soldiers. You're playing with lives, Ves. I don't like the direction you are taking with the avatars. She confronted him directly. Ves shrugged. It was their choice, remember? Those who value their lives have already made the decision to transfer to your sentinels. Those who remain in the avatars must accept my arrangement without question. That is the rule. Besides, the avatars aren't the only ones who are toughening it out with budget mechs. There are countless outfits fielding desolate soldiers, but you don't hear them complaining. If these lesser mech pilots are okay with their machines, then the avatars shouldn't complain either. I'm surprised that none of the avatars have cracked. They're not suffering all of these hardships for nothing, Commander. They all know that once they have proven themselves, I'll invest considerable money and resources into them to elevate their piloting ability and upgrade them into second-class mech pilots. This is such an attractive lure to ambitious mech pilots that they are gladly risking their lives to earn a shot at greater glory. By offering this incentive, Ves was very confident that his avatars would stick to his arrangements. Which third-class mech pilot didn't dream of piloting a higher class of machines? This was a fatal attraction. Even if Ves risked losing half of his avatars, at least he got rid of the unlucky and the incompetent. The mech pilots who managed to survive the Sand War would form the new core of the avatars. With their proven loyalty and commitment, Ves was not afraid of suffering from any defections once he invested in their growth. While it sounded fairly brutal, this was a very fair arrangement in his eyes. Ves believed that no employer could offer any incentive that was as attractive as the one he offered. Perhaps the only reward that could surpass this precious opportunity was to guarantee a mech pilot's advancement to expert pilot. Sadly, Ves was nowhere close to developing a method that could accomplish such a heaven-defying feat. He had plenty of ideas, but he was critically short on test subjects. The discussion between Ves and Magdalena quickly petered off. Once Ves made his choice, the Sentinel commander wasn't able to sway his mind. I'm already doing the avatars a favor by permitting them to replace their old weapons with the Sandbreaker rifles, Ves remarked. If Melker isn't happy with this concession, then he can come back from the front and tender his resignation. While I commend his care towards his men, this is not the time to be soft. The avatars had to prove themselves, or die trying. Ves accepted nothing less. Chapter 16-14 Plight of a Norm. The Larkinson family enjoyed a high reputation in the Bright Republic. The mech pilots bearing this distinguished name always lifted their heads in pride as they perpetuated the legacy of their predecessors. However, these Larkinson pilots only represented a fraction of the family. Though the Larkinsons possessed good genes, the demand on genetic aptitude was simply too stringent. Most descendants who grew up in this distinguished military family would inevitably have their dreams crushed when they reached 10. Upon learning that their genetic aptitude was not up to par, their path to becoming a noble mech pilot turned out to be a distant illusion. This was a bitter pill to swallow for many young Larkinsons. Ves himself had wasted his entire teenage years because it took this long to get over his profound disappointment. Fortunately, most Larkinsons readjusted quickly. The Larkinsons never stigmatized or looked down on the norms in the family. Each of them were related by blood, after all. No matter if they were potentates or norms, the Larkinsons always stuck together without any pretensions of status or superiority. Moses Larkinson used to be one of those crushed 10-year-old kids. Seeing a handful of cousins emerge out of the testing center with smiles hurt him deeply. From that day on, the friends he used to wrestle with became the future pride of the family. The new potentates no longer had time to play silly games or waste their time on idle pastimes. The training of a Larkinson mech pilot started immediately. In order to ensure that each Larkinson started off with a strong foundation and solid specialization, they needed to undergo a training regime that was far more arduous than the courses offered by the mech academies. If not for the strong will and belief in the Larkinson heritage, most of the potentates in the family would have spat blood and given up early. Of course, none of that had anything to do with Moses Larkinson. Though the family did its best to avoid treating norms as rejects or lesser beings, the lack of attention from the greatest of Larkinsons became very clear. Many Larkinson norms eventually accepted their fate. They turned their attention to other vocations. With the help of their name and the modest financial support of their family, they could easily pursue other careers. Some became respected doctors who worked at major hospitals. Others studied business in order to land an easy job managing some of the assets of the Larkinson estate. Of course, a disproportionate amount of Larkinsons still chose to serve in the armed forces. Even if the mech corps centered around mechs and mech pilots, they still required a lot of support to function optimally on the battlefield. Many Larkinsons, by virtue of their background, rose up to become a part of the backbone of the mech corps. Each of them served in the mech corps because they felt compelled to do so. It was the Larkinson way. Moses Larkinson happened to be one of them. Leveraging his high understanding of mechs due to growing up in a family obsessed with them, he worked his way up the ranks of the mech corps as a tactical officer. He even participated in the Bright Visual Wars, earning a respectable amount of merits and honor to satisfy his obligation as a Larkinson. To Moses, it wasn't enough. Even if he did his duty, he always felt that he had it easy compared to the mech pilots who risked their lives directly at the forefront of the battlefield. There was still a difference between mech pilots and norms. With the war between the Bright Republic and the Ves Kingdom over, Moses still found himself with a void within his heart. He languished in his duties ever since the Bright Republic returned to peace. There may not be another war in 20 to 30 years. That was far too long for an impatient man like Moses. Was he really destined to spend the bulk of his service in peace? Then the Sand War erupted. The horror that had beset the Komodo Star sector shocked every Brighter. Border states with hundreds of years of history fell within a matter of weeks or months. The endless onslaught of Sandman fleet's overwhelming defenses sparked one of the greatest humanitarian tragedies in the Star sector in hundreds of years. The citizens of the Bright Republic became frightened when they heard about the collapse of so many states and the deaths of trillions of humans. A war was coming, one that was greater and more terrible than the ones they fought before. Yet to certain people like Moses Larkinson, he felt as if he found his true calling in this crisis. Defending humanity against alien aggression was one of the most noble callings imaginable. Since the Age of Mechs, most conflicts between humans and aliens had subsided. Many races were self-aware enough to avoid poking the strongest civilization in the galaxy. As for humanity, the Big Two did not consider the risks of further expansion to be worthwhile. To fight any further would risk depleting an already exhausted civilization. With so many lives at stake, the CFA and MTA could not afford to overextend their forces. For this reason, clashes between civilizations became rare. So much so that many Brighters never imagined fighting against an alien race in their lifetimes. To a Larkinson like Moses, the Sandman crisis actually came as an opportunity. Once the Bright Republic unveiled the Starfighter Corps, Moses saw his opportunity. "I have to volunteer!" Due to his accomplishments in the Mech Corps and the reputation of his family name, Moses immediately became an officer candidate of the Starfighter Corps. While his piloting skills were just as average as any hastily trained starfighter pilot, his discipline, wartime experience, and dedication soon elevated him above his peers. It took less than a month for him to become a starfighter captain and deployed to the front. The brass randomly allocated him to lead a starfighter wing of the 243th Greedy Luxus. Like every other starfighter regiment, the 243th only existed for a very short time. Compared to his old mech regiment, the Greedy Luxus did not benefit from a long and storied history. The lack of martial tradition and camaraderie became very evident as Moses tried to forge his starfighter wing from a random collection of volunteers into a band of brothers. "Captain Larkinson!" The calm in his starfighter crackled as Moses tried to dance away from the barrage of lasers fired by the distant Sandman swarm. "Cover the mercenaries as best you can as we advance." Moses gritted his teeth as his starfighter endured a number of hits. He hit back as best as possible by firing the ballistic weapon mounted on his spacecraft, but he had little hopes of hitting one of the Sandman drones at this range. "Acknowledged, sir," he replied to his superior. "My men will keep up, though they will pay for it with their lives." The price of closing distance to the Sandman was too costly to bear. Moses barely made it out alive in previous actions. Would he be lucky enough to be spared from the Sandmen this time? He shook his head and tried his best to immerse his mood in the distant glow of a desolate soldier hovering in the vicinity of his starfighter regiment. Glancing at the mech designed by the most successful Norm of the Larkinson family in its entire history peppered him up. Respect and awe suffused his face as he recalled the incredible accomplishments of its designer. Ves was a true role model of the Norms in the family. Even without piloting a mech, his accomplishments already put him on equal terms with the expert pilots among the Larkinsons. Something like that had never occurred. Every Norm, Moses included, took inspiration from his rise. Just because they lacked the aptitude to pilot mechs did not mean they were destined to be sidelined. Each Larkinson possessed the potential to become a hero. Moses firmed up and commanded his starfighter pilots to advance. His subordinates responded shakily. The torrent of laser beams had never relented. It took a lot of courage to advance into the storm. As his wing formation grew more and more ragged, Moses continually exhorted his men to push forward. "Are you pigs or starfighter pilots? Remember your training. Endure. The lives of 700 million citizens are at stake. The swarm is already beginning to shrink." None of his subordinates were anything like his former comrades in the Mech Corps. Most of the volunteers had been lured into serving in the Starfighter Corps through deceptive means. Once they realized the dangers, it was too late for them to withdraw. "The only way to survive is to fight. Heroes never falter. Your brothers and sisters are counting on you." His job as a starfighter captain mostly amounted to managing rookies. The naive and gullible starfighter pilots had to be treated carefully and with constant encouragement in order to keep them in formation. If not for the desolate soldier accompanying their wing, Moses was sure that at least half of his subordinates would have fled by now. "We're getting close. Focus on evasive maneuvers. Let the mechs whittle down the swarm." The starfighters under his command vigorously flew side to side, though its thrusters weren't powerful enough to fool Sandman targeting systems. Moses merely wanted to give his starfighter pilots the illusion that their sluggish maneuvers could make a difference in preserving their lives. Giving his subordinates the illusion that they had control over their own fate was just one of the many lies he had been instructed to tell. Once his wing arrived in position, their formation remained in place as the mechs using the starfighters as cover began to target the Sandman drones with greater accuracy. The initial results were better than Moses expected of mercenaries. Hundreds of mechs and starfighters joined the fray. Moses even spotted a handful of the newfangled Dawnbreakers shooting down the Sandman drones with abandon. Though numerous starfighters exploded all around him, the Sandman swarm dearly paid for these small successes. The swarm is disintegrating. We took out one of their Sandman admirals early. Roars of victory flooded the communication channels. Everyone expressed their raw relief at this hard-fought victory. Though a number of Sandman admirals still persisted, their advantage in numbers continually grew smaller and smaller until they didn't have any drones left to threaten the human defenders. The battle was won. Unfortunately, as Moses and his ragged subordinates flew back to their carrier, he had no choice but to tally their losses. Less than 20 starfighter pilots gathered together at one of the hangar bays. Each of them looked glum as over half of their wing failed to make it back in time. Perhaps at least half of them managed to eject in time, but the Sandmen never let off the slow-moving escape pods. It only took one weak laser beam to pierce their flimsy shells and kill the starfighter pilot trying to flee. Such an outcome became increasingly more prevalent as the Sandman admirals started to ditch their heavy laser strikes for rapid-fire laser salvos. "May our comrades who perished in battle rest in peace," Moses stated. "Their light will forever burn in our hearts." Scenes like this occurred everywhere. Moses had seen so many of his subordinates fall that he stopped memorizing their names. They died so frequently that Moses had grown numb to the losses. "When will it be my turn?" he quietly whispered under his breath. His starfighter was no different from the others. Skill made little difference due to the limitations of their spacecraft. In the end, Ves Larkinson lasted for 3 more battles. After beating off some basic Sandman fleets, another swarm configuration descended upon the star system. The greedy Luxus reluctantly answered the call. Ves Larkinson died as one of many starfighter pilots that perished that day. He died doing his duty under the glow of a desolate soldier. He died with a smile. Chapter 16-15 Enemy Customers. The specter of the war loomed heavily on Cloudy Curtain. It became increasingly more difficult for locals to maintain their cheer when they heard about the terrible battles taking place at the front. It had gotten so bad that the Bright Republic became much more stringent about publicizing the war. Morale had to be maintained at all costs. It did little good to everyone if they learned how many starfighter pilots perished each day. Otherwise, where would the Starfighter Corps get all of their fresh blood? Due to his background, status, and connections, Ves easily gained access to the truth. The casualties were too horrible to imagine. If the survival of an entire state, and the vast majority of its population wasn't at stake, a lot of people would have risen up in protest. Unfortunately, everyone in the know was smart enough that the alternative was worse. The Bright Republic could not afford to let the Sandmen grind its mech core to dust before engulfing the people stuck on its vulnerable planets. Every starfighter pilot deserved to be treated as a hero. Yet their lives were so short and fleeting that hardly anyone had time to pause and reflect on their sacrifices. As cruel as it sounded, the Starfighter Corps existed to endure the losses the Mech Corps couldn't afford to sustain. No one paused to remember the dead. A dead starfighter pilot was no longer of any value to the soldiers shouldering the burden of defending the Republic against the Sandmen. Only his closest friends and family remembered someone like Ves Larkinson. To everyone else, he was merely another name in a continually expanding list of casualties. Perhaps once the war was over, the Starfighter Corps would erect some pretty monument in Rittersburg that listed out his name for remembrance. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Ves. Maybe he would have volunteered to become a starfighter pilot in a different life. To the current Ves, answering this calling was beneath him. As a mech designer, he could make a bigger impact on the war by doing his job. He had no desire to hop into a cockpit and blast the Sandmen up close, especially when he heard how short the life of an average starfighter pilot spanned. Those lucky enough to survive 6 serious encounters were already regarded as veterans. The second generation of starfighter models are supposed to be more resilient. Raymond passed on the latest rumors that crossed his ears. They feature much thicker frontal plating. While it's not enough for them to resist a heavy laser strike, they are able to resist at least double the amount of light laser attacks. That could make a huge difference in the survival rate of starfighter pilots. The current starfighter models on the battlefields are cheap for a reason. Can the Bright Republic cope with the increased production cost? VS asked. Raymond looked uncertain. Our state has no choice but to invest in heavier starfighters. The loss in life has grown so severe that the officers and pilots of the Starfighter Corps are becoming increasingly more restless. It is one thing to ask them to do their duty, it is another thing to ask them to act as human shields. The pressure and trauma they are shouldering is enough to drive even the best of us to despair. Both of them fell silent for a time. Each of them had access to privileged information that painted a gruesome picture of the war so far. How is the LMC doing? VS changed the topic. The launch of the Militant Soldier and Peaceful Soldier added some much-needed diversity to our mech catalog. While the Mech Corps has been lukewarm in adopting the Militant Soldier, our Peaceful Soldiers are continuing to sell like hotcakes. It's too bad the Peaceful Soldier is exclusive to the Bright Republic, VS said with regret. If not for all of the proprietary tech, components and standards I've incorporated in its design, we could have easily sold millions copies throughout the entire star sector. You can still do so, VS. With the experience you've gained with the Peaceful Soldier, it shouldn't take you too long to develop a civilian variant. The LMC already received many solicitations from various governments and organizations throughout the star sectors. Each of them expressed a lot of interest in a true land-bound version of the Desolate Soldier. It was much more convenient to patrol a population settlement with such a mech. Their glows ensured that the locals became much more obedient in their vicinity. I've already considered the matter. While you are right that the demand for such a product is huge, any mech design that doesn't help in the war effort is not a priority to me right now. In addition, popularizing a land-bound mech with the same glow as the Desolate Soldier is extremely disruptive. VS constantly reminded the people around him that they shouldn't solely look out for the LMC. His mech company would do well regardless of how many mechs it sold. VS was more than satisfied with the success of the Soldier product line. There was not that much benefit to pursuing more sales, especially if he risked stepping on too many people's toes in the process. The Desolate Soldier and its variants mainly served to defend humanity against the Sandmen. Nothing more. VS even felt tempted to withdraw the Solemn Guardian from his position as design spirit because his glow was too vulnerable to abuse. Sadly, VS was quickly forced to set aside those notions. His reputation and the reputation of the LMC would be ruined if he intentionally sabotaged his existing products. His customers bought his mechs with specific expectations. One of the biggest taboos in marketing was misrepresenting products. Since the LMC never mentioned anything about expiration dates on their glows, every customer believed the Soldier mechs would continue to be useful for many years. The discussion moved on to the Prideful Soldier. This cheaper variant had been out on the market for more than a month now. This was enough time to give the LMC a solid understanding of its market appeal. Sales of our Prideful Soldiers have actually exceeded our expectations, Raymond noted with a smile. Their lower price points and their altered glows have become a huge hit among the gangs and underground organizations. The only downside is that it's hard to hide them, but even then they're rapidly becoming a staple in the Bentheim system. Oh? The BLM and the 3 dominant gangs have taken to the Prideful Soldier with great enthusiasm. Practically every Prideful Soldier rolling off the production lines at Bentheim ends up in their hands. In addition, its appeal isn't confined to our state. The Reanald Republic has actually become our second biggest market for this product. Such a result astounded him a bit. Ves never realized that adding a mote of Zygra's spirituality would induce such strong attraction in the auras of his prideful soldiers. I thought the Reanald Republic is barely holding it together. The Reanaldans are in bad shape, but the Frozen Leaf Alliance is still of value. The smaller states that haven't been hit yet are well aware that they'll be next once the Reanald Republic and the other states in the third line of defense are gone. The influx of foreign reinforcements in recent weeks have done much to stall the Sandman advance. A part of Ves was disappointed that the Reanald Republic hadn't croaked yet. He had bad memories of the state, and regarded it as a tumor of the local region. If it was up to him, he preferred it if the LMC stopped selling soldier mechs to the Reanaldans. Of course, that was just a petty impulse. No one would ever accept such a decision. Ves had a responsibility to treat his customers fairly. Is there anything else happening abroad that I should take note of? Ves asked. Hesitation appeared on Raymond's face. He carefully leaned forward. There is one more issue that demands your attention. It's rather sensitive, though. Oh. Ves immediately smelled trouble. Dot? What is it? Just spit it out. There's one more mech market in the vicinity which we haven't exploited yet. The demand for our product is growing, but our actual sales have been non-existent due to one important reason. It didn't take long for Ves to rule out the state that Raymond referred to. His products had penetrated almost every state in the region except for one glaring exception. You're talking about the Ves Kingdom, aren't you? Yes. Ves immediately grew morose. Memories of the most recent Bright Ves War came to mind. The devastating defeat suffered by the ground forces of the flagrant Vandals always haunted him from time to time. He had seen too many Brighters die at the hands of the Vesians. Though he was fine with living alongside the latter in peace, becoming friends was a step too far. I take it that they are very eager to deploy our desolate soldiers and prideful soldiers, correct? Yes. In recent weeks, the LMC has received secret missives requesting us to open a direct sales channel to the Ves Kingdom. Who are the people sending these missives? Representatives from Emodries, Venids, Hafner, and so on. So far, the royal house hasn't contacted us yet, but according to our analysts, it's only a matter of time. A very conflicting mood overcame Ves. We aren't selling any soldier mechs to the Vesians, right? Not directly, but that hasn't stopped some of the more enterprising Vesians. Merchants are buying our desolate soldiers and prideful soldiers in enormous batches before shipping them to the kingdom. Whether the merchants are reselling our products or fulfilling a commission on behalf of a Vesian client, the fact of the matter is that the Vesians have already surreptitiously adopted our mechs. Officially, mech companies from the Bright Republic never conducted business in the Ves Kingdom, and vice versa. With all of the bad blood generated by so many generational wars, how could either side ever trade with each other? That didn't stop smugglers and traders from exploiting this situation. In truth, a considerable amount of trade occurred between the two states. The trade ships merely made a detour through the former Coman Federation, or the independent state of Pilis before entering the other state. If Raymond was right, then the same took place with the LMC's soldier mechs. What do you want me to do, Raymond? Establish a branch in the Ves Kingdom in order to facilitate direct sales to their oppressive nobles? The Ves Kingdom is much harder pressed in the Sand War than us, Ves. The COO calmly pointed out. We may not like it, but we need the Vesians to cover our flank. If the state ever falls, the victorious Sandmen will certainly wheel around and hit the Bright Republic along a new front. With how thin the Mech Corps and the Starfighter Corps has spread their forces, we simply can't afford to cover so much additional territory. VS understood this logic just as well as Raymond. Yet the thought of strengthening the Vesians by selling them his products was a very difficult pill to swallow. If anyone told him that he would one day sell his mechs to the Vesians, he would have laughed in their faces. If not for the Sandman invasion driving everyone, including the Vesians, to desperation, VS would have never been confronted with this choice. What do the Tovars say? I don't believe they kept their mouths shut. From what we have heard, the Tovars have tacitly consented to opening a sales channel. In fact, the government might take advantage of this opportunity to increase the flow of trade between our two states. VS snorted. Of course they don't want to go first. Cowards! He knew for certain that his reputation and the reputation of the LMC would take a hit in the Bright Republic once they pioneered a sales channel to the Vesia Kingdom. He didn't care, though. In fact, he looked forward to selling his mechs to the Vesians. Just the thought of humiliating their entire mech industry was enough to lighten his mood. Chapter 16:16 Tormented Survivor. Since the Vesians already got their hands on the soldier mechs, the LMC might as well sell them directly. Now that VS gave his consent, Raymond quickly left in order to make the arrangements. It was far from simple to overcome the centuries-old trade embargo between the Bright Republic and the Vesia Kingdom. At the very least, the LMC needed to work closely with the government in the coming weeks. If the Bright Republic itself did not agree to this trade, the company would never be able to dream of entering the Vesian mech market. Later that day, VS enjoyed a break with his girlfriend. The two of them sat together in a lounge that Gloriana recently renovated in the lab and workshop floor of the mech nursery. While their cats playfully chased after a very agile mouse bot that Gloriana imported from Centerpoint, both of them comfortably leaned against each other. Their relationship had grown stable. Nothing special happened, but that did not mean their love towards each other had cooled down. Both of them shared a love for mechs. Each new collaboration project provided them with another opportunity to learn about each other's passion for mechs. A very special intimacy developed between each other whenever they worked together on the same mech. This was why their relationship still remained in harmony despite their differences. Regardless of what VS thought about Hexers or what Gloriana expected from VS, their love remained as stable as ever. VS became more and more comfortable with the thought of spending the rest of his life with Gloriana. What are you thinking about, VS? Nothing important. Just some business matters. Oh? Do tell. I've recently decided to sell our mechs to the Vesians. Since Gloriana frequently talked and gossiped with some of the Larkinsons at the Cloud Estate, she knew how badly the Brighters regarded the Vesians. She attempted to comfort him by patting his arm. That's very magnanimous of you. I imagine it's as difficult as Hexers selling their mechs to Friday men. There's a difference between the two. Your state is in a direct conflict against the coalition. In contrast, the Bright Republic and the Vesia Kingdom are both being pressed by a common enemy that is far more threatening. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Exactly. I don't like this decision, but I know it will be worse for us if the Vesia Kingdom can't persist. Even though it made sense, it still sounded absurd to VS. He still couldn't quite get over the fact that every Vesian would soon become exposed to the wonders of his mechs. Would they become his fans? Would they demand continued access to the products of the LMC? Whatever the case, VS was sure that the Sand War completely upended the old order. Just as the Bright Republic hungered to conquer the former territories of the Coman Federation, the Vesia Kingdom also looked forward to doubling or tripling its territories. Digesting so much territory took decades, if not centuries. Depending on how extensively the Sandmen devastated the cities and infrastructure of the formerly populated planets, A lot of rebuilding had to be done before the new acquisitions turned into assets of the states. Ves predicted that the Bright Republic and the Vesia Kingdom would not go to war anymore in the next century or so. One of the primary reasons the Vesians hungered for war was to acquire more territorial acquisitions. Now that they stood to gain a huge amount of ownerless star systems, why should they bother their neighbors? Perhaps the Bright Vesia Wars might even become a thing of the past. Once the contradictions between the two states faded, trade would probably flourish. A new generation of Brighters and Vesians would grow up in a time of peace and expansion. Without experiencing the previous wars for themselves, they would not be as hesitant in working together as their predecessors. This would not take place for many years, though. Opening a trade channel just as the memories of the previous war were still too fresh sounded like a bad idea. Ves didn't care. He looked forward to gloating over the Vesians as they helplessly came to depend on his soldier mechs. Meow. Their two cats tired of chasing after the darned uncatchable mouse bot and leapt up to their laps. "Oh, are you hungry, Lucky?" Gloriana teased while tweaking Lucky's ears. Meow! Gloriana happily retrieved a treat from her pocket and threw it in his mouth. "Here you go!" Meanwhile, Ves rubbed his fingers over Clixie's soft fur. He still hadn't gotten over the novelty of petting a creature with actual fur. Clixie was a lot more adorable than his naughty cat in his eyes. "You're such an elegant cat, Clixie. Lucky can learn a lot from you." Meow. Times like these happened nearly every day. While not a lot of excitement took place, neither Ves nor Gloriana had any complaints. Sadly, Ves couldn't afford to indulge in Gloriana's company every moment of the day. Even if he did his best to delegate his responsibilities, he still needed to divert some time on various matters. The LMC increasingly grew more formidable. With several manufacturing facilities coming online in Bentheim, the Mech Nursery was no longer the only production site of the company. Ves still had no intentions of moving to Bentheim, though. It was far too busy for his liking, and it was filled with powerful players that Ves had no intention of meeting. While it appeared that the recent developments on Cloudy Curtain attracted hundreds if not thousands of different influences, Ves and the LMC remained dominant on this planet. Aside from the LMC, he regularly checked up on his other organizations. The Avatars, Battle Criers and Sentinels constantly grew stronger as Ves or the LMC invested considerable sums of money in upgrading their mechs. The Larkinson Exobiology Institute also started to take shape. While it was too soon to gain permission to erect an exhibice reserve on Cloudy Curtain, Dr. Lupo already made some progress in some areas. As for the Ves Larkinson Foundation for Wounded Veterans, he reluctantly watched on as Clinton Larkinson expanded the charity's capacity to treat the wounded. In fact, if Clinton got his way, he wanted the foundation to build an entirely new medical facility on Cloudy Curtain, one geared towards veteran care. Naturally, Ves did not agree to this. Expanding the foundation's treatment capacity to 100 patients was enough. Speaking of patients, one of the issues that required his personal attention was Devia Stark. The doctors employed by the Foundation did a good job in treating the physical wounds of this hidden expert pilot. However, the doctors could do nothing about her mental and spiritual wounds. As Dr. Lupo guided him to the recovery room where Devia Stark rested, he explained the patient's condition. "From what we can tell of her history, she used to be a mercenary pilot when the Sandmen crossed into human space. The mercenary corps she used to be a part of suffered the same fate as most of the initial defenders. Overwhelmed by Sandmen. Have any of her former comrades survived?" Ves carefully asked. It would be bad for him if her former friends, colleagues and family came to Cloudy Curtain and insisted on taking Stark away. Dr. Lupo looked uncertain. It's difficult to tell. The chaos following the fall of the border states has upended existing records. They're not up to date anymore, so it's very hard to figure out if people are dead or alive. So far, you haven't found anything, right? No. We have tried to reach out to known contacts, but no one replied to our messages. It is looking increasingly more likely that this poor woman is all alone now. Ves tried his best not to erupt into a grin. That would be improper. Instead, he slowly managed to school his face in a sad and solemn expression. I hope we can give Madame Stark a new home here at the LMC. I'm always open to employing honorable veterans. That sounds very generous of you, Mr. Larkinson. Lupo fawned. Is she in a state to talk? We can wake her up if you wish. It won't affect her recovery as long as you keep your discussion short and free of stress. Wake her up then. I'll be holding a private talk with her. Please stay outside. Lupo nodded as Ves stepped into the recovery room. Some kind of attached device beeped as it injected some chemicals into Via's bloodstream. The expert pilot slowly emerged from her slumber. Once Nita closed the doors, Ves passed on an instruction to Lucky, who outputted a weak ECM field that mainly targeted the monitoring system of the room. Ves did not wish to ruin the medical equipment built into the recovery bed. Hello, Divya. Can I call you that? Divya stopped pretending to be asleep. Her dull eyes turned to Ves as if she was gazing at a worm. You kidnapped me. I wouldn't say that. Ves defended himself. I merely took you to a treatment facility where I could give you the care you deserve. I don't deserve anything. Your wounds would have led to a lot of chronic pain if left untreated. Good. I deserve to suffer. Ves twitched his mouth. What was wrong with this woman? I'm giving you a second chance. Who says I want one? I know you're an expert pilot, Ves admitted. As a member of the famed Larkinson family of the Bright Republic, I'm very familiar with expert pilots. I recognize the same air from you as the expert pilots of my family. That was a lie, but Divya didn't have to know that. The woman scowled at Ves. I am a disgrace of an expert pilot. I failed my comrades and I failed my state. You're not the first traumatized survivor I've met. You're not doing anyone a favor by knocking yourself down. Do you think you are doing your fallen comrades a service by giving in to your despair? Divya shrugged. I'm a failure. I am one of the least deserving mech pilots in the star sector to be bestowed this power. I was completely unable to save the commander I admired. Ves narrowed his eyes as he figured something out. Did you fight against the Sandman in a standard mech? I haven't piloted an expert mech if that's what you're asking. Ah. That explains it then. No expert pilot can exert their full strength in a mech that isn't designed to resonate with you. Expert mechs are expensive for a reason. That doesn't excuse my failure. People counted on me. Now they're dead. Calm down. Your body is still weak. You won't do your recovery any good if you lash out like that. Fortunately, Divya was simply too tired and fed up to sustain her outburst. She quickly calmed down and entered into a depressed mood. Ves cautiously walked closer until he stood at the side of her bed. Despite her treatment, Divya appeared much older and frilier than before. According to the record, she was about 50 years old. When did you become an expert pilot? Not too long ago, she answered. I never thought I would become an expert pilot after I finished my military service. I became an expert pilot once I became a mercenary, but only a few people knew. That sounded strange. Ordinarily, Expert pilots could never hide themselves as their force of will was too easy to detect with modern resonance sensors. No one else found out? I wasn't an expert pilot for long, to be honest. We kept it a secret as best as possible by disabling the sensors of our mechs and ships. As long as I holed up in my cabin and avoided contact with other forces, it's easy to avoid detection. I have no stomach to rejoin the military. Others would have found out eventually. That's true. I just wanted to prolong my return. Then the Sandmen came. Yes. The Sandman invasion changed her entire fate. Chapter 16-17 Research Institutions. Ves found it difficult to engage Ves Stark in conversation. The spiritually crippled expert pilot was a woman without spirit. She completely lacked the strong will and belief that normal expert pilots possessed. While her state made her pliable to an extent, the problem was that Stark no longer possessed the will to live. He frowned as he felt he wasn't making any progress in their one-sided conversation. Every time he attempted to prod her, she merely replied in a perfunctory manner. It felt as if he was talking to a suicidal bot. Fortunately, this was not the first time Ves encountered a traumatized mech pilot. It was just that this case was a lot more thornier than usual because Devia just happened to be an expert pilot. Injury and death remained an ever-present risk to those who risked their lives on the battlefield. The Larkinsons were very familiar with this universal truth. Not even their expert pilots returned from war unscathed. His grandfather Benjamin happened to be a good example. He used to be an expert pilot before he returned with some sort of injury that no longer made him an expert pilot. Such an outcome should have been devastating to any expert pilot, but his grandfather managed to pull through that dark period and readjust his life without any issue. Since the Larkinsons raised so many mech pilots and sent them off to war, they also became proficient in treating them when they became wounded, crippled, or traumatized. War was a messy business. Those who entered the meat grinder never emerged unscathed. The main reason the Larkinson compound accommodated so many Larkinsons was to provide a calm refuge to those who needed to heal their mental scars. The Larkinsons always believed that leaving a traumatized mech pilot alone was incredibly negligent. People tended to develop weird thoughts when they were left by themselves. This problem was worse among the wounded and the mentally scarred. Therefore, the simple, low-tech solution the Larkinsons came up with after hundreds of years of trial and error was to surround the traumatized with family. While it didn't work all the time, the Larkinsons saw enough success in this approach to stick with it. Ves always remembered his time at the Larkinson compound fondly. I have a suggestion, he began. Recuperating in this isolated recovery room won't do you much good. Once your physical condition improves, I intend to bring you to my cloud estate where my relatives can keep you company. Is that okay? Devia snorted. Do what you want. Okay. Though she remained a tough shell to crack, at least she didn't express any intentions to leave. After losing her home and everyone she knew, she had nowhere to go. It made no difference to her if she stayed in his care or returned to the farming settlement. Ves soon left her room, allowing the sedatives to put her back to sleep. Take good care of her, Dr. Lupo. He repeated his instruction. Once she recovers enough to stand and walk on her own, transfer her to the cloud estate. Make sure to assign some caretakers to her to attend to her daily needs. Though Lupo still didn't know why Ves paid so much attention to an ordinary wounded veteran, he knew better than to question his employer. I will make sure that she is taken care of, Mr. Larkinson. I'll also spare some time in my schedule to check up on her condition and form a customized diet to facilitate her physical recovery. Ves smiled. Good. Treat her just like you treat Gloriana and I. Don't skimp on anything. Ever since Ves put Dr. Lupo in charge of ingredient preparation, every meal turned into a delight. While Ves was initially dismissive of Dr. Lupo's obsession with nutrition, it turned out that this specialty was not as trivial as he thought. Each meal incorporated ingredients that Dr. Lupo tailored to their individual physiques. The meals that Gloriana ate became a lot more delicate and pure. In contrast, Ves ate meals that became a lot more filling and dense with energy. Ever since he switched to Lupo's customized diet, Ves never felt as full and energy-rich as before. He realized that he was missing out an entirely different facet of life before he employed Dr. Lupo. Gloriana was just as happy with Dr. Lupo's addition to the staff. Though Dr. Lupo frequently demanded to cook their meals, he was not as adept in the culinary arts as the chefs employed by Gloriana. Personally, Ves didn't mind, but Gloriana vehemently opposed any notion of replacing her chefs. She always employed the best she could get her hands on. Dr. Lupo was incomparable to chefs trained in a prosperous second-rate state like the hexadric hegemony. Of course, who knew if that remained the same a few years from now? The intelligence candies that Ves graciously fed to Dr. Lupo weren't cabbages. After the exobiologist adjusted to his expanded intellectual capabilities, he devoured knowledge like a bottomless hole. Ves expected much from Lupo in the future. As the two walked out of the Foundation's medical center, Ves quizzed the exobiologist on his progress. "It's too soon for me to achieve any results on my assignments," Dr. Lupo admitted. He spent too much time putting his new learning ability to use. "My understanding of organic food substances is the highest. I'm confident I can make some headway into cracking the secrets of Gerald Spice." "What about the Archimedes Rebel?" Lupo frowned for a moment. "I've tracked down some old records. It's not a bioimplant that is used anymore. I found a lot of useful documents and files that can help me update its bioprogramming, but the problem is that I can't make heads or tails of the data yet. Even if most of it is outdated, we're still talking about high technology here. Prioritize this project over anything else. I don't want to wait too long to implant the Archimedes Rebel in my head. Gloriana's cousin, who is supposedly capable of performing the surgery, will probably arrive within the year. I want you to be knowledgeable enough about implant surgery to assist in the surgery." Dr. Lupo ought to be smart enough to realize that Ves did not entirely trust Gloriana's cousin. "Rest assured, Mr. Larkinson. I will make sure to devote my time to studying this field and deciphering the Archimedes Rebel. It's just that I won't be able to devote as much time on other priorities." Ves lazily waved his hand. "That's fine. The Larkinson Exobiology Institute is not meant to be a one-man organization. Hire more people and delegate some of the less sensitive tasks to them. I trust you to know what you can share and what you need to keep to yourself." He employed a bit of his spirituality and applied some pressure to Dr. Lupo. In an instant, he turned from a mild-mannered mech designer into a ferocious beast in human form. "I understand." It didn't hurt to remind Dr. Lupo of what he stood to gain if he continued to remain loyal to Ves. It also didn't hurt to remind the former refugee that Ves was not an ordinary man. Once he'd parted ways with Lupo, he returned to his office to keep on top of the latest developments. The LMC sold more and more mechs. The Sand War became increasingly more bloody. The introduction of the Dawnbreaker and its variants slowly started to strengthen the forces that procured their copies. The Sandbreaker weapons system spread out throughout the entire region in rapid tempo. In fact, the Avatars and Sentinels had already begun to switch out their old ballistic rifles for the newfangled Sandbreaker rifles. Ves even visited a training ground to witness the effectiveness of the Sandbreaker rifle with his own eyes. A sandbreaker round impacted a target dummy made out of grainy substance that resembled the composition of a Sandman vessel. The round exploded instantly upon contact. A powerful concussive shockwave emanated outwards in a semi-focused cone. The target dummy lost at least half of its mass, impressing everyone witnessing the test. This sandbreaker round is 30% more damaging against the Sandmen than a standard ballistic round. This was an enormous difference. Transitioning to this weapon system would certainly save a lot of lives. This was why VS did not feel any qualms about adopting the Sandbreaker system despite its origin. "What a killer product!" Gavin commented with a hint of regret. "Those Ansel mech designers will certainly be swimming in money from all of the licensing fees they earn." VS shrugged. "This is what they deserve. There's no point feeling jealous about it. Don't forget that a lot of experts have worked on the Sandbreaker weapons system. One of Ansel's main advantages is that the school has forged a lot of partnerships with research institutions. Professor Sue didn't develop the Sandbreaker by herself." These kinds of partnerships became increasingly more prevalent in the upper end of mech design. As much as mech designers accumulated detailed knowledge, they weren't omniscient. Partnering up with a specialized research institution allowed mech designers to incorporate more advanced solutions in their mechs. This was a way for mech designers to overcome a gap in capabilities without involving additional mech designers. This was vitally important to the Dawnbreaker project, which already involved 5 fully fledged seniors. "It's too bad we don't have any ties to research institutions. It's not easy to gain the cooperation of those research institutions." VS shook his head. For now, it wasn't necessary for him to partner up with them. The advanced skills and sub-skills he redeemed from the system served as a partial substitute to the services provided by research institutions. Though his mech designs no longer received any hindrance if he involved too many people in the project, he still preferred to keep the headcount low. Working with too many people not only complicated the management of his projects, but also caused the development time to double or triple. Under the current circumstances, VS couldn't afford to delay his design work so much. Of course, declining to work with research institutions also made it difficult to add a powerful gimmick or a fantastic component like the Sandbreaker weapons system to his designs. Once VS saw enough, he left the training ground and returned to the mech nursery. There, he began to discuss his next design project with Gavin. "According to the schedule, Vincent Ricklin is about to arrive soon, right?" His assistant nodded. "Your next client is scheduled to arrive in 2 or 3 days. He'll be bringing some company along. Make sure his party knows that they shouldn't mess around in Cloudy Curtain. This is my home planet, and I don't want these former rebels to provoke a fight." He knew that Vincent would definitely be accompanied by his goons of the former Bentheim Liberation Movement. Ever since the Separatists received amnesty, they no longer hid themselves in quiet asteroid belts or underground bases. According to the latest news from Bentheim, the former members of the BLM still hadn't shed their savagery yet. Though they did their best to abide by the terms of their agreement with the Bright Republic, thugs still remain thugs. "Inform Commander Magdalena of our new arrivals and tell her to make sure to assign some sentinels to keep watch over them," VS ordered. "I'm not reassured with letting them run around in Cloudy Curtain without supervision." "They might not take a liking to that, boss." "I don't care. I'm in charge here." Vincent's impending arrival weighed heavily on VS. Though the incident with Vincent happened a long time ago, it was hard for him to forgive this murderous bastard for entangling him in a lot of trouble. Just because he outgrew the threat of the surviving Ricklin family did not mean that VS forgave Vincent for landing him in trouble in the first place. Chapter 16-18 The Next Projects. One day before the scheduled arrival of Vincent Ricklin, a pivotal event took place that stirred the entire galaxy. At the time, Ves held a lecture for the Tovar mech designers while Gloriana and Kedis took care of the Larkinson seeds. So far, Ves was very pleased with the addition of the Tovar mech designers to his design team. While they lacked imagination, they were no slouches in the technical department. If Ves wanted to exploit their labor, then he did not have to go through so much effort in mentoring them. However, that was not what he promised to Senator Tovar. Though he declined to make any solid promises, Ves still assumed that he had a responsibility to raise at least one Tovar to journeyman. Unfortunately, Sherry, Vela, Pactold, and Gilbert all lacked the required spiritual potential to form a design seed. At their ages, Ves did not believe that they would be able to develop any spiritual potential in the next couple of years. For this reason, Ves directed a little more attention to Miles, who was the only mech designer among the 5 who might make it to journeyman in his lifetime. Your specialty relates to aerial mechs, right? Miles nodded. Mechs with flight capabilities are the future. This transition has already taken place in more advanced states. As soon as it becomes economical enough to incorporate a flight system in any mech, pure land-bound mechs will become a relic of the past. What Miles just stated happened to be similar to what Gloriana taught him in one of her tutoring sessions to turn Ves into a second-class mech designer. The division between land-bound and aerial mechs used to be ubiquitous throughout the galaxy. However, no one was satisfied with the limited mobility of mechs that could only tread on land. Aerial mechs could cover so much more ground. The downside of aerial mechs was that their flight capabilities took up too much mass and volume in their frames. While this problem still existed in the mechs employed by third-rate states in the galactic rim, more advanced states no longer stuck by this convention. As long as the tech and materials became good enough, it was possible to turn every land-bound mech into a flying object. In the Coalition and the Hegemony, many land-bound mechs were already capable of maneuvering in the air or in deep space. While they didn't move as fast as dedicated flying mechs, at the very least they weren't helpless in the event of a battle in space. Gloriana even believed that the distinction between land-bound, aerial, and space-borne mechs might disappear in a few hundred years. This transition already took place in the galactic center and most places in the galactic heartland. The multipurpose mechs that Ves encountered during one of his mastery experiences already incorporated the ability to operate in several different environments by default. Such an extravagant and complex feature was still unimaginable in a small state like the Bright Republic. From that perspective, Miles picked a very good direction to specialize in. At the very least, he did not have to worry about his design philosophy becoming redundant with the passage of time. Every mech required at least some flight capabilities in the future. I can't give you any advice when it comes to your specialization, Ves remarked. This is something you can only depend on yourself. I hope that you have set a concrete goal for yourself. From what I've seen so far of you, I'm not sure you've made up your mind on what you want to accomplish. Just making better flight-capable mechs is not a sufficient goal. Think about it some more. As Ves was about to wrap up this session, everyone's comms beeped in alarm. No one's comm was exempted from this alert. Even though Ves ordered everyone to put their comms in silent mode, the alarm superseded all silencing functions without any hindrance. In addition, the alarm not only affected the comms of the mech designers. Nita and the guards stationed by the Sentinels and the Glory Battalion all reacted with surprise as the alarms also affected their communication equipment. This alarm tone. Everyone paused and widened their eyes. Almost no one had heard this specific tone before. However, each of them memorized this specific tone at school. This was because it signified a very important event. The MTA is about to make a galactic announcement. Gloriana gasped as she checked her comm first. It's about to start in 60 minutes. While the guards didn't react too strongly to this news, the mech designers each shook with anticipation. The new mech generation is about to start. Ves and Gloriana anticipated this development for a long time. The entire mech industry was about to undergo a huge shift at the impending release of better tech and standards. Unfortunately, the start of the next mech generation came at a very odd time to the mech designers of the Bright Republic. With the Sand War raging throughout the rimward direction of the Komodo Star sector, VS had no time to design a commercial mech that served the general mech market. The only mechs that sold in the local region were mechs designed to resist the Sandmen. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, VS benefited hugely from this development because the crisis offered him an opportunity to propel his soldier product line into an unprecedented level of success. The success of the Desolate Soldier, and its variants along with the spread of the Stripes of Humanity propelled VS and his mech company into a household name. In other words, VS already achieved the results he originally wanted to make after the start of the next mech generation. The timing isn't too good, he sighed. I promised to fulfill a commission. Gloriana patted his back. We don't have to work on one project at a time. Besides, we can immediately familiarize ourselves with the new tech and components by applying them to Vincent's custom mech. I know, but it's still a burden to juggle multiple projects at once when time is at a premium. Despite these difficulties, VS did not shy away from this challenge. He was more than confident enough in his ability to design a new generation mech within a matter of months. As VS and Gloriana waited for the announcement to start, they began to discuss which mech they should design next. I'm most comfortable with designing premium mechs. That has always been my strongest niche, VS said after some deliberation. Your most successful mech design is a budget mech, his girlfriend pointed out. I know, but I feel like I can't express my strengths as well in more limited designs. I also don't want to make it easy for customers to gain access to my glow. The current circumstances with the Desolate Soldier has already shown me that making glows too accessible will devalue their worth. This was something that VS always felt uneasy about. While he did not object to selling more mechs and capturing more market share, he feared upending the mech markets too much by making his mechs too ubiquitous. His Desolate Soldiers would have never sold so well if the Sand War made a lot of ruling powers desperate. Once the crisis was past, he couldn't be as unbridled as before. His competitors wouldn't sit still if he continued to encroach upon their interests. By making his mechs expensive, VS sacrificed volume for quality. He believed that designing mechs for the upper end of the market was the way to go for him. Unlike most mech designers, he never dreamt of turning his mechs into a universal standard. Naturally, that did not mean that VS would stop designing cheaper mechs. He just wanted to be more careful about it in order to maintain a reputation for quality and stabilize the value of his glow. After some thought, Gloriana agreed with his decision as well. Designing more expensive mechs is a bit closer to designing a second-class mech than if you opted for something cheaper. If you keep designing mechs like the Desolate Soldier, you won't develop the right mindset of someone who is capable of designing a second-class mech. Recently, VS made a fair amount of progress in familiarizing himself with second-class mechs. Due to his high intelligence, he absorbed all of the literature that Gloriana assigned to him within a matter of hours. His learning speed deeply impressed his girlfriend. She became a lot more hopeful about his chances of becoming a qualified second-class mech designer within 3 years. Of course, Gloriana hadn't started with the difficult stuff yet. There was a fair amount of high technology that VS had to digest before he became capable of designing a higher-end second-class mech. He had little choice. There were simply too many advanced technologies such as energy shielding and miniaturized flight systems that he needed to become proficient in before he could think of designing a mech that appealed to customers from a second-rate state. If the Sand War didn't take place, I would have been more inclined to design a melee mech. Still, it's not that big of a deal to design another ranged mech. I just want some variety. What about designing an artillery mech? Ves shook his head. I've already considered that option. A heavy artillery mech will take too long to design, while a medium artillery mech doesn't offer enough firepower to make my product compelling. What about a light mech then? The Sandmen are too accurate in their laser fire. Fielding a light mech is little better than fielding a starfighter. The risk to the mech pilot is too much. A missiler? It's not an efficient weapon system against the Sandmen. A mech armed with missiles will shoot its launchers dry after firing several salvos. This is why riflemen mechs enjoy vastly more favor right now. Their damage output per sortie is higher compared to other mech types. Both of them looked troubled as they contemplated which option they should go for next. None of the options sounded attractive except for designing a premium rifleman mech. Yet the recently released Dawnbreaker already filled this niche. Ves saw no point in designing a mech that offered similar performance to an existing popular mech model. Why not go for your marksman mech idea? Gloriana suggested. Even if it's a subtype of rifleman mechs, it lends itself well to the premium mech category because of its high skill demand. Ves mulled over the suggestion and found it doable. You're right. There aren't any exceptional mech models that focus on long-range precision fire on the market. While the Sandmen were lethal up close, they possessed a definite range advantage due to their reliance on laser weapons, which struck their targets at the speed of light. The only reason why the Sandmen missed their shots every now and then was because their targeting systems weren't perfect. In contrast, humanity had to rely on ranged weapons that dealt physical damage as opposed to energy damage. This was bad because physical projectiles traversed a lot slower in space. The larger the distance, the bigger the problem. For this reason, marksman mechs didn't really receive too much attention. While they were useful in engaging the Sandmen at longer ranges, their total damage output was not as good because they carried less ammunition. As mechs designed to take out distant opponents, marksman mechs often resorted to heavier calibers. This was not as efficient in combating the Sandmen. I'll think about it after the announcement is over, Ves eventually decided. Who knows, maybe the MTA will introduce some new tech that will make a marksman mech a lot more viable. In truth, Ves did not have much hopes for that. From what he heard, the next mech generation mainly revolved around significant improvements in laser weapons and other related energy weapon technology. This happened to be completely useless to Ves at this time. Chapter 16-19 Galactic Mech Counselor. Everyone patiently waited for the announcement to start. Ves, Gloriana and Kedis sat together while the Tovar mech designers and Larkinson seeds sat further back. All of them faced the Design Lab's central projector, which Gloriana had already tuned to the MTA's official broadcast channel. They chose to watch the announcement on their best projector for a good reason. Every time the Mech Trade Association introduced a new mech generation, the spokesperson often showcased vivid examples and schematics. All of these new advancements drove every mech designer in the galaxy wild. Of course, the MTA only devoted time to introduce the most important innovations. The tech showcase also covered both low technology and high technology. Much of the latter wouldn't be very relevant to Ves unless he became a first-class mech designer. At the moment, the projector depicted the stunning logo of the MTA. A heroic-looking night mech surrounded by orange flames burst out of a meteorite. 12 planets orbited this stylized depiction. There was a lot of symbolism and meaning behind this logo. The MTA considered themselves to be the protectors and standard bearers of humanity. If Ves hadn't been exposed to some of the dirty secrets of the MTA, he would have been fooled by their act. Still, no matter what Ves thought about the organization that rebelled against the Five Scrolls Compact, it still stood up for mech designers and mech pilots throughout the galaxy. Ves had no choice but to play by their rules because it was 100 times harder to engage in his profession in every other way. Even a solemn senior like the Skull Architect had been forced to eke out an existence in the frontier after he crossed the MTA. That reminded Ves on what had happened to this dreaded pirate designer. Before the Sandmen assaulted the Komodo Star sector, they first swept through the Ferris Star region. Maligan's pit stop and all of the other pirate stations in the frontier should have been wiped out by the Sandmen by now. Reportedly, most pirates packed up their bags and fled into civilized space, taking advantage of the chaos to mix in with the refugees. Someone as powerful and resourceful as Professor Jimenez shouldn't have ended up in the jaws of the Sandmen. Ves hoped the Skull Architect fled very far away. His identity was very problematic in civilized space. The announcement is starting! Everyone turned their attention to the projection. The logo of the MTA began to rotate once before fading away to reveal a vast and impressive expanse of stars. Those starscapes were common sights. This was not a regular sight. The density of stars was unimaginable to those who lived in the galactic rim. This is the splendor of the galactic center, Gloriana admiringly explained. Just look at all of the stars and interstellar gases floating in between. The rudimentary FTL drives that we are used to are completely unable to function in this dense stellar environment. All of those stars and nebulas represented an unimaginable amount of wealth. Higher stellar activity directly correlated to more exotics. The high-energy reactions that took place in this perilous space also produced much higher grades of exotics. A person materialized into view in the middle of deep space. Ves figured that this wasn't some kind of special effect. The representative of the MTA literally teleported into the void without wearing any thick, protective suits. Instead, the old and dignified-looking woman appeared to float in space garbed in nothing but a resplendent, hooded robe. Once the woman drew back her hood, Ves immediately announced her identity. That's Galactic Mech Counselor Dorothea Veyron! Counselor Veyron was one of the 100 members of the Galactic Mech Council. The GMC pretty much served as the highest decision-making organ in the MTA, akin to a Senate or a legislative assembly of a state. Veyron used to be a citizen of the Triad Empire, a first-rate state in the Galactic Center. While she was well-versed in mechs, she wasn't a mech designer. Instead, she joined the MTA more than 300 years ago as a bureaucrat. By working her way up the ranks and earning the appreciation of her superiors, she continually promoted up the ranks. The MTA became more and more impressed by her administrative ability, which was exceptional even when compared to the best in the galaxy. For Dorothea Veyron to become an august member of the Galactic Mech Council by virtue of her competence in administration was an amazing feat. Now, this old woman seemingly floated in space without relying on technology to sustain her body in this dangerous vacuum environment. Whether she managed to survive in space due to advanced technology or extreme modifications to her body, Ves wasn't sure. Most people probably thought the former was the case. Perhaps they even speculated that this was nothing but an elaborate virtual illusion. In contrast, most members of upper society suspected that Counselor Veyron was truly floating in space right now. Continuous advancements in genetic modification and human augmentation enabled many options previously unavailable to humanity. The woman opened her mouth. Though sound didn't transmit through vacuum, there were countless ways to broadcast her words. Sons and daughters of humanity, Her dignified voice rang in everyone's ears. Our civilization is about to advance once again. Counselor Veyron's voice possessed an indescribable quality that commanded everyone's attention. Ves did not even think about what he was doing as he sat up straight and listened attentively to what she had to say to the galaxy. This was the spokesperson that the MTA selected to convey their message to human space. She was anything but an average speaker. Over 400 years have passed since the start of the Age of Mechs. The current generation of mechs have existed for nearly 30 years. It is time for us to close this period and welcome a new era for mechs. Our civilization has grown larger, more powerful, and more prosperous than ever before. We live in a golden age of mechs where we have continually pushed the boundaries of our most versatile weapon platform. The Age of Mechs has pulled humanity from the brink of destruction and allowed us to become more refined in the art of war. After centuries of continuous progress, our race has become more efficient in the application of force. The age where our kind used to hammer all of our perceived enemies from existence with the most destructive weapons we have on hand is long past. I am proud to live in this great era. Not only have we pushed mechs to a height that we could scarcely imagine at the beginning of the Age of Mechs, but we have also solidified our dominance throughout the galaxy. Though we are divided by states, our civilization stands as one. We are humans, who emerged from an insignificant planet in the Orion arm of the galaxy to become the most dominant race among countless alien races. Our race has overcome many odds in our rise. We have even confronted our inner demons and come out stronger and more united in the end. For over 400 years, the MTA has ensured that war will never be able to threaten the survival of our race again. Counselor Veyron kept airing lofty words about humanity and the Age of Mechs. Ves soon pulled himself out of the trance he had inadvertently fallen into. He recognized when he was being indoctrinated. Ves turned to Gloriana and found to little surprise that she looked fully taken in by Counselor Veyron's pro-human, pro-mech and pro-MTA views. He prodded her side with his finger. He failed to catch her attention. Should he do something more drastic? He decided to leave Gloriana alone. Counselor Veyron may be attempting to indoctrinate her audience, but many mech designers already bought into her viewpoints. Every mech designer believed that mechs were the weapons of humanity. Every mech designer believed that the Age of Mechs was the best time for a human to be alive. Every mech designer believed that the MTA was the biggest contributor to peace and prosperity in human space. Though Ves held some diverging opinions, he knew he wouldn't be able to convince Gloriana of his views at this point. Fortunately, the counselor soon ended her introductory spiel and went on with the meat of this galaxy-wide announcement. Our galactic mech industry has never stood still. The brightest minds of our race are constantly pushing the boundaries of science, allowing us to integrate newer and better technologies into our mechs. The latest mech generation that we will commence this day will alter the landscape of battle. Let me introduce you to the most far-reaching advancements that we have pushed in the latest mech generation. Two mechs flew into view, stopping just behind the counselor. As a human, Counselor Veyron appeared very small in comparison to the huge mechs. Despite that, the gravitas she conveyed through the projection made it difficult for every mech designer to direct their attention towards the mechs. It didn't take any explanation for Ves to realize that the mechs belonged to different generations. The mechs appeared to be a pair of very advanced second-class rifleman mechs. The laser rifles they wielded looked incredibly stunning in the arms of these exquisite mechs. Gloriana reacted first. Those are masterwork mechs! Every aspect about their construction appeared flawless in their eyes. Before they can spend time on admiring the mechs, Counselor Veyron immediately pointed out the critical differences between the two mechs. In much of human space, laser weapons are ubiquitous, she explained. They are efficient, accurate, versatile, and convenient. Our association has expended a considerable amount of effort to introduce innovative new technologies related to laser weapons. Let us demonstrate the results right now. A few mechs flew in range. Without much delay, the two rifle-armed mechs fired at the targets, which attempted to resist incoming fire with their armor or leverage their mobility to dodge the aim of the pilots. Look at the difference in power! Gloriana exclaimed. The latest generation laser rifle is at least 20% more powerful. Look, the mech on the right has already defeated the defensive mech that attempted to resist the lasers head-on. Ves was well versed in laser weapons, so he quickly spotted another discrepancy. It's not just the power that received a boost. The rifle is generating considerably less heat. That can mean that it is more efficient or its components take up less space and therefore offers more capacity for heat sinks. The demonstration continued to showcase the differences between the old and new generation of laser weapons. In fact, Ves suspected that the technological leap he was witnessing shared a lot of similarities with the crystal builder technology he employed in the design of his Crystal Lord and its crystal-based laser rifle. As Ves studied the performance of the latest generation laser rifle further, he soon concluded that the tech base was different. Even though the MTA standardized a different approach towards miniaturizing the components of a laser rifle, the results were similar. In fact, the new tech standards that the MTA revealed in this laser rifle was probably more practical and efficient than relying on weird alien crystals to empower the mechanisms of a laser rifle. The Crystal Lord has definitely become obsolete, he muttered. He didn't mind. The LMC had already phased out the Crystal Lord from its mech catalog. The transition to a new mech generation always resulted in the devaluation of older mech designs. Ves couldn't do anything to stop the advance of better technology. He could only accept this outcome and adjust to the changes as best as possible. If the circumstances permitted, Ves did not mind revisiting the Crystal Lord design to develop its Mark II iteration. However, the Crystal Lord possessed too many inadequacies to a mech designer of his current height. It would probably be a better idea for him to start another land-bound rifleman mech project from scratch. Chapter 16:20 Signature Technology. The Mech Trade Association was one of the most powerful organizations in the galaxy. Not only did it possess the raw military might to dictate its rules throughout human space, it also monopolized the right to govern everything related to mechs. The transition to a new mech generation served as a means to regulate and standardize the progression of mech design. The enormous prestige and might of the MTA ensured that each and every mech designer abided by their arrangements. In this way, mech development throughout human space adopted newer tech, application, and standards swiftly and without any lag. Even the star sectors at the periphery of human space, such as the Komodo star sector, could keep up with the latest developments. Ves recognized that the MTA did not reveal all of these fancy new tech to the entire galaxy from the goodness of their hearts. The MTA simply wanted to foster as much innovation as possible. If an organization like the MTA did not propagate new standards, then the progress of mech design would splinter and diverge in every star sector. Cutting-edge researchers whose time and energy were limited might inadvertently waste their time in researching tech that had already been invented elsewhere. To a fairly young organization that championed a fairly new weapon platform such as mechs, this kind of inefficiency couldn't be tolerated. For this reason, the MTA kept tabs on all of the advancements made by mech designers throughout the galaxy and popularized the most suitable ones. Grouping the introduction of new technologies and standards into 20 to 30-year-long periods caused every mech designer to take the transition seriously. Those who ignored the arrangements of the MTA would quickly be left in the dust by their competitors. Ves, Gloriana, Kedis, and the rest of their design team eagerly soaked in the new innovations that Councillor Veyron introduced. The mighty counselor started off the showcase with showcasing the pivotal leaps in directed energy weapon technology for a reason. Though lasers were considered low-tech weapons, they were used throughout much of the galaxy. Their versatility, ease of use, and scalability made them ubiquitous throughout the galactic rim and galactic heartland. Laser weapons even saw widespread use in the galactic center due to their light speed properties, though most mech owners could afford something better. In short, the advancement of laser weapon technology elevated the strength level of all of human space, with the less developed star sectors benefiting more than most. Directed energy weapons serve as an essential element in the arsenal of any force of mechs. Counselor Veyron smiled as she floated in deep space garbed in nothing but ceremonial robes. With the introduction of these new technologies, the firepower, energy efficiency, capacity of laser weapons have become more potent than ever. Of course, Counselor Veyron couldn't spend all of her time on highlighting laser weapons. She had a whole laundry list of showcases to go through, and even then she only scratched the surface of all of the new innovations the MTA released. The laser-armed mechs made way for mechs wielding more advanced directed energy weapons. This time, the mechs fired bright, energetic beams that Ves instantly recognized as positron beams. Many of the advancement in laser weapons have also benefited other related weapon technologies. Plasma weapons, missile payloads. The counselor steadily introduced all kinds of updates of popular weapon systems. While she hadn't announced anything groundbreaking, the modest upgrades to existing tech still made enough of a difference to elevate the strengths of mechs to another level. Though the MTA likely introduced updates to thousands of weapon systems, Veyron only mentioned a dozen of them before moving on to improvements in other aspects. A grand first-class multipurpose mech flew into view. Ves and Gloriana immediately knew that the next innovation likely concerned high technology that was far beyond their reach. Despite that, both of them looked on with hunger and eagerness. In addition to admiring the latest new tech, they also believed that they would one day be able to utilize this new tech. Counselor Veyron's eyes lit up as she gazed at the mech. The next innovation I'm about to introduce is the tech that will truly define this generation. This signature technology, which we have researched for centuries, has finally reached a level of maturity that we feel is ready to be shared to humanity. Everyone leaned forward, including Ves. Counselor Veyron was not a person who spoke nonsense. Since the beginning of this age, mechs have always been considered as a weapon platform with many limitations. Mechs are smaller and weaker than even the smallest warships. However, through centuries of research and development, our scientists and mech designers have slowly narrowed the gap between mechs and warships. Ves slightly shook his head in disagreement. While it was true that countless smart minds achieved enormous advancements in technologies related to mechs, many of them could also be applied to other weapon platforms such as warships. In addition, the CFA also poured a lot of resources and manpower in developing their own new tech. The only difference between the two rivaling organizations was that the CFA mostly kept their ship-related innovations to themselves. He believed that a contemporary warship was multiple times more powerful than the Starlight Megalodon, which crashed on the surface of Aeon Corona 7. Of course, due to the CFA's distance to society, most people didn't know anything better. If there was one thing Ves appreciated about the MTA, it was that the latter organization was a lot more engaged with the rest of humanity. Humanity has wielded warships for millennia. Counselor Veyron continued. They are our greatest and most terrible weapons. Yet they are huge, resource-intensive, and cumbersome. While warships will always play an essential role in safeguarding our civilization, the MTA believes the future of humanity rests with mechs. Counselor Veyron was building up to something. Each time the MTA announced a new mech generation, their spokespersons always hyped up a pivotal new technology that defined the period. However, Different from previous times, the counselor spoke much more bombastically about mechs than usual. She even despised warships, as if the signature technology she was about to introduce would really do what she said and narrow the gap. In 4 centuries, humanity has seen mechs grow from modest curiosities into increasingly more versatile and powerful war machines. The advent of expert pilots, and even more impressive mech pilots, has fully unlocked our hidden potential. Now I have the pleasure to introduce a change that will change the landscape of mechs forever. Gaze upon this mech and welcome the start of the era of the independent mech. Upon those words, the first-class mech floating behind her flew forward while slowly fading from existence. Seconds later, the mech disappeared from view. Almost everyone who watched the galaxy-wide broadcast trembled at the sight. This was because everyone who traveled on a starship or watched one exit a star system recognized this visual phenomenon. The projected view soon switched to another site to reveal the same mech that disappeared earlier. It had reappeared next to a beacon anchored in space. The most critical difference about this new sight was that the star's cape in the background shifted substantially. Moving just a few light seconds forward wouldn't have induced such a considerable change in perspective. The mech apparently traversed an unimaginably huge distance within a matter of seconds. Not even the fastest conventional flight system could allow a mech to traverse such a huge distance so quickly. Ves and Gloriana both performed some sloppy mental calculations and came up with an answer that shook their entire mentality towards mechs. They each turned to each other to confirm their frightening conclusion. That mech transitioned into FTL. It's a mech capable of traveling faster than light. Not only that, but the FTL drive has been miniaturized to the point where the mech doesn't have to sacrifice too much capacity to accommodate this system. Ves happened to have some personal experience with first-class mechs, so he knew how little space a fully functional component occupied. From what he could tell of the design of the mech that traveled through FTL, it boasted a very respectable amount of offensive and defensive capabilities. Now, the addition of a miniaturized FTL drive propelled its mobility to an astronomical height. Just the implication of a mech company that could travel to other star systems without relying on a carrier was immense. With the public introduction of this signature technology into the galactic mech community, mechs with this module no longer needed to rely on motherships to convey them across the stars. They could travel to their destinations by themselves. Counselor Veyron did not exaggerate. This was the first independent mech that many people in the galaxy witnessed. In fact, some people believed that certain organizations had already succeeded in miniaturizing FTL drives to the point where they could be mounted on mechs. The only reason why they hadn't spread this tech was because it was too expensive and impractical to implement on a wider scale. Yet now, the tech had evidently progressed to the point where the tech became feasible enough to be adopted by other powers. Counselor Veyron appeared into view moments later, as if she teleported next to the mech. This powerful woman gazed up at the mech as if it was an epic-shaking treasure. This mech has just demonstrated the capability of traveling faster than light. The Mech Trade Association is proud to share the gains we have made in miniaturizing and optimizing one of the smallest FTL drive we have developed to date. The projection began to depict some technical schematics that highlighted some of the key portions of the FTL drive incorporated in the mech. Of course, anyone who wasn't versed in standard FTL technology could forget about comprehending the schematic in detail. Ves received some tutoring in the field from Chief Engineer Dakin of the Flagrant Vandals. Despite that, the FTL drive schematics presented by Counselor Veyron was incomparably more complex than the more rudimentary drives that were common in the galactic rim. He only possessed a very shallow understanding of FTL drives, which was completely insufficient for him to comprehend the profoundness of this miniaturized FTL drive. Fortunately, the MTA knew that most people wouldn't understand a thing either. After babbling some technical specs, Counselor Veyron dumbed down her explanation. The miniaturized FTL drive or mini drive incorporated in this mech differs from standard, full-sized FTL drives in many ways. While there are many differences, the key material that has made the mini drive more practical is a high-grade liquid exotic that is known as phase water. A small infographic appeared that listed out the key properties of phase water. Ves instantly lost most of his excitement. While phase water exhibited incredible dimensional properties, the exotic was incredibly scarce. Not only that, it was incredibly expensive. Demand for it was huge, but the supply was non-existent. Phase water wasn't even available in large amounts in the galactic center. As you can see, the mini drive we have developed is highly dependent on phase water. For now, a functioning mini drive that is capable of granting FTL capability to mechs must incorporate at least 50 grams of phase water. 50 grams! While this didn't sound like much, according to a quick search on the galactic net, a single microgram already cost more than an entire first-class mech core. Even the Terrans and the Rebarthans will bleed at such an excessive price, Gloriana exclaimed in shock. Ves was just as shocked. At these prices, it only makes sense to add mini drives to ace mechs and god mechs. And not every state could afford to spend such extravagant amounts. Only the big two and the first-rate superstates could afford to splurge on this new invention. How was it possible for the MTA to believe this tech was mature enough to be introduced to the galactic mech community? This tech was way too expensive. Chapter 1621 Phase Water. Despite its size, the addition of phase water allows the mini drive to exhibit wondrous capabilities. As long as the mech possesses enough energy reserves, it is not impossible for a mech to travel across an entire star sector by its own capabilities. Such a bold statement belied the fact that hardly anyone could afford the 50 grams of phase water needed to construct a mini drive module. How could the MTA be bold enough to announce a so-called era of the independent mech when there was only enough phase water in the galaxy to build a couple of hundred FTL-capable mech with this tech? As long as the mini drive depended on an obscene quantity of phase water, most mech designers could forget about designing FTL-capable mechs in this generation. Gloriana looked confused. The MTA isn't this ambitious when it comes to unveiling their signature technologies. While the mini drive is an impressive invention, it will take hundreds of years for it to become practical. Whenever a significant new invention emerged, the earliest iterations were usually crude, inefficient, and prohibitively expensive. Only a small number of scientists developed the technology. Even if they were some of the most brilliant specialists in their fields, their manpower and energy were ultimately limited. Once they published their results, everyone capable would be able to access the new technology. A lot of new research projects would probably commence throughout the entirety of human space. With so many more researchers delving into the technology the MTA unveiled, various refinements and improvements would quickly follow. Even if only 1 out of 1,000,000 scientists achieved some results due to a fluke, that still represented actual progress. A single success might not be so significant, but with the sheer amount of researchers studying the same subject, the rate of improvement could be quite substantial. However, some technologies were easier to advance than others. With the mini drive tech, many scientists were probably feeling a lot of pain by their inability to procure 50 grams of phase water needed to perform actual tests. This would slow down the advancement of mini drive technology tremendously. At some point, some ingenious researcher would find a way to reduce the amount of phase water needed to make a mini drive functional. From 49 grams, 45 grams, 40 grams, and so on, the mini drive would become more efficient in terms of cost and material requirements. In addition, Now that humanity discovered such a wonderful use of phase water, many people would be scouring the galaxy for this extremely rare exotic. Each of them wanted to take advantage of the skyrocketing prices that ensued after this announcement. Once so many prospectors and treasure hunters began to search for phase water, supply would inevitably increase, thereby decreasing the scarcity of this material over time. Furthermore, many researchers unsatisfied with the lack of access to phase water would constantly be searching for substitute materials. Many exotics shared similar properties and effects. This allowed clever material scientists to find a way to substitute the role of an expensive exotic with something cheaper. In fact, many inventions introduced in earlier generations became more practical and widespread in the poorer parts of the galaxy after material scientists figured out a way to achieve the same effect by blending several cheap exotics together. It was a much better deal to use large quantities of widely available low-grade exotics than a smaller quantity of high-grade exotics. One example of this kind of progress was the ultra-compact batteries that Ves had created on his own. Combining selenium, beta-utracin and flesh's tears was nothing more than a way to create a knockoff of a high-grade exotic. Some material scientists even believe that many high-grade exotics were compound substances of lower-grade materials. With how amazing the mini-drive technology appeared to be, Ves definitely believed that someone would eventually make a breakthrough that removed its dependency on phase water. The question was how long it would take. Phase water seemed to be an incredibly high-grade exotic with strong dimensional properties. Such a strange and powerful effect couldn't be replicated easily. Nonetheless, Counselor Veyron cheerfully fawned over the mini-drive technology, as if it would soon spread throughout human space. Mini-drives have many applications. It is not only useful for mechs, but also for other craft such as shuttles, escape pods and more. With a mini-drive in your possession, you can effortlessly travel to any star system within range without relying on a lumbering ship. Who has enough phase water to waste on other applications? Gloriana puzzlingly wondered. Fortunately, Counselor Veyron soon finished elaborating on the mini-drive. That sums up the highlights of our new mini-drive technology. You can obtain more detailed explanations at our virtual portal. Now let us move on to the next innovations. Various mechs flew in and out of view to demonstrate various new capabilities. The innovations that the MTA chose to highlight during this important announcement represented significant advances in mech technology despite their lack of flair compared to the introduction of the mini-drive. The various improvements that Ves took note of range from more refined neural interfaces to more efficient power reactors. Each of these performance improvements came about through several means. In the case of neural interfaces, they performed better mostly due to improvements in design and technical application. In the case of power reactors, the MTA listed out a variety of newly discovered exotics that could substitute the role of currently used exotics. In other words, the improvement purely came about due to the usage of improved materials. Still, no matter how the improvements came about, the mechs designed according to the new methods became significantly more powerful. Counselor Veyron swiftly introduced many different improvements. All of them were enough to inspire Ves and Gloriana. The mechs they wanted to design would certainly become a lot more impressive. Of course, both of them needed to license a new set of components to be able to do so. While it was possible to rely on leaked and pirated documents to piece together a new generation of mech, no one would be allowed to sell them on the open market. Every commercial mech model had to be approved by the MTA. As a trade association, the organization could not neglect their vital duty in regulating the sale and trade of mechs. While the MTA generally didn't bother with private transactions and commissions, any mech designer who wanted to sell more than a couple of mechs on the open market needed to play by their rules. For this reason, only a small number of mech designers started off strong at the start of a new mech generation. Too many mech designers couldn't afford the licenses required to make use of readily available components. They had to wait until various mech designers and component developers digested the new technologies. After a few months of years, they would publish their new component designs, but by then the mech designers who started later already fell behind. After 2 hours of showcasing a dazzling number of improvements, Counselor Veyron finally wrapped up her announcement. There are many new advancements that our association made available to you. I am proud of what the mech community has accomplished over the last decades. Not only have we unveiled a viable means of adding FTL capability to mechs, we have also introduced a comprehensive wave of enhancements that collectively increases the potency of humanity's mechs to a new height. Her arms stretched to the impressive starscape in the background. Normally, our message ends here, but we have another announcement to make. The logos of 2 different organizations appeared by her side. To the left was the familiar logo of the MTA. To the right was the logo of the CFA. Most people who began to grow sleepy or numb to all of the technological advancements introduced by Veyron began to wake themselves up at the new sight. Anything that was important enough to unite the big two must be something enormous. VS recalled Calabas's warning that the MTA planned to make an additional announcement. Now, it turned out that his partner was right. The Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance have safeguarded human civilization for over 400 years, she stated seriously. For 4 centuries, our race has rested and recovered from the devastation of the preceding stage. Our initial mission after the formation of our organization was to protect our race from further decline. Now, we declare that we have succeeded in this objective. A new image appeared behind the powerful counselor. A 3-dimensional plot of the galaxy emerged into view. Various lines and colors delineated this map, highlighting the space occupied by humanity and other alien civilizations. Everyone was familiar with this map. Even if they couldn't draw it very precisely from memory, most people could still sketch the relative locations and proportions of the territories occupied by the major races in the galaxy. Obviously, humanity occupied the largest territory. Anticipation built up in everyone as they began to form their own ideas about the nature of this announcement. Counselor Veyron smiled. Do not fear. The MTA and CFA are both here to stay. We will continue to protect and regulate human space as we have always done. The only difference from now is that we believe that humanity has recovered to a point where we can reignite our passion for conquest. She held out her hand and clenched it into a fist. Make no mistake. We humans must always fight. We can never settle for peace, because there are always enemies waiting to pounce on us when we have become weak. Though her words were aggressive, most people felt proud of their words. Each human took pride in their racial heritage. Even though the human race was anything but exceptional, every alien race that clashed against them had faltered despite their many advantages. The belief that the human race was the best race in the galaxy was deeply rooted in everyone's bones. Since humanity was capable of conquering the entire galaxy, not a lot of people advocated for peace and tolerance. This was because the alien empires that used to dominate the galaxy were really horrible. Every race looked out for themselves, and cooperation was very few and far in between. Now that we have repaired and sharpened our weapons for over 400 years, it is finally time to reveal our strength to the aliens that think that we have grown weak. The map of the galaxy shifted at this point. Instead of showing some symbols that signified an invasion into known alien space, something else happened. A much smaller cluster of stars that hung a small distance away from the galaxy appeared into view. A bold red arrow pointed from the center of the galaxy to the edge of this new and smaller galaxy. Starting from this day, the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance will pioneer an invasion into the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy. What? Ves couldn't help but shout. Gloriana looked just as shocked. In fact, every single human except for those in the know reacted with surprise. No one had ever imagined that the Big Two would ignore the other alien empires bordering human civilization in favor of invading a random dwarf galaxy. After a lengthy pause to give everyone time to process this shocking revelation, Counselor Veyron quickly stated the main reason why the Big Two targeted this distant cluster of stars. Our decision to invade the red ocean dwarf galaxy that orbits our Milky Way galaxy is highly related to our earlier announcement. Perhaps many of you think that the mini drive is too impractical to be popularized because of the scarcity of its key material. This problem has weighed on us as well until we have discovered an important finding. Everyone who watched the broadcast hung on to her words. Phase water is very prevalent in red ocean. This critical exotic is at least 1,000,000 times more prevalent compared to our native galaxy. Another shock swept throughout human space. This revelation changed everyone's thoughts on mini-drive technology. If phase water was much easier to obtain in red ocean, then that was enough to make the Big Two excited. Chapter 1622 Red Ocean. The earlier revelations paled in comparison with the latest announcement. Counselor Veyron not only introduced a bunch of new technologies, but also announced an entirely new direction for humanity. The course of human civilization that had settled for over 400 years was about to shift in a bold new direction. The red ocean dwarf galaxy was a satellite galaxy to the Milky Way galaxy. Just like planets orbited around a star, red ocean orbited around the Milky Way like a little brother circling around a big sister. The sizes of the two galaxies were incomparable. The Milky Way's diameter stretched up to 200,000 light-years, which was stupendously huge. In comparison, red ocean was a lot smaller. It stretched just 25,000 light-years from end to end, making it 8 times smaller than the Milky Way. This still represented a huge amount of space, enough to establish several first-rate superstates if they managed to conquer huge swathes of territory. Red ocean encompassed enough space to fit a huge amount of star sectors. Ves instantly formed a lot of questions in his mind. According to the projected map, red ocean orbited 350,000 light-years from the Milky Way. How could anyone traverse such a distance in their lifetimes? Secondly, had humanity already established a foothold in this dwarf galaxy? Many people long figured out that the MTA and CFA became less active in public. Unfortunately, no one managed to figure out what the Big Two were up to. Only now did all of them realize that the Big Two had always been preparing for the invasion of a satellite galaxy. Counselor Veyron elaborated on the importance of this bold new invasion. Though the expense is enormous, we have a very good reason to target this distant dwarf galaxy. Phase water is a strategic exotic with many possible applications. The mini drive is just one of many wondrous applications. We are certain that as long as phase water becomes more available, humanity will find even more uses of this potent material. This idea already came to mind to many people. If phase water was only useful in making miniaturized FTL drives, then the CFA wouldn't have agreed to this invasion. Mini drives benefited the MTA a lot more than the CFA. The latter always directed their research projects towards greater might. Their huge warships offered plenty of space for powerful FTL drives that offered immense range and speed. On the other hand, the MTA placed a much higher priority on making technology more practical. The development of the mini drive was a typical MTA project as it succeeded in making FTL drives small enough to be mounted on mechs. Certainly, newer problems emerged such as raising the cost, energy, and material requirements of using this technology. However, as long as the MTA managed to solve the size problem, it wasn't as difficult to address other shortcomings. In any case, Ves guessed that phase water was probably a critical material in many dimensional applications. So much so that the CFA did not hesitate to get on board the MTA's plan to conquer a very distant dwarf galaxy. "We are aware of your questions," Counselor Veyron smiled. "In truth, we have already become aware of phase water's wondrous properties and applications for several generations. When we found that phase water is far too scarce in our native galaxy, we have cast our gazes elsewhere. Of all of the satellite galaxies that the Milky Way has captured, we have decided to invade the Red Ocean dwarf galaxy over 50 years ago." The map of the Milky Way galaxy faded out. Instead, the star map Red Ocean grew larger, revealing a relatively modest patch of space that the Big Two managed to settle. Footage began to play next to the counselor. Impressive star systems occupied and fortified by the Big Two came into view. This was everyone's first glimpse of the space inside Red Ocean. The distant starscape was much more dim compared to humanity's native galaxy. As the footage panned around, a distant glowing oval attracted everyone's attention. That was the Milky Way. Dorothea Veyron grinned. "What you are seeing right now are live feeds of the star systems that we've managed to tame in our 50-year conquest." Ves and everyone couldn't help but gasp. The Big Two sure hid this secret well. Not a single word about their invasion of a dwarf galaxy had leaked into the public. "Make no mistake. Red Ocean is not devoid of intelligent life." The counselor turned grave. "We have already fought against many different alien empires, some of which are old friends of ours who have fled to this dwarf galaxy in the belief that they can recover their strength here in secret." Many people, primed by Veyron's earlier speech, already expected something like this. Where there were stars, there was life. The Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance has fought very hard to carve out a foothold into this dwarf galaxy. Many native alien civilizations have learned how terrible we are from the aliens that we have defeated once more. This is a hostile galaxy. We cannot expect to face the same situation as we did during the Age of Conquest. The aliens have set aside their mutual differences in order to unite against our race." The counselor grinned. "Unfortunately, we have accumulated our strength for 400 years. While it is difficult for us to transfer most of our forces to this dwarf galaxy, we have spent the last decades to expand our foothold and develop a newer and better means of crossing the void between the galaxies." The footage switched to an enormous gate floating in orbit of a lifeless planet. The circular gate was humongous. Ves could tell because there were several CFA capital ships patrolling in the vicinity. The huge gate outright dwarfed the battleships. "What you are seeing now is a Beyonder Gate. It is one of our most powerful means of transferring our people from one galaxy to another. Upon activating gates on both ends, we are able to transfer any object or any living being from one galaxy to another in an instant." This was another stunning new invention. While the Big Two developed various means of traveling faster than light, Ves had never heard of the development of a huge gate that could transport something hundreds of thousands of light years away. What impressed Ves and everyone else even more was that it all happened in an instant, as if the two gates folded space itself. It didn't take a genius to guess that phase water was pivotal to the functioning of the Beyonder Gates. Unlike the tiny mini-drives, the Beyonder Gates likely used a lot more phase water. Perhaps a metric ton of this substance was not enough to make a Beyonder Gate work. Yet the Big Two managed to construct at least a pair of these enormous gates. If phase water truly enabled the creation of something as amazing as the Beyonder Gate, then what else could humans do with this exotic? Many people began to let their imaginations run wild. Their eyes reddened and their breaths grew hotter as they imagined building starships that could cross the galaxies, mechs that could jump from the galactic center to the galactic rim, or teleporters that could transport a human from one planet straight to another planet. Phase water instantly turned from a niche curiosity into a must-have material to many scientists and business magnates. Whether they wanted to make a name for themselves by inventing a pivotal new tech or become the richest person in human space by selling lots of innovative new products, many people already started to clamor to enter this exciting new dwarf galaxy. The Milky Way is already settled. Unless we wage war against the neighboring alien empires, there is hardly any room for development. Red Ocean is an opportunity for us to pioneer new territory. We must set foot in Red Ocean at all costs. The future of human development will definitely center around phase water. We must harvest as much phase water as possible. Since the Age of Stars, humanity has expanded into space. Now that we have become the hegemons of the galaxy, there is hardly anything that excites us anymore. This announcement changes everything. The invention of the Beyonder Gate and the invasion of Red Ocean has opened an entirely new road for our race. For millennia, humanity never thought they would be able to escape the Milky Way galaxy. Everyone thought that humanity would first resume its conquest of the rest of the galaxy before turning their attention elsewhere. Yet now that the Big Two decided to invade a satellite galaxy, many people began to develop a hunger for adventure. Including Ves. "This is a great opportunity for us," he whispered to his girlfriend. "Are you thinking about starting your grand expedition in Red Ocean?" Gloriana frowned. "It sounds dangerous. Didn't you hear Counselor Veyron mention that the Big Two fought hard to gain a foothold in this dwarf galaxy? Our mechs and unarmed starships won't stand a chance against aliens who aren't bound by our rules." Ves briefly frowned but soon relaxed. "I think there's a reason why the Big Two decided to drop this bomb. I can't imagine any leader from the CFA or MTA failing to predict that many humans would want to be part of this exciting new development." His prediction turned out to be true. After Counselor Veyron showed off the Beyonder Gate that could convey entire fleets from one galaxy to another, she began to reveal the Big Two's intentions towards anyone interested in exploiting Red Ocean's bounty. "With the construction of the Beyonder Gates, we have secured our initial gains in Red Ocean," she spoke. "The Beyond Gates allow us to transfer vastly more forces into this dwarf galaxy, allowing us to wage war against the local alien empires at a much greater scale than before. Soon, our war fleets will double the territorial acquisitions we've made in the last 50 years in a matter of months. And this is just the start of our explosive expansion." The star map of Red Ocean came back into view. The map only highlighted a small number of star sectors at first. Then, the number of glowing star sectors doubled. The time lapse continued as several years went by. The territories conquered by the Big Two continued to expand at a frightening rate. Though the expansion was not very detailed or reliable, it nonetheless gave every human an idea of how much confidence the Big Two possessed into expanding their presence in this alien galaxy. Counselor Veyron sighed. "Our territorial conquests are about to accelerate at a rapid pace. Our primary concern is to defend humanity and expand our strength. While we have settled several important star systems and plan to settle many more, we are not interested in colonizing so much space. We are concerned with greater responsibilities." "Here it comes." Ves rubbed his hands in anticipation. "For this reason, the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance has decided to allow the rest of humanity to join us in our conquest of the Red Ocean dwarf galaxy." "Yes. We allow passage to every organized group or fleet that wishes to develop our civilization's presence in this new and virgin galaxy," the counselor announced with a welcoming smile. "No matter if you are a Terran or a citizen from the galactic rim, we will offer many different opportunities for you to colonize a planet, found a new state, or prospect for phase water." Gloriana looked skeptical. "Is it that easy?" "However, we do not offer this opportunity for free. For the time being, we will only allow passage through the Beyonder Gates to groups that can pay the price. You may obtain passage by paying the full monetary cost of activating the Beyond Gates or by redeeming merits from our respective organizations. Doesn't that mean the Terrans and Rebarthans will have first dibs? I will tell you the truth. It is not easy to pay for passage. However, we do not wish to limit passage to those who reside in first-rate states. We offer more generous terms to reputable groups based in less developed regions as long as they abide to an additional agreement. So long as you meet our approval, a new future awaits. Chapter 16:23 Beyondertick. By the time Counselor Dorothea Veyron finished her second announcement, almost every human in the galaxy was left shocked, stunned, or excited. Most members of the MTA and CFA reacted just as surprised. The Big Two always kept this secret tight until the right moment to unveil it had arrived. From one end to the other end of human space, everyone became interested in this wondrous substance called phase water and the dwarf galaxy that supposedly offered it in abundance. Conversation about these topics broke out everywhere. Even mech designers temporarily forgot about all of the innovations introduced in the latest generation aside from the mini-drive. Many of them always dreamt of designing an FTL-capable mech. If humanity was locked in the Milky Way galaxy, then most of them would never be able to fulfill this dream. Yet it was different if they managed to achieve passage to the Red Ocean dwarf galaxy. In the early stages of humanity's conquest of Red Ocean, phase water was probably ripe for the picking. As long as prospectors reached a star system unclaimed by existing powers, they could quickly harvest some phase water before a colonization fleet or larger force arrived to claim it as their own. This provided many opportunities for average mech designers to gain the privilege of building and selling FTL-capable mechs. Designing and profiting from such fantastic machines not only provided endless riches, but also invigorated the progression of any mech designer. No matter what, a mech with FTL capabilities would always be vastly more powerful and sophisticated than a mech that was dependent on a mothership to move around. The design seeds of Ves and Gloriana seethed with excitement as they envisioned designing and building such fantastic mechs. We should take a look at the MTA's portal to see what it takes to obtain passage through the Beyonder Gate. A seemingly endless amount of humans simultaneously accessed the galactic net and visited the portals of the CFA and MTA. If the COM Consortium hadn't made some rapid adjustments to spread the load, the galactic net would have been crushed by the sheer amount of humans flooding its network. As VS visited a series of pages set up specifically to handle inquiries about the latest announcement, his eyes immediately ballooned when he viewed the price. At full price, a group needed to pay 1 trillion mech credits to secure passage for a single ship. The price was the same for any vessel up to a capital ship, so it didn't matter if someone wanted to travel to the Red Ocean in a tiny corvette or a massive arc ship. Obviously, VS figured that the Big Two did not wish to waste their energy in conveying smaller ships. The bigger, the better. This humongous price made both VS and Gloriana sick. This was a ridiculous amount of money. VS recalled that the typical monthly salary for a CFA captain amounted to just 100 mech credits a month. Who could pay such an enormous amount of money? Only the wealthiest individuals and organizations of the first-rate states could afford to pay this money up front. As for anyone else, forget about it. Even VS believed he wouldn't be able to accumulate so much money in 100 years. By the time he scrounged up so many mech credits, the conquest of the Red Ocean would have been well underway by then. He would have missed all of the easy opportunities to harvest phase water and design lots of FTL-capable mechs. While VS still remained in shock, Gloriana recovered first and read further. The full price for a so-called individual Beyonder ticket is only directed to the top organizations of human space. We don't have to consider this option. There are other options available. He read further and saw that a different Beyonder ticket could also be obtained by redeeming MTA merits, or exchanging it for something exceptional. It costs 1 trillion MTA merits to obtain a fleet Beyonder ticket. Ves relaxed a bit. However, this ticket is valid for an entire fleet of up to 20 ships. Was 1 trillion MTA merits a lot? Certainly. However, it was a lot more generous than paying with mech credits. The ticket encompassed multiple ships, which was clearly a better deal. The only issue was that MTA merits could not be exchanged with money. It could only be earned by completing their missions, earning their favor, making contributions, or submitting valuable mech-related methods or techniques. The MTA obviously encouraged mech designers to cough up their deepest and most valuable trade secrets. As long as mech designers submitted innovative new theories, methods, and techniques, they could earn a decent amount of merits. Still, 1 trillion merits was still far out of reach to most individual mech designers. Not even a master would be able to accumulate so many contributions. Fortunately, the MTA made several accommodations to make the exchange more bearable. Multiple people can pool their merits together, Gloriana pointed out. Although the limit is set at 10 people at a time, at the very least we don't have to bear the burden by ourselves. This accommodation basically encouraged cooperation between multiple powerful people, thereby forcing them to share power or make other arrangements. The MTA also offers cheaper Fleet Beyonder tickets. A second-class Fleet Beyonder ticket cost only 100 million merits, while a third-class Fleet Beyonder ticket corresponded to a measly 10 million merits. The downside of these lower ticket grades was that the fleet and all of its crew and passengers had to fit the same class or lower. For example, if Ves and Gloriana wanted to reach the Red Ocean, they had to redeem enough merits to obtain a second-class Fleet Beyonder ticket. This was because of the presence of ships and citizens originating from a second-rate state. Naturally, the MTA also published a slew of terms and conditions that closed any conceivable loophole. For example, if Ves decided to form a fleet that consisted entirely of ships built in the Bright Republic and crewed them with Brighters, he still had to pay for a second-class Fleet Beyonder ticket if he wanted to bring Gloriana along. The presence of just a single second-class citizen in a third-class fleet completely made it ineligible to redeem the cheapest ticket. In that case, Ves might as well aim for a second-class Fleet Beyonder ticket to begin with. He knew that the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy was probably extremely dangerous. Not only did he have to worry about unrestricted alien fleets that did not have any scruples about fielding mighty warships, he also had to worry about human competition. In the Milky Way galaxy, much of human space was regulated. Though piracy existed on a moderate scale, this cancer only survived in the dark. In contrast, the initial invasion of the Red Ocean would doubtlessly turn much of its space into an enormous frontier. With hardly any law and order in effect, every group and fleet had to fend for themselves. Under such difficult conditions, third-class fleets could only eke out an existence in the most remote and least profitable parts of space. Just like in the Milky Way, the division of power was very unfair. While a second-class fleet was not able to intrude into the most lucrative regions of the Red Ocean, at the very least Ves did not have to worry about getting bullied by everyone. The difference in price between a first-class Fleet Beyonder ticket and a second-class Fleet Beyonder ticket is very huge, Ves observed. It's very hard for 10 mech designers or notable individuals to pool so many merits together. In other words, the MTA and CFA probably don't want too many first-class citizens to settle the Red Ocean. Both of them figured out that the Big Two specifically intended to handicap the first-rate states, and especially the first-rate superstates. The Terrans and the Rubarthans were already extremely powerful. If they managed to conquer large swathes of the Red Ocean, Then they would be able to harvest a scary amount of phase water and threaten the Big Two's grip over human space. Instead, the CFA and MTA much favored giving most of the territories of the Red Ocean up to a large number of weaker interest groups. Flooding the Red Ocean with so many different groups inevitably led to the splintering of territories, thereby preventing any newly founded state from becoming powerful enough to challenge the Big Two. As a consequence, most citizens from the less developed parts of the galaxy rejoiced at this generosity. Gloriana pointed at an important term. There's an additional caveat, though. A fleet beyonder ticket also comes with an obligation. We have to accept a variety of conditions. Basically, everyone who redeemed a fleet beyonder ticket with merits accepted a debt to the MTA. Those with debts would have to pay them off by completing special missions or submitting a large quantity of phase water. As long as someone was still in debt, they could never obtain passage back to the Milky Way. In addition, those in debt would not be able to take advantage of the many goods and services offered by the MTA at their fortified star systems. Basically, the MTA wants anyone who enters the Red Ocean to excavate a considerable amount of phase water to them. What a vicious deal! Of course, most people would be willing to accept this condition. With how abundant phase water appeared to be, it shouldn't take an excessive amount of effort to gather enough phase water to get rid of the debt. A second-class fleet beyonder ticket came with a debt that could be paid off by submitting 100 kilograms of phase water to the MTA. With the earliest generation of mini-drives, this was enough phase water to build 20,000 FTL-capable mechs. That was 2 entire mech divisions, enough to scour any typical star system of a second-rate state. This is such a ridiculous debt! Of course, it was 1,000 times worse for a first-class fleet beyonder ticket. The only way to obtain passage to the Red Ocean without any restrictive conditions was by paying the upfront price of 1 trillion mech credits for an individual beyonder ticket. VS gradually figured out the greater purpose behind this price discrimination. The individual beyonder ticket is just a concession to the Terrans and the Rebarthans who don't want to owe anything to the Big Two. The CFA and MTA much prefer to bring people to the Red Ocean who are weaker and more beholden to them. The ultimate goal is to establish the same kind of human order that exists in the Milky Way. In other words, the Big Two wanted to establish lots of squabbling, divided little states with no unified voice. Only in such circumstances would the MTA and CFA maintain complete control over the Red Ocean. They were like nobles who exploited the lower classes by keeping them deprived of wealth and power. VS and Gloriana did not concern themselves with the power plays between the Big Two and the first-rate superstates. At this point, they were too small and weak to come into consideration of the big boys at the top. All they cared about was that it was a lot easier for second-class and third-class citizens to obtain passage to the Red Ocean dwarf galaxy. Naturally, the biggest question that followed in most people's minds was how they could earn enough merits to redeem a beyonder ticket. Accumulating a handful of merits was doable for most mech designers, but VS needed to gather many millions of merits. Worse, VS needed to earn this many merits as early as possible. If we reach the Red Ocean too late, we'll be several steps behind the first movers, VS warned. Ideally, we should obtain a beyonder ticket by the time our expeditionary fleet is ready to depart. If they failed to earn enough merits, then they had to continue making contributions as their fleet made their way to the closest star sector with a beyonder gate. The longer they lingered in their native galaxy, the less favorable their conditions by the time they finally reached the new galaxy. This was unacceptable to VS, who deeply believed that this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to embark on a great adventure and discover the secrets behind phase water. Chapter 1624 Galactic Pioneer. The prohibitive cost of a beyonder ticket shook most people back to reality. The truth was that the vast majority of humans would never be able to pay enough credits or merits to redeem a Beyonder ticket. The best hope that most ordinary people possessed was to join a crew of a fleet owned by someone who possessed enough merits. How easy was it to join such a crew? Such distinguished individuals already possessed their own power base. Even if they lacked enough personnel, they would only hire the best. With how many people wanted to join the excitement, they probably didn't even have to pay a salary. People would pay to obtain passage. Though it seemed that those who exchanged Fleet Beyonder tickets had to pay a huge price, the truth was that they also gained a lot of benefits in return. Every notable individual who redeemed at least 10% of the price of a Beyonder ticket gained the status of Galactic Pioneer. Each and every Galactic Pioneer gained a lot of rights and privileges from the Big Two. The most important one was that as long as Galactic Pioneers traveled in frontier space, they gained the right to run their fleets as sovereign rulers. In addition, they didn't lose all of their sovereign powers when they entered a territory claimed by other groups. Of course, this special condition only applied in the Red Ocean, and only for a few centuries. However, this was enough to make any prospective galactic pioneer excited. Similar to the division between a space peasant and a galactic citizen, the Big Two wanted to impose another division between those who contributed to them and those who merely leached from their betters. Basically, only galactic pioneers earned the right to transact and interact with the MTA. Those who tagged along could only rely on lesser groups and organizations. In a frontier space where law and order was very rare, this was a very big handicap. In the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy, the only people with a say are galactic pioneers, Ves stated after he processed the rules. Everyone else is a space settler. That was basically a very nice description for a space peasant. The only difference here was that even the most esteemed galactic citizen would be stuck with the status of a space settler, as long as they didn't pay a hefty amount of merits. The Big Two didn't care about someone's lineage or past achievements. They only cared about concrete benefits. Everyone who wanted to gain the vaunted status of galactic pioneer needed to bleed themselves dry. Gloriana looked disappointed. It's very unfavorable for us to hitch a ride on another expeditionary fleet. I don't want to be a space settler. We'd be no better than serfs in the Red Ocean. Inwardly, Ves sighed in relief. He was afraid that Gloriana wanted to become a passenger of an expeditionary fleet organized by the Hexadric hegemony. The thought of becoming dependent on Hexers sent a chill through his spine. He had to maintain his independence at all costs. Becoming a galactic pioneer was by far the best way to gain control over his own destiny. There was no bright republic in the Red Ocean. There was no Hexadric hegemony in the Red Ocean. He was very sure that the two states might pool their efforts together to organize at least one expeditionary fleet to found some new colonies. Yet what did that have to do with Ves? As long as he could earn the necessary amount of merits on his own, it was much better for him to get rid of his existing entanglements and go his own way. As Ves discussed his wishes with Gloriana, he discovered that she shared the same idea. While she didn't necessarily mind hanging out with Hexers, she detested the lower status of a space settler. As long as becoming a galactic pioneer was within reach, Gloriana wanted to do everything possible to earn this distinguished status. Sometimes, Ves appreciated that Gloriana was such a high achiever. The question was whether it was doable for the two of them to earn the required merits. Gloriana's second-class status and his own ambitions meant that redeeming a second-class Fleet Beyonder ticket was the most appropriate choice. Every human interested in becoming a galactic pioneer began to look up the pages which described the many ways of earning merits from the CFA or MTA. Ves did not bother looking up the ways to earn merits from the CFA. As a mech designer, he had no choice but to work with the MTA. Though Ves already knew several ways of earning merits, now that he took his time to go through the list, he spotted many more interesting ways for people to contribute to the MTA. The organization even opened up many more options for people who weren't involved in the mech community to earn a lot of merits. Anything that benefits the MTA is a way to earn merits, Ves summed up. I think that the MTA is about to gain a lot of riches and benefits in the next 100 years. The price of Beyonder tickets were so high that no one could help it. They had to make as many contributions as possible to join the great phase water rush. As long as the galactic pioneers got in early enough, it was very much conceivable that they could quickly recoup their initial investment. Any phase water they obtained after they paid their debts was pure profit in their pockets. In that regard, the prices the MTA charged were very fair. It's too hard to accumulate millions of merits. They can't be transferred. You can only spend them directly at the MTA. Merit represented contribution. It differed from a currency like the MTA credit in that a group of people couldn't pool their merits together. If this rule didn't exist, then 1 million people could have easily figured out some way to earn a single merit from the MTA before transferring them all to a single person who didn't even lift a single finger. That was far too cheap. Basically, the MTA wasn't interested in granting the status of a galactic pioneer to useless spoiled brats who threw a lot of money around. They only recognized people who were capable and brilliant enough to contribute substantially to the organization. Ves recognized that this was an indirect way to favor passage to the most ardent supporters of the MTA. This gave the MTA a lot more influence over the Red Ocean. The limitations surrounding merits also prevented too many groups from flooding the Red Ocean. As huge as a galaxy appeared to be, the Red Ocean was just a smaller satellite of the Milky Way. The former was just 1.56% as big as the latter. If every Tom, Dick, and Harry obtained passage to the Red Ocean, too much chaos and infighting would ensue, which distracted from the larger conflict against the aliens. As journeymen, the prospects of earning enough merits to afford a second-class fleet beyond ticket seemed incredibly distant. However, Gloriana was not someone who gave up easily, while Ves believed that he was different. Both of them did not shy away from this challenge. They studied the list carefully. Contributing to the fight against aliens is a good way to earn merits, Ves discovered. However, Gloriana quickly shook her head. Before you get excited, you should look up the reward levels. The Sand War is a low-level conflict in the eyes of the Big Two. Even if we contributed significantly to the war effort by selling lots of soldier mechs, we haven't actually earned a lot of merits. Ves and Gloriana both browsed their personal accounts at the MTA. He had never paid attention to it before since he didn't want to get too entangled in the MTA's affairs. Even so, he already earned numerous merits through various actions. For example, advancing to journeyman and pissing off the CFA already earned him some merits. The latter especially surprised him. Although the MTA only credited him 1,000 merits for raiding a CFA battleship, he found it exceptionally funny that such antics actually counted. Ha! He laughed. The MTA really encourages people to antagonize the CFA. Gloriana shrugged. The two don't exactly like each other. They are only working together because they don't have much choice in the matter. What Ves found despairing was that even his contributions in the Sand War amounted to 10,000 merits. Gloriana earned a bit less merits because she was only a contributing designer in their recent design projects. Surprisingly, Gloriana actually accumulated a bit more merits in total because of past minor contributions to the MTA. I earned them when I was spending a few years on Centerpoint, she explained. The MTA offers many assignments there, but most don't offer too many merits in reward. It's not worthwhile for us to go back. When they looked back at the list of ways to earn merit, something else stood out to VS. We can also earn merits from building masterwork mechs. The MTA appreciated excellence in mech design. They granted a fixed reward of merits to anyone who built a masterwork mech. What truly interested VS and Gloriana was that the MTA multiplied this reward by 100 as long as it received a pristine masterwork mech. What the MTA exactly planned to do with a masterwork mech, no one knew. All VS cared about was that it was extremely profitable to build masterwork mechs for the MTA. Unfortunately, the reward varied according to the class and individual power of the masterwork mech. Submitting a third-class masterwork mech yielded around 10,000 merits, while a second-class masterwork mech was worth around 1,000,000 merits. VS would have to build 100 masterwork mechs to earn enough merits to redeem an appropriate Beyonder ticket. That's too much. We can't possibly build so many in a span of a decade. There weren't any other easy ways for them to earn merits besides that. Fortunately, 1,000,000 merits per second-class masterwork mech was just a guideline. They could easily earn several times more merits if they designed a higher-performing second-class mech. The most profitable masterwork mechs they could submit was therefore an expert mech or higher. They only had to design a handful of them in order to earn 100 million merits. Of course, VS immediately dismissed this silly notion. He wasn't even qualified to participate in the development of an expert mech at his current state. Nonetheless, VS and Gloriana both saw hope for the future. As long as they expended a lot of effort in improving their chances of creating a masterwork mech, then they might be able to earn the status of galactic pioneer by themselves. It's not easy to make so many contributions to the MTA, but I believe we can do it, Gloriana boldly stated. I agree. Let's try to do as best as we can in the following decade or so. We might be in a completely different situation by then. VS knew that this was not enough. The MTA set the bar high because they wanted the best. There were so many people in the galaxy that they had to impose harsh conditions in order to limit the amount of galactic pioneers. Nonetheless, VS believed that he had much better chances than most. His various advantages along with his rapid rate of improvement ensured that he would be in a much better position than most journeymen and seniors. Perhaps one of the most important ways he could improve his circumstances was by deepening his relations with the Rim Guardians. Though the Rim Guardian fraternity was only a faction within the MTA, it probably offered many ways to assist the people they favored. VS already figured out that only strangers and outsiders had to pay the most in order to obtain a Beyonder ticket. He'd be stupid if he didn't find some way to get in the good graces of some of the members of the MTA. Chapter 16:25 Activity Zones. After several hours had gone by since the MTA's announcement, humanity still seethed with excitement. No one could stay calm at the prospect of invading an entirely new galaxy. To many humans, they believed that their civilization had rested long enough. Their race was more than ready to resume their conquest of the stars. Unfortunately, when people began to inquire about the Beyonder ticket, they immediately became discouraged at the very strict conditions required to become a galactic pioneer. Only the most capable and ambitious contributors of the MTA were eligible to lead a fleet into the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy. Those who tried their luck at the CFA found out that it was just as harsh. Yet the high cost of Beyonder tickets excited many people even more. Each of them knew that a greater price corresponded to a greater reward. Many people got caught up in the hype surrounding Phase Water. This amazing high-grade exotic that was seemingly ripe for the picking in the other galaxy must be something exceptional. It didn't take much guessing to suspect that the Big Two definitely had many important uses for Phase Water. Countless material scientists already started drooling at the thought of obtaining a sample and delving into its secrets. The Great Phase Water Rush was destined to become the latest obsession of the human race. After 400 years of dormancy, the great human civilization was ready to expand its territories once more. That evening, Ves and Gloriana returned to the Cloud Estate where they calmly gathered information. A lot of MTA watchers and journalists already published various articles about the bold new changes. To all but the oldest humans, no one had ever taken part in a war of conquest against alien civilizations. A fervor to relive the glory days of the Age of Conquest ignited in the hearts of many humans. Adventuring in the Red Ocean is very risky, Gloriana expressed her concerns. According to what the Big Two have revealed about the Red Ocean, the vast majority of its space is lawless territory. Anyone can attack someone for any reason. It's not that bad, Ves commented. It's just like the frontier before the Sandman made a mess of things. As long as you have enough strength and know where you can go, it's not too dangerous. We also have to worry about the aliens, who are likely more inclined to field warships. Unless our mechs are top of the line, we don't stand a chance against most warships. The chances of encountering them is low, Gloriana. The CFA and MTA are mostly focusing on sweeping alien space and neutralizing any major threat in their way. Galactic pioneers are supposed to follow behind their advance and clean up the mess that's left behind. Perhaps some sporadic alien warships have slipped the net, but they've probably been left alone because they're not a major threat. One of the biggest complaints about participating in the invasion was that the prohibition against warships and other taboos were still in place. However, the Big Two did not entertain any suggestions on lifting these limitations. In their eyes, the responsibility to protect human civilization rested solely on their shoulders. Only they deserved to wield the mightiest weapons of their race. For this reason, plundering and colonizing the Red Ocean was far from safe. Every galactic pioneer and space settler had to accept the risks of encountering intact alien fleets or bumping into unknown hazards. If a galactic pioneer wanted to be safer, then they either had to stick close to the territory under the control of the Big Two, or wait at least a few decades to wait for the new territories to be tamed. However, by then most of the more adventurous and daring galactic pioneers would have claimed all of the most attractive territories by then. Every easy source of phase water within reach would have been claimed as well. Risk was accompanied by reward. This rule held true even during the Great Phase Water Rush. I think that most of the biggest risks will be cleared up if we depart around a decade later, Ves estimated. 10 or 20 years is not enough for pioneers to settle every single star system within humanity's expanding territories. It's especially more lucrative to follow right on the heels of the CFA and MTA's war fleets as they continually pummel the aliens as they expand their reach in the Red Ocean. Gloriana frowned. It's still too dangerous. We're mech designers, Ves. We don't necessarily need to harvest as much phase water as possible. There's also little point for us to colonize some planets. What is most important for us is to progress our design philosophies and advance to master and beyond. Money isn't entirely useless, Gloriana. The more phase water we collect, the more we can afford the tools we need to assist in our advancement. Designing more powerful and more capable mechs will definitely stimulate our design philosophies more than designing regular mechs. I don't know. There's a risk that we'll bump into a first-class fleet and offend someone we can't afford to displease. That risk exists, but the chances that they are mucking about in second-class space and third-class space is not very large. At the very least, the MTA and CFA won't allow such bullying to take place. The Big Two were quite unfriendly towards the people and organizations of the first-rate states. If an individual state grew strong enough, how could the Big Two stay in charge? For this reason, the Big Two imposed many subtle rules. Just like in the Milky Way, the distribution of exotics was very uneven. The center of the red ocean featured richer and more abundant exotics, while the periphery offered fewer riches. Even in the periphery, there were some parts of space which was nearly completely barren with exotics and other parts where they were fairly prevalent. According to the Big Two, the distribution of phase water matched the distribution of other exotics. For this reason, as the Big Two swept through the red ocean, they performed quick surveys of every star system and categorized them into activity zones. An upper zone corresponded to first-class pioneers. These regions offered the richest deposits of phase water and other high-grade exotics. A middle zone corresponded to second-class pioneers. A lower zone corresponded to third-class pioneers. As long as each class of pioneer stuck to the appropriate activity zone, they only had to worry about fighting their rivals. If a first-class galactic pioneer tried to throw their weight around in a middle or lower zone, they would violate the Big Two's rules. If a pioneer was caught breaking the rules, they lost their status as pioneers and would be hunted by the MTA. The same applied if a second-class pioneer attempted to abuse a third-class pioneer in a lower zone. Of course, if a third-class pioneer crossed into an upper zone, they assumed their own risks. The Big Two would not lift a finger if they bumped into a scary first-class fleet. They could only blame their greed. Though these rules appeared to profit first-class pioneers the most since they possessed a natural claim to the bounty of an upper zone, the opposite was true. This was because there didn't seem to be many upper zones. As the invasion of the red ocean reached the center of the dwarf galaxy, upper zones might become more prevalent, but even then the competition to claim these territories would definitely be bloody. By confining the activities of first-class pioneers to the upper zones, the Big Two essentially wanted to bleed and weaken their strength and numbers in the red ocean. Of course, most first-class states objected to this discriminatory ruling, but the Beyonder Gates were fully under the control of the Big Two. They couldn't possibly send too much forces into the red ocean to resist the CFA and MTA's stranglehold on conquered territory. By far, most galactic pioneers were already in their pocket. VS found out something else. One strange caveat here is that the protection regarding activity zones only applied to galactic pioneers and people under their protection. This means that we don't necessarily have to respect the rights of space settlers or other people. That meant that a second-class pioneer could attack the Terrans or the Rebarthans and not suffer from any punishments by the Big Two as long as their targets weren't pioneers or their subordinates. This elevated the status of galactic pioneers even further, turning it into an essential status if someone wanted to operate in the red ocean. Once Gloriana understood the implications of these rules, she sighed in relief. While the protection isn't perfect, it's probably enough to deter most incidents. Of course, we also have to make sure we don't do anything to third-class fleets when we fly through lower zones. Unless an inferior group directly provoked a superior group, the latter had to do their best to avoid any hostile actions. VS shrugged. A second-class pioneer wouldn't be interested in the paltry amount of wealth and assets owned by a third-class pioneer. All of these elaborate rules signified that the Big Two accounted for many different situations. Their bias against first-rate states benefited VS and Gloriana enormously. It's kind of strange how obvious the Big Two is attempting to hinder the growth and development of first-rate states with these rules. Gloriana frowned. Don't you have the feeling that this is all a scheme that is targeted at the first-rate states and the superstates in particular? I think there are certainly contradictions between the Big Two and the first-rate superstates. However, a conflict between the two sides does not benefit humanity at all. Both sides are careful in staying cordial with each other. The way the Big Two define their rules and set their prices only hinders the first-rate superstates by a moderate degree. The Terrans and Rebarthans are still capable of claiming the most lucrative territories in the upper zones. Ves suspected that the Big Two already made a deal with the first-rate superstates. The former wanted to constrain the expansion of the latter. The CFA and MTA couldn't push the first-rate superstates too much. The Terrans and Rebarthans were so advanced that they might be able to build Beyonder gates themselves. As long as the growth of the first-rate states did not dominate the red ocean dwarf galaxy, the balance of power would not tilt against the Big Two. This was good enough. I wonder who else wants to head to the red ocean? Ves wondered. Ves and Gloriana already made up their mind to travel there as galactic pioneers. As for others, they needed to be capable of earning enough merits, which was not a given. Of course, most people in the Bright Republic didn't really think about it too much. The Sand War still raged on as ever. The same applied to the Friday Men and Hexers. Ves thought that the two bitter rivals would have sought to pause the war in order to preserve their strength and wealth, but Gloriana disagreed. I think the war will intensify due to this announcement. She spoke. I've gotten in touch with some of my friends and family and discussed the new situation. The Komodo War won't die down. Instead, it looks like it will become more heated. Why the hell does anyone want to fight over some stupid territory in the Komodo Star sector when there is a lot of middle zones in the Red Ocean that they could profit from instead? Gloriana sheepishly smiled. Both sides want to plunder the wealth of their enemies. It's difficult to earn a lot of merits, but it's easier once you grasp an entire star sector. As long as you obtain more wealth and territory, you can make a lot more contributions to the MTA. It will also be easier to partner up or obtain the services of someone who is capable of earning a lot of merits. Everything revolved around merits.